Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. All right, get ready. All right, let's see. Tech is working. Things look good. You should be able to see and hear me. All righty. Samantha Dragonetti, links in the description as we get started on this beautiful stream. Okay, let's see. Okay, perfect. All right, pausing music. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture, and today we're going to have an amazing conversation, a conversation that is very much needed, a conversation that stemmed out of our community and is impacting other people's communities. So there is something happening. The last few weeks, I don't know what universal belief we all hold or what universal magic is happening or what is going on, but there is a disruption, I think, in all of our communities, and it is time to, not to be dramatic, put a line in the sand of where things will fall for the next 6 months through winter. I feel going into 2026, it's really important, since we all have overlapping communities, that we make it clear what direction we're all taking our communities. So today I'm going to talk about my own community. Okay, my own community, my own Black viewers voicing a concern about anti-Blackness in chat, very important. My overlapping communities that are involved with Hassan's community, Hassan being accused of anti-Blackness, and now Cutie Cinderella being accused of anti-Blackness. And I think, of course, I don't want anyone in the community who is Black to feel like they have to do the emotional labor for us white people who are engaging in this conversation. But I think that I look at Hassan and I look at Cutie and I think to myself, you know, I don't want to be them in terms of who I am in the story. So I think it's really important that we pay attention to the systematic and bubbled reasons we end up voicing things in a way that aren't good. And 2, what we're going to do about it. And 3, what it means to make sure we hold ourselves accountable without putting it on the community who's criticizing us. When Black people in a community voice concerns over anti-Blackness, and it's not just 1 or 2 commenters, but it's more than that, then there is something seriously wrong in either the way you said it or the fact that you need to call yourself out. In the same way that when a bunch of women are watching a man and they call him out on his misogyny, there's probably some misogyny there, right? So I did a stream last week about this father, a single father, who wanted to host a slumber party for his daughter. And he was sad that the moms in his community didn't trust him because he was a man. The way he communicated that concern was not received well online from other Black content creators, moms in general, and then my community did not receive him well. My community, well, we assessed his videos, people found us to be too critical and were concerned we were tone policing. So tone policing is actually really, really important to pay attention to. So I understand that I have white skin. I'm an Assyrian woman. Hassan is from Turkey. He is a white man, but I understand that for a lot of people that makes them feel like we can't be anti-Black in the way we show up. Cutie is white. So, I mean, there's an assumption there that she would definitely hold white supremacist beliefs. But I want to make sure you understand that because I have white skin, because Hassan has white skin, because we exist in a world where white supremacy is the dominant power, we benefit from white supremacy. Even if you want to have conversations about how we are impacted by white supremacy, we do not embody the lived experience of existing in Black and brown skin in the same capacity, in the same way. And so we don't have, and we'll probably never understand in any capacity, I mean, other than philosophically, which we do here, the real deep understanding of how anti-Black the world is. It's not just America. Anti-Blackness is a global phenomenon, and it's really, really devastating. And I know that I spend a lot of my time in Black communities because it's, I've had a lot of time to think about why I find myself in Black communities. One, I obviously think a lot of Black philosophers have insight that's just incredibly valuable and important we pay attention to. And 2, being an American who's not white enough and not brown enough, I find myself gravitating towards people of color, specifically Black community or Black activists, because I just feel like they speak to something so deeply obvious, right? So I think that's really important. Now, what I want to do for my community is one, this is a safe space to voice your concerns. Two, this is a space also to have serious conversations about when we view this man through the lens of white supremacy, why we gave him leniency when he had a record of domestic abuse or in relation to domestic abuse because his past partner was white. And we talked about that when we first reviewed him. And why, when we look at him through the lens of misogyny, do we want to hold him accountable? Because once again, there is the lens in which we judge, which changes the perspective. Okay. So I want to show you his original video, and I'm going to rewatch some videos with you guys. And then I'm going to go over comments in my last video of this man's stream to show you and to explain some of the ideas. And then, of course, for any Black people watching me, my community, voice your opinion, speak up. I also did refer to my Discord. We have a race relations thread in the Discord for people of color, Black and brown, and other to have a space to talk about these topics. So I asked the people in my community for some feedback, and they helped me bridge some bubble gaps there. So that was really great, and I shout out to them. Okay, so first, let's watch his initial video just to get a reminder of what we were talking about in the first place.
Last year, I was trying to throw my daughter like a slumber party, and once again, no woman lives in the household. It's just me and my daughter, and like I communicated with one of the mothers, like just to see if she can get the ball rolling because she know a bunch of more mothers and whatnot. And then I asked, do she feel comfortable having, and as I was talking, she straight up interrupted me. No, I don't feel comfortable with that at all. And like I said, because I'm a man, and she was honest, and I respect her honesty. She was like, yes. And I'm like, that really did make me feel some type of way. So I expressed my, not even frustration. I was really sad. And I expressed that with other women. And they was like, well, Mark Anthony, you got to see where she coming from, and blah, 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 this and that and whatnot. And I do understand like where women coming from, but it just hurt my feelings to know that me, just as a man, I get labeled as that. And like I would never do nothing like that to I would never do nothing like that to kids, because like when I was growing up, like it was a situation, like I try to make jokes about it and whatnot, and like long story short, it happened to me, but by a woman. And I just remember that feeling as I got older, and when I was younger, I would never do that to a child. And just know that like I couldn't even throw my daughter like a slumber party is because like they think I'ma do what somebody did to me, which was a woman, by the way. And like that shit made me damn near like cry for real, bro, because I'm just trying to like have my daughter, but that shit just made me really feel some type of way.
Okay, so that was the first video, and that was the video that went viral, that got a lot of people upset. A lot of people were criticizing him. A lot of people pointed out like the ways he communicated, like the blah, 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 the sort of sharing his feelings. It was a short video. And though some people empathized with his past experience and some people blamed him for it, which was really gross. We talked about that the first time around. This was the initial video that started the conversation. And you guys, this channel, we deconstruct gender. So I came from a perspective where it's not about a man hosting a sleepover. It's about the kind of man asking to host the sleepover, because I do know plenty of men that I would be so comfortable with them hosting a sleepover for a bunch of girls, because I don't believe gender makes you a bad person. But because we're raised under patriarchy, I think if you haven't deconstructed enough, then you might even just say something in passing that I don't want my kid to hear. And this is coming from somebody who chose not to have children because she wouldn't have a safe enough village for those children. So like my partner and I talk about this all the time, how we try to imagine my parents babysitting for our kids, and we were just like, no, because my parents are homophobic and they're transphobic, my parents specifically. And I just hated the idea of my kid going over to that house and saying something. Now, the interesting thing about this man here, Mark Anthony is his name, He also was wearing a pro-trans shirt, and he had very intentional pro-women posters behind him, WNBA, Sailor Moon. And so we categorized him as a community in a very neurodivergent anime kind of bubble. Right now, anime is one of those things where if a guy likes anime, it's either a huge red flag or a huge green flag. I'd like to think it was partially a green flag for him. And I also would like to say that obviously the criticism of him not deconstructing his misogyny was primarily because he was a man. And I hope my audience knew that. But this is me also giving my white audience an opportunity to hold themselves accountable in case any of you thought that I especially was tone policing him. Tone policing is this idea that people of color, in particular Black people, because of the way they sound and talk and articulate themselves, are more dangerous or violent or evil, or it's a tool of white supremacy to tone police people as if to say, ooh, that anger in his voice, ooh, the way he talks. And I grew up with it. You guys know this story about my Lebanese friend growing up, where his family was very loud. My family was very loud. We were always like, oh, are you fighting? Are you angry? Even when I'm on stream, people tell me, Brittany, you're so angry. I'm not even angry. And I say that with this, I'm not angry. This isn't anger, right? Okay. And yet I do think that when we reviewed Mark Anthony, there were points in which I would describe him as unnecessarily angry towards women. I'll show you clips, okay? That's not to say that my white audience in particular cannot accidentally or intentionally look at a person who's different from them and be like, I don't trust the way they talk because of XYZ. So my Lebanese friend growing up, they particularly were targeted by a white neighbor. The police were always called on them, and they would be accused of selling drugs because they had different cars at the house. They would be accused of domestic violence. None of that was happening. Trust me, my mom would not let me at their house every day if she thought any of that was happening. My mom was very strict about whose house I could go to. And we would be at their house while these like scream matches were happening. And they were literally over nothing. Like they were yelling about like Nintendo or something. It wouldn't even be, but the cops were always getting called. And that was sort of as a child, because I've known them since I was 9, still know them to this day. That was my first experience recognizing like racism. And because they were a Lebanese family who was like brown skinned versus like my family was white skinned, we had a different experience. You know, it was just people are treated differently because of skin color. Racism is real. Okay. Let's see. If you guys have any questions while I'm talking, let me know. I'll try to pay attention to chat. I'll also be going over comments from my original video to make sure we have this conversation in a way that makes sense. But just let me know if you really want me to answer a particular question, right? Chet says, Britt, I personally think that we would have scrutinized the man more if he was white. I don't know that. I don't know that to be true. But I would say that we still need to check ourselves. So even if we think to ourselves like, oh no, I'm not being racist, I'm not being anti-Black, just pause, meditate, deconstruct, come to conclusion. If you have any part of your body that is getting defensive, pause, wait, deconstruct, come to conclusion. Just because, anti-Blackness is so prevalent, it's very easy to get defensive because I'll show you Cutie Cinderella later in stream. We're going to use this story to also coincide with that story. She goes, I'm not racist. I'm not racist. My friends are racist. But I'm not racist. We should talk about that. We should have a conversation. Because in my opinion, if, that needs to be deconstructed. That's that statement, right? Because I could understand what she's saying, but I think we need to pause and really deconstruct what you're saying here. Same with dating a racist, it makes you a racist. Dating a homophobe makes you a homophobe. Dating a trans person or anti-trans person makes you anti-trans, right? So you gotta really think about it. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is, this is my original stream video. I just want to read the comments because I think 1, that's where my community spoke up the most. 2, that's where we can deconstruct the easiest, right? So let's make sure that we have this conversation using the community. Okay, here we go. So, hold on. Discord said, interesting story. I would be put off by screaming matches from anyone. In any context, so it makes me curious about that versus the context of being racist? Well, the issue is that though I could argue that the toxicity that existed within my friend's home life, it did exist, and the screaming matches were part of that toxicity, they in no way were appropriate in calling the cops, the neighbors. You know what I'm saying? It was in no way appropriate to call the cops on a family that needed therapy. That's what they needed. They needed therapy, not police. So that's why it was racist, because my neighbor never made an attempt to get to know this family, love this family, express joy to this family, make communion with this family. They simply called the cops. They decided, you're too loud, I'm calling the cops. Instead of, they need help. They immigrated to this country. Their father died soon after. And, our community should have rallied for them instead of assuming, something evil was happening. So that's the racism. The racism is calling the police instead of getting them help. Right? But obviously, should they have gotten therapy, the yelling matches would have changed. And the yelling matches no longer exist, by the way. A lot of them had done a lot of work over the years, and the yelling matches no longer exist. Right? Okay. This comment from a community member on my original video says, I was thinking that at the time you were tone policing, but I was also thinking about how in the Black community we've normalized a lot of unseriousness when dealing with serious topics, and we are generally a theatrical people. But I think the optics of you white passing colors, and your commentary, because when I isolate what you're saying, none of it is wrong. I think it's just that you should have made us aware that you were aware of the optics, which is true. I, Brittany, should have made people more than aware that I am very aware of the optics, that we are... I have white skin. I'm a white person with a primarily white audience. No matter how many, Black icons I see in my chat, no matter how many people in my community identify or tell me they're Black, at the end of the day, just statistically, I will most likely have a majority white audience. And because of that, I have to make sure that I do not empower white supremacy in my chat at any point for any reason. And so it's important for me to pay attention to those optics, to say it out loud, that we are going, especially as somebody who watches Black content so much, especially as somebody who just is always hopping into Black bubbles. It's, I have to be very careful when I show you content that's by Black people for Black people, because it's a different bubble with a different way of communicating. And so that's what I think a lot of people felt with Mark Anthony, is that he is a Black person making content for Black people. And we came into this space and had a comment about it. So I think that's really important to pay attention to. Okay. They went on to say, so you have to be aware of the optics so that it makes it easier to hear the content of what you're saying. I had to remember you spent a lot of time in Black internet spaces, so I knew you were talking about something past that. And yet, even though I spent a lot of time in Black spaces, I will never be Black. I will never embody that experience. And so I have to be responsible for the way that I show up. So, okay. The comment goes on to say he does have residual misogyny, unseriousness, celebration, and diminishment of violence and inappropriate theatrics, him trying to maintain bravado while telling an obviously traumatic story. The question is, are we being racist by calling out behavior we don't like if that behavior happens to show up within a group of people we want to protect? And also, how much of what we deem to be appropriate personalities and behaviors come from capitalism and white supremacy than we think? So this is where I want to start the conversation, because I'm just going to go in order of newest comments, but this one was a direct reply to me. If we're looking at this through the lens of racism, the hierarchy is white men, white women, Black men, Black women. If we're looking at this through the hierarchy of patriarchy, the hierarchy is white men, Black men, white women, Black women, right? So we know, depending on who you're engaging with, white supremacy always trumps patriarchy. And then in some bubbles, patriarchy always trumps, what is it? Racism? No. Yeah. Because a Black man will be protected over a Black woman. Okay, so we have to understand, how are we viewing the lens, which is why I can understand that if you're just watching my content, you feel like I'm tone policing him, which is so valid. Obviously, we don't want to tone police. That's never what we want to do. Instead, we want to pay attention to the fact that our communities, and especially in the Assyrian community, not only is colorism a problem, anti-Blackness is a problem, misogyny is a problem, rape culture is a problem, but within all our communities everywhere, patriarchy is just an overlooming problem. And so we have to pay attention to that. And yet white supremacy is also a dominant force. So, patriarchy and white supremacy, it's like, man, how do you even start to deconstruct? So I think that's what I want you to keep on theme for this conversation. Now, I want to show you a video because he made a joke here, and I want to show you some of the ways he was humorous. I personally do and have become exhausted at people telling me horrible things about their life and making a joke out of it. So I, as a Brittany, am exhausted, especially when men share a horrible thing that happened to them, and I try to be empathetic and they just make a joke. I can't keep trying to care more about your trauma than you do, right? And this goes for Trisha Paytas. I'm going to give her as an example. When Trisha Paytas says things like, oh, I was kidnapped, and I'm like, that's not funny. Like, I'm not amused by this.
A bunch of times where it's just like you wake up in like, I mean, I've been kidnapped a bunch of times where it's just like you wake up in like a truck and the truck's moving and stuff like that. Yeah.
Trisha?
Yeah.
Pause. Sorry, what?
Yeah, I got kidnapped. Well, I guess, I don't know if it's kidnapping if you're over 18, but I was 19.
I
so.
think Trisha.
Like, there's nothing funny about you talking about your kidnapping. I really don't like that. Now, when I reviewed this video initially, a bunch of women were really, really mad at me. And they said, Brittany, you know, trauma victims can talk about their trauma in any way they want. Sure, but Trisha Paytas has made a career telling outrageous stories allegedly about her life and coming at the expense of marginalized communities, including Black communities, rising to fame and status that allows us to move past anything that they've done or any way that they carry themselves continuously through life. They are too old at this point to get on one of the largest podcasts ever and to joke about kidnapping. I am tired. I would just like to have a serious conversation about the trauma in our communities because it is killing my family. And I feel like it's killing yours too. It is killing my relationships with my family that they won't deconstruct. I am literally creating boundaries and unable to talk to people I love so deeply because they will not be serious about the trauma in our families. So maybe I'm just a little exhausted from my own perspective, but I cannot laugh about Trisha Paytas, okay, getting kidnapped. Okay, I'm not amused. There has to be a space. Okay, now Mark Anthony made a joke. He said, women on the internet after I shared my childhood trauma. Okay, so he's adding to the joke, right? He's like, women on the internet after I talk about my trauma, because some women were literally saying that there's a red flag he was assaulted as a kid, because a lot of our communities, and these were Black women, a lot of the communities there's an old school thinking, I come from this bubble, that thinks children who were molested will become molesters. This is not true. This is bad science, but it is very commonly believed in certain communities. If you're gay, you'll be a predator. If you were molested, you'll be a predator. This is not true, but it is I understand and I feel for him that he was accused of being somebody who could do that to a person because he was also hurt. That's why I also featured this person here. This is a father and a man who did bring up Mark Anthony's record in the past. And there was also a conversation about that, whether or not he was a victim of white supremacy when being arrested since his baby mama was white, and whether or not we should even hold that against him. And I think there's something to be said about that, right? Okay, so here's this video. We mentioned it before.
Well, mugshot Mark Anthony, single father and TikToker, is saddened at the fact that women would not allow their daughters to come to his house for a sleepover with his daughter. Mugshot Mark, your feelings are irrelevant here.
I think that this man is talking in a way that is very TikTok sound. I doubt that's his real voice. It feels very theatrical in a sense, in the same way that Mark seemed to be theatrical in his storytelling. And I think this is killing us as well. YouTube voice is killing us. TikTok voice is killing us. You know, it's killing our communication. It sounds like a lot of Mark Anthony's TikTok sounded like a Gabby Hanna story time. And I really think it's killing our way of being in communion with one another. Now, this man does go on to acknowledge Mark's abuse and then goes on to say, my daughter does not go to sleepovers, and that's just what it is, right? And I think that's valid. I think what's happening here too, and guys, let me know if I've missed any comments or something like that. I did not, I don't know if I miss anything, but yeah, influencer accents really killing all of us in a very particular way. So like, this is another video from Mark Anthony where, again, I feel like he is being attacked, so he doesn't know what to do, but he's like 300,000 followers. He's not a small TikToker. he's got a pretty big following. So I expect a level of responsibility in the same way that I'm trying to hold people to, because, you know, YouTubers, we've really gone away, myself included, just thinking that we're nobody and that we don't have a responsibility. But it kind of feels like you do. And so this is another way that he attacked the men in the community that were not happy with his content.
Ogre built ass, Teletubby chest ass, weird ass niggas gotta use my name to get clout so women can talk to y'all. This the first time women in y'all life, y'all gotta use me.
So in my opinion, the same way Ethan Klein's is to Taylor Lorenz, Hassan will never fuck you, is misogyny. Him saying the only reason you're defending these women is because you want to fuck them is misogyny. Right? So in my opinion, it's like, why are you weaponizing women's sexual availability? I know it's an attack on men, but if men are validated by how many women they can get, then that's where patriarchy plays a role in men being validated by how many women they can sleep with, right? So I'm not okay with this framing, even though maybe in a closed circle, maybe if we were just with friends, we'd express this, but on street or on TikTok in public, sharing this is, in my opinion, a misogynistic way to insult men.
Is to get women to talk to y'all. Y'all gotta talk down on me and to get women to talk to y'all. Y'all are fucking weird. Y'all can't go out in the real world because y'all fucking ugly. Y'all do all this, y'all ugly. That's why. Weird ass looking ass niggas. Let me find something I can talk down on a man about and just blow it all out of proportion to make me look like a good guy and make him look weird and have all the women say nice.
Now, obviously, I think that Mark Anthony was unfairly attacked in some aspects of his expressing his hurt feelings. I think that's really, really true. I also think this would have been a great opportunity to talk about deconstructing gender and how men can be safe babysitters for women, that men can be safe hosts of sleepovers for girls, that there could have been great conversations to be had babysitting for women, babysitting for girls, that we could have had, sorry, my bad, that we could have had a better conversation. But since Mark got so triggered, right? Since he got so triggered, he lashed out and escalated the situation to people taking him less seriously because he decided to be theatrical, because he decided to attack people, right? So then he made this video. It says, someone is mentally wrong with these women. I believe he meant something, right?
Think they believe this. Like, I think they want to put it in their head to believe the story so it can match their narrative. Like, they're plastering my face all over the internet, using me as a talking point for false narratives. Like, and there's something mentally wrong with y'all. Like, I never been on the other end of this, making up false claims,
So he's probably right. Even though he has 300,000 followers, he probably never has been. It's very hard as an individual to wake up in the morning and to feel like you're getting all this backlash, right? But I want to say that the problem with a non-deconstructed person is that it's going to take a lot not to get defensive. And even a deconstructed person can feel defensive. I feel defensive, right? Like, I know that it takes a lot of effort to say, hold on, what happened and why is this happening? And how do I have a better conversation about it, right? And again, we'll wrap this all into Cutie Cinderella getting very defensive and saying absolutely, like, digging herself into a bigger hole like many people do, okay? So I understand his just from a person to person, how hard that must have been to wake up and be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, why are all these people saying I'm a PDF file, right? I wonder if this could have been, I wonder if, and this is why I said I don't think he's as progressive as his merch implies, because if he was, then he would bring gender into the conversation outside of the binary. Now, there are people who are pro-trans, but only within the binary construct, right? That's like what so many trans people are. That's what Blair White is. She's pro-trans only for men and women. She doesn't believe in non-binary people, gender fluidity. Like, he was wearing trans merch, but in all these conversations, none of them were about let's deconstruct gender so men can also be good babysitters. It was all like men, women, men, women, men, women, right? Chet says, I think you have to know someone very well to know if they're safe or not to watch your kids. How well do these school parents know each other? I can't imagine well enough to know they're safe. Sure. And that's another conversation he did acknowledge. He did say that he was never really mad at the women who were, or the mothers in particular, but he does do like PTA, I believe. He does carpool. He's involved in the kids' school. So he had kind of hoped that he had built up enough of a rapport, right? So I can understand that at the end of the day, we don't know the inner workings. And again, that's something we have to keep in mind, is that we don't know exactly what was going on with Mark and his experience, but we're just trying to have conversations based off of 2-minute TikToks, which is difficult to say the least, right? Chad said, Brittany, it's not about him being black. Because of my past traumas, I would never feel comfortable letting my kids sleep at anybody's house. Why is it wrong to say, especially a single man's house? It could be wrong if it's rooted in white supremacy. It could be wrong if it's rooted in your trauma, not allowing your kids to have an experience because you're traumatized. It could be right because you've done your due diligence, looked at the data, and decided not worth the risk. And that's why I say never do anything out of your trauma. Never do anything out of fear. That's why we go to therapy, so we don't actually live through our trauma. So it's okay that you are traumatized. It's okay that you're concerned. It's okay you're self-aware enough to know you're traumatized. But I certainly hope you're not actually protecting your kids through your trauma. I hope you're protecting your kids because of good data. So we want to deconstruct our trauma as well to make sure that we are not, denying our children an experience because we didn't have a good time with it ourselves, right? And I say this as a mother who was traumatized and would not let me sleep at my friends and family's houses until I reached high school, right? I think I was about 14 when it started, 13, 14. So, we just have to make sure that, because this came up when Kim Kardashian hired a male nanny for her kids because she thought they needed a male role model. I thought that was a great idea. And people were like, this is horrible. Men can't watch children, da-da-da-da. Okay, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean, right? I thought that was a good idea that Kim had. I was like, yeah, that's smart. And I've nannied professionally as a living. That's what I did before I was a YouTuber. I was a nanny. And when I nannied little boys, especially, I tried really hard to make sure that they, had some access to some sort of a role model because we live in a gendered society, whether we like it or not. Okay. So, okay. So then, okay. I don't know if we need to watch this whole video. Let me see.
False allegations, false stories, putting false information out there. I never been on the other end of this. And it makes me think how many good men were really brought down by the lies of crazy, vindictive women for no.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of important. How many good men were brought down by crazy, vindictive women? That's a great question. But he has to realize optically, he's the one with the record of domestic abuse, right? He's the one on the internet wanting to host sleepovers. He's the one signaling to the community like confusion. So I'm not trying to put all the responsibility on him, but it feels like he's maybe having a realization that he should talk to somebody close to him about, because now he's turning it into vindictive women conversations instead of like deconstructing the patriarchy and deconstructing gender roles and deconstructing all these things. Like there's so much here that could happen, but I feel like this is the conversation he needs to have with like a friend. And then the friend can say, that's a great question. How many people have been targeted by bad people regardless of gender? Right? Because this narrative of vindictive women plays into misogyny, right?
Reason. And once again, that's another story that happened to me. I'm glad I didn't get. That's a story for another day.
And that's about his white baby mama. And I agree that white supremacy could have been playing a role in his arrest and his record, which we have to pay attention to as a possibility, right?
But once again, I'm a single dad. And then it comes out that my baby mama white. Once again, I talk about it all the time. So, all right, I'm a single dad.
So then people, and remember, to my white audience, this is a black content creator who seems to be making content for black people. So he's also getting mostly attacked by black people. So I don't want us to then interrupt his conversation with the black community and be like, actually, we have opinions too. So we have to watch ourselves from tone policing. We have to watch ourselves from getting involved in a community that's already disputing amongst each other, like their own cultural expectations, which is, that's the part where I think my community was concerned, right? Is like, hey, are you getting in on this conversation? So we don't want to do that. Okay. Now let's go back to my comment section that was concerned about the way we were handling the convo, right? Okay, let's see. This comment here says, I don't know what it seems like to me is normie to you is that he's black. He's just black talking, and that means he's not deconstructed. I like your content usually, but I'm confused. I said, they said, I understand there's more to the story and his language and actions have been incorrect, but the context I had from the beginning seemed like a big leap, and it seems like a lot of chatters aren't really in the black community. So I got a few comments like that. Like, he is in the black community. This is how black men talk. I think that is, okay, so for my white community, you have to be very careful that you separate how black men talk, line in the sand, from how men who are misogynist and happen to be black talk. So we do have to catch ourselves and pause and say, wait, did I think this man was more XYZ because of the way he spoke? Meaning his mannerisms, his vocabulary, his tonality, all of it. Or did I, separate from all of that, also notice the way he was speaking about women and the way that he would have conversations about the way he talked about women, right? So the way Mark Anthony talks about women throughout the videos we watched reminded me of this video.
How much do you love coming to Costco with your wife?
0.
How much do you love coming to Costco with your wife?
0. Can I say negative?
So what's the number?
0.
How much do you love coming to Costco with your wife?
Without her, 10.
1 to 10, how much do you love coming to Costco with your wife?
About 0.
Do you love coming to Costco with your wife?
Oh, 0. That's why I'm buying.
Okay. Now, here's this comment, so that's the energy I get from Mark Anthony when he talks about women, and I'm going to show you this video. So he uses the word bitch a lot, and I've personally been deconstructing the word bitch because it's a slur we still allow people to say, but I'm kind of sick of hearing men say it. I'm going to be so real. Gay, trans, I'm so sick of you saying it, and I'm sick of you saying it with the amount of venom you say it with. Okay, and so I'm even deciding if I should allow bitch to be a word people use, because I don't let you guys use the R word, right? I don't use the R word. I've eradicated it from my vocabulary. That's my job, is to eradicate language from my vocabulary. I don't say it. And now I'm sick of hearing people say bitch, especially in this way. So then Mark Anthony puts out a video saying, apologies to all women I disrespected while trying to defend myself. Okay, already way too defensive, but here we go. And by the way, us censoring language is not what our conservative parents would do. I grew up in a conservative bubble where my dad would never call a woman a bitch, right? Never. But he didn't call a woman a bitch because he believed in a patriarchal God that had called a woman a bitch by calling her a submissive. So then I've got a problem with these patriarchal men who follow these patriarchal gods being like, I don't call women bitch. But you follow a patriarchal God, so you might as well. You know what I'm saying? So okay, that's a whole other conversation. Okay, here's this video.
Just want to apologize to every woman that I called a bitch while doing this little back and forth thing. Women didn't agree with what I was saying and they was putting these false claims and false allegations and giving me these scenarios of making me to be a creep and whatnot, and I got real defensive about that, and I just went into defense because I'm like, they lying, and I just started calling women bitches, and like, just because they said something don't make it right for me to call them a bitch. And when two fools are arguing or two fools are going back and forth with each other, you never know who the fool is. So I just want to remove myself from that situation. I don't want to look like a fool anymore, and I don't want those women looking like a fool anymore. And secondly, I also want to get on here and say every mother feelings is valid. I never disregarded their feelings. I understand that. I just have to understand, me being a single dad, my daughter will not get to experience certain things because I am a man and what happened with society with men. So I completely understand that. And also I want to put out and say, when it comes to the mugshot that they use, and I put that out there myself, I make jokes about dating outside my race, saying this what can happen and blah blah blah, and just so happened it did happen. Now this the only time I'm not going to disrespect the mother of my child right now. We was having a back and forth. She was trying to hit me. I restrained her from hitting me. She was trying to leave the house saying, oh my God, he hitting me. And I was just really holding her, trying to stop her from hitting me. And so when she ran out the house, I'm like, and the police came and whatnot, police knocked on the door, toom, toom, toom. I told this story 1,000 times. They was like, hey, did you try to keep her from leaving? Yeah. And put your hands back. I'm like, hey, they was like, that's false imprisonment. They was like, these bruises on her arm. I'm like, I was trying to keep, they were like, so you put your hands on her? I'm like, yeah. They was like, and then they were like, and we gonna charge you with child endangerment. I'm like, wow, child. I'm like, I ain't even touched my daughter. And like, once again, they saying I ain't never been arrested. And they was like, yeah, when your daughter in the house,
That's how it is. And, you know, that's the story. So I just want to touch those three things. I want to apologize to the women that I got on here called a bitch. I just want to say I do understand women feelings and understand like it's just certain things that a man can't do. And I always been for that, and I always understood that. And thirdly, if you're going to use my mugshot right, please, you know, get the story right. If you want to do that much deep research, I talk about why I got arrested 24/7. And lastly, I just still want to apologize to every woman that I called a bitch on here. Just because I felt like they're disrespecting me don't mean I should disrespect them. So thank you for listening to me. And also, I want to say thank you for the people that put off alternate solutions and trying to solve the problem and try to give me other alternatives to see what I can do so my daughter can experience those things even with me.
Okay, so we came to the conclusion on our stream when we covered him that he seemed like somebody who we would want to have faith in reforming, because when we look at our brothers, when we look at, like, I talked about my brother, like I have brothers who's similar to him, definitely probably neurodivergent, loves anime. On one side of their mouth, they love really strong women in anime and they think women are great and they're beasts. And another side of their mouth, they're like, women are babies and men have to be strong because they're better leaders. And also Andrew Tate, you know, it's like, okay. And then it's like he apologizes, but he uses the word bitch. And it's like, that's not okay. That's not what I want to hear. I don't want someone to be like, hey, you called us a slur. And then he's like, bet, let me call you the slur 4 more times. And I'm like, wait. So there's something funny about his seemingly good intentions. There's something like, it's like when you're talking to a boomer and they're like, well, I didn't know that was racist. And then continues to be racist in their apology. It's like, okay. Like, okay, so then I can see, like, I can be, you know, and I see a man who likes anime and I'm automatically a little bit more softened to his plea, but at the same time, right? You know, is that really the way you want to do it? Now, I featured this white man I'm about to show you. I featured this man on a video I did about child victims of child marriage, because he is one of the few outspoken men in America who's been targeted for child marriage. And he was married to a woman when he was a child. And then this video came across my feed. Ready?
Most of you have seen that video of that stupid bitch crunching on that toast and talking shit about people on food stamps. Well, I grew up on food stamps, and she could go f herself. I'm so sick.
You see how I can't get behind this? Yes, I also saw that conservative white lady talking about anti-food stamps. Why did you call her a bitch? Now, I think he's gay as far as I know, or he's at least in a gay relationship, or he's bisexual or something. So maybe he feels entitled. But just like I think black people are sick of gay people talking like black people, like AAVE, I think I'm sick of gay guys saying bitch. I'm tired. I feel tired. I'm tired about men feeling entitled. I'm tired in the way that I think we're all just tired, guys. And you know what it is? It's like we want to be in a bubble where we can trust people around us to talk like us and to be like us and not have it mean something negative. But how is this not bullshit? Him being like, that bitch. What? Sir? So I don't like it. And I don't think any of us like it. Okay? Like, and so that's what I can understand. Now, I can understand from his perspective wanting to use language he feels is his. If I'm around queer people, if I'm around black people, if I'm around marginalized communities, and we in private are speaking a particular way, I'm okay with it. But, you know, now that I'm on the internet and I'm kind of gaining some steam on the internet, I just want to make sure that I'm not giving permission to the people around me to use language that's not theirs to use. Which is why I criticized Francesca for calling her show The Bitchuation Room. Because it gives permission for men to call basically women bitch. And I don't know if I'm about it. You know, when I liberated myself from conservatism as a teenager, I thought men calling women bitch was called equality. And now that I'm a progressive, I'm like, actually, I think you guys need to mind your P's and Q's with the way you use that word so casually. To reference the philosopher Meg Thee Stallion, in her latest song, she says, and I'm going to censor this, my guy, she says the N-word, the soft A, my guy says, my lady, he never says my bitch. And that is powerful to me. That right when I heard it, I was like, yes, Meg, I am so sick of hearing men reference women as bitch. my bitch, that bitch, that, you know, I'm so tired. Okay. And so that's what you know, that's just like, it sings out to me. So that's her latest song, Lover Girl. She just made a music video for it. Fabulous. Called Lover Girl, Meg Thee Stallion. She just made a video for it. It's the one with the chair. It's fabulous. Okay. Now, we also know that marginalized communities need to deconstruct as much as anybody else, right? Even though sometimes we have a leg up. And this reminds me of the kind of like disconnect of the bubble overlap between certain types of Black and brown people and certain types of queer and trans people. And sometimes, like, I have a lot of references of Black queer people talking about it was harder for them being queer than Black because they weren't just getting hit from one side, they were getting hit from both. Their own community rejected them. But we also know, just like this dad, Mark Anthony, who's wearing a pro-trans shirt, that Black people aren't all transphobic or homophobic, just like my family isn't all transphobic and homophobic. It's just that it's a generational curse we have to stop as a community, right? Then I look at people like this. Did you see this video going viral? I'm going to sneeze. Oh my God. Of the Christian guy talking to this trans woman about how much he loves her.
Like, you're giving me facets that aren't important. How do you love me?
I love you. And I want you to know the God who I serve and follow and belong to loves you. And if you've not had a Christian say that, then now you have. I love you. God loves you. He wants the best for you.
I do think it's worth pushing back on that a little bit because I think most of us have heard that. Okay. But I would say, like, okay, how do you love us?
I love you as a human being.
Okay, cool. What does that mean? How do you love us?
That means that for starters, I don't hate you. For starters, I don't want to see you. I know a lot of trans people.
Love is that.
Okay, so obviously we've heard this our whole life. I don't love you. I hate your sin. I don't hate the person. We've heard this whole life, like, you know, and then it's like you follow a Christian God that's a patriarchal God and honestly an anti-Black God. I can't wait for our marginalized communities to stop following this patriarchal God. I can't wait for the women in my family to stop following this patriarchal God, but here we are, okay? So obviously we know marginalized communities all exist in different bubbles and we all need to deconstruct. Okay. Right. Chad says, I agree with you, but not calling people the B word out of anger. But like, what about people who identify with this term? These words I identify with people wouldn't like, but I still do. There are words I identify with that people wouldn't. So all of it is contextual, cultural, and bubbled. So like I said, if you're in a safe space to use words that feel like you are good with the people around you, that's one thing. It's like telling a joke and then wondering if the people around you are in on the joke. We're going to talk a lot about this with Cutie Cinderella and the FaZe Clan, infamous for their racist jokes, and how Hassan and Cutie both did way too much defense for the FaZe Clan, even though they are so fucking racist. I don't care how many Black people they have on their team. Like, the expense of their Black streamers, it's not okay. We're going to talk about this because, like, again, it's about what is the standard for our community. And this is, guys, I just need to say this. We're not in a private space here. We're on the internet. I came to the internet years ago when I came out. And I used to bring my friend jokes to the internet. And then I realized, like, something's going on. I can't do that. We can't do this. The internet is not a safe space for us to take our community conversations always online. Yes, there are ways to do it. And yes, there is ways to make it work. Absolutely. We do it all the time as marginalized people. But also, depending on, you know, how you show up on the internet, right? Like, you have to literally be careful. What if Mark Anthony brought his mugshot to the internet and it got him literally his kid taken away from him? Like, yes, he won custody of his daughter, which was beautiful. But the internet is an evil, evil place. Like, the internet is an evil place. And so you have to be very careful about what vulnerabilities you share with the internet because people hate you and they will do anything possible to ruin your life. And that's why a lot of people aren't content creators. So it's, you know, it's just one of those things. Now, he also made this video, which is another issue I have with parents in general.
That and y'all are just.
He said, I'm one of the best single and active dads ever, which seemed to be true. He showed all of his child's artwork, which was beautiful. But then he said this.
A bunch of fucking trolls and clout chasers on the internet. I'm one of the best motherfucking daddies in the world. You couldn't ask for a better motherfucking daddy than me. Maybe if you, I don't know, bro. But it is what it is. Y'all gonna do what y'all do. Y'all gonna say what
Maybe it's my own childhood trauma, but I swear to God, if my parents think that they're not allowed to be criticized because they're the best parents in the world, right? He's defensive over strangers on the internet and trying to show his daughter's artwork to prove he's a good father. But then he's got to allow his daughter to grow up and say, Dad, these are the things you did wrong. Right? And that's the other part of it. That's the other part of it that I think is so important. Okay? Chat says, I prefer girl instead of bitch. Well, when we prefer words over others, we have to make sure we're not using another word to pretend we're saying another word. So growing up Catholic, people would say frick, 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 frick. But you know what I'm trying to say. So just make sure that when we're replacing words, we're not playing a mind game with ourselves that says like, well, I'm not really saying the word though. Yeah, that's why I don't allow that robot slur that's going around. I don't allow it in chat because it sounds like a replacement for the N-word. It does. I don't trust it. I don't trust whatever group or whatever internet losers came up with this whole anti-robot slur thing, but it absolutely sounds way too much like white supremacist dog whistle to me. So I don't allow it in my chat. Don't act like you're not trying to say the word right now. Okay. So there's something to be said about that. I think there's a lot to be deconstructed here from my perspective. I am, acknowledging, and we did acknowledge that Mark Anthony was, quote, doing his best, but your best isn't good enough. And that's not meant to get you down. It's meant to say, Cutie Cinderella, your best isn't good enough. Mark Anthony, your best isn't good enough. Brittany Simon, your best isn't good enough. Now, look at this video he recently just posted. He just posted this 2 days ago. And just, you know what I mean? Just like, okay.
And this been so one time
it's called When I Turned a Gay Dude Straight.
I had turned this gay dude back straight. And this been a while ago. This was years ago. But one day I'm just chilling on Facebook and out of nowhere I get a message saying, hey man, I think you really funny. Me, I think nothing of it. I sent a message back, hey man, thank you, appreciate it. He sent me another message back immediately. Hey, you mind if I get your number? I don't think nothing of it. I gave him my number, so we just casually talking. Hey, how you doing? Hey, man, where you from? Blah, blah, this. How long you been doing this? How long? Like, we just having a normal conversation. So, boom, a few weeks go by. Out of nowhere, as we was texting, he just sent me $200. I'm like, hey, yo. I said, hey, what is $200 for? He was like, that's just being a great friend and a great person. I'm like, hey, I had to ask. I'm like, hey, bro, are you gay? He was like, yeah, I am. I'm like, what you want me to do for this $200? Why would you? He was like, you don't have to do anything. I'm like, all right, bro, thank you. And like all day, I just ignored his messages. I'm like, hey, that was weird than a motherfucker.
Now, I'm just going to pause it right here and say the reason my community and I thought he was autistic, because only an autistic person would accept $200 from a man and not think anything of it. Let me say this as a girly my whole life that would accept things from men, and my parents would tell me, Brittany, he's trying to get something. And I was like, no, he's just a good guy. He was never a good guy. He always expected something.
So I had to go get some advice from my boss at the time. He was a gay white man. I said, hey, this dude sent me $200. And he was like, Mark Anthony, why would he send you $200? I said, I don't know. He said for me being a great friend and a great person. Mark Anthony, no guy is just going to send you $200. So what did you do?
Now, I'll just tell you this too. People in his comments were like, is this a Reddit story? And that's the thing with online content creators. I don't know if this is a real story. I don't know if he's pulling a Gabby Hanna and he's just telling us a fake story, or why he thought to share this story in the first place, right?
I said, I didn't do nothing. I'm like, what should I do? He was like, Mark Anthony, don't do anything you're not comfortable with. I said, okay. So I took that in consideration. And then I'm like, you know what? I went home, put on some drawers, just went to the mirror, boom, took a little picture of the side, made it poke out a little bit. I sent him the picture, boom.
Now, people were criticizing him because apparently he makes spicy content, and people were saying if you make spicy content, you can't host sleepovers, which is very anti-sex work, and I don't like that rhetoric either. I don't know if this is him promoting his spicy content. I don't know if this is an ad for his spicy content. I don't even know if he has a spicy content because I couldn't find the link. It was not working. His tree link wasn't working, but I don't know.
He sent another $100. I said, God damn.
And he was like, oh, that's a nice picture. I said, it is. So I'm like, all right, let me send another picture. Or boom, sent another picture. He was like, he said $50 more. I said, all right, I just made $400 in one day. This is cool. So now we just texting, going back and forth, and like every blue moon, he'll just send me some gifts, send me money and stuff like that. And then one day around my birthday, March the 11th, he sent me some polo draws, he sent me some polo t-shirts, and then he sent me a thong. I'm like, hey bro, hey, now you crossing the line. I said, what you want me to do with this, bro? He just sent $300. I said, oh shit, I guess I'm finna put this thong on. I took the picture, sent the picture. He's on some more money. And then, this went on for about 4 to 6 months. And then within the 6 months, he just started knowing my messages. I'm like, hey, you still there? I started getting money. My hair started getting that because he was paying for my haircuts and everything. I'm like, hey, you still there? My message turned green. They went from blue to green. I'm like, oh, hell no. So I go on Facebook now, and I see him with a bitch. I said, oh, no, he didn't. I said, no, he didn't. I messaged him. I said, so this what we doing? He was like, well, Mark Anthony, I felt like I was really, wasting my time and it wasn't going to go anywhere with you. And I felt like you was just you. I'm like, I wasn't using you. Like, why would you think that? I'm like, this is what you going to do to me? I'm like, I thought what we had was special. He was like, well, I'm going to just move on forward with my life. And I wish you the best of luck. I'm like, I know this nigga just didn't break up with me. I know the hell he did not just break up with me. And I'm looking at the woman in the pictures. I'm like, this bitch don't even look better than me. How dare you disrespect?
I don't know if he's joking. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this gentleman, but he is. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to take from that. I don't know what I just learned from that. You know what I mean? It's like, I get the humor. Like, I've heard men say this story 1,000 times. Like, oh, he thinks she's prettier than me, but I'm prettier than her. I don't know if he's bisexual. I don't know what he is. I don't know if this story is real. I just think when I see him, I still see a person who needs to deconstruct. Now, let's go to my comment sections once again, okay? Let me see. Okay, so this comment has some valid points here for sure, and I could definitely see how he could word things better. However, some of the comments I'm seeing be made came across as tone policing to the utmost. Also, why are we assuming somebody's stance on politics and how their relationship ended based off his shirt and 2 posters? I don't know how serious this question is, but I'm going to answer it very seriously. So he is signaling to the world, no man, and in my understanding, especially a black man, would not put on a pro-trans shirt unless he was signaling something, right? So that's a huge indicator, right? Much like somebody wearing a Confederate flag on their shirt is going to tell me, okay, a lot about them. I don't think he would accidentally put on that shirt. Now, there could be a circumstance in which he didn't know what the shirt meant and he just thought it was a cute shirt with a bunch of hearts on it. That's very possible, right? And then chat said, and 2 posters. Well, the anime posters actually worked in his favor. When we saw he watched anime, we liked him better because we thought, okay, a Sailor Moon poster in the background makes me think better of him. The t-shirt made me think better of him, right? But also, I'm not sure how far everyone got in my video to see all the TikToks we saw of him, because some people said they bailed after 30 minutes. Some people said they bailed after 40. I'm not sure what you guys saw or what it was, but the fact is the chat was triggering for people, and I think that's valid. If you sense anti-blackness from the chat, we need to pause and make sure we're not exhibiting that behavior. If that's really what you saw, if that's really how you felt, I'm going to take it very seriously first and foremost, okay? Now, this person did go on to finish the video. They said, now that I finished the video, and have seen more of the comments, chat was pissing me off with the comments. He's trying, he's like a newborn baby deer trying to walk type comments don't sit right with me. This, I think, might be autism on autism crime. Autistic people, we do have a tendency. I think a lot of the people that were doing that to him, we were autistic. Oh, he seems like he's really got good intentions and he seems like he's really trying. Yeah, that's how we look at people who we have empathy for. That's what I tend to do to my brothers. It's what I tend to do to the people around me. Like, she has good intentions and I want to give her a chance because I'm going to hold everybody's hand when we say this. This is like when my dad comes to me and says, do you think I'm stupid? And I just want to be like, I mean, kinda. Because I have to hold your hand as a grown-up. And I have to sit there and be like, ooh, but my dad is so well-intentioned and he's so sweet. Because you're putting me in that position by not knowing better. And now I know if my dad ever saw that, he'd be like, you're being so disrespectful. What's more disrespectful than still being homophobic when you got 3 gay kids? How many gay kids does God have to give you before you get over your homophobia? What if the message God was sending you was to not be homophobic? He sent you the first one, me, and you were like, still homophobic. He sent you the second one, you're like, still homophobic. He sent you the third one, and you're like, nah, still homophobic. So I think in some ways we're actually trying to be so compassionate to these people, which can come across like infantilization, which is actually a tool of white supremacy. So another tool of white supremacy is thinking that Black people, specifically Black men, are too, forgive my French, stupid to know better. And that the sort of feminist perspective would be like, it's not Black men, it's just men in general. Okay, I understand. And then the more liberated perspective is it's not even men, it's patriarchy in general that conditions us to be less informed. Patriarchy makes us stupid universally, all of us. That's why white women in particular uphold patriarchy, right? So I understand why that can come off like signaling white supremacy. We are not doing that here, and we're not going to stand for it if it's happening, okay? So the comment goes on to say, I see comments like this and recoil, especially coming from white people, sadly, and I can't tell if this person's intelligence being talked about in such a condescending way is due to them being actually unintelligent or biasing statements because of the identity of the person. Valid. Make sure you ask yourself, am I thinking this person is dumb because, and then we've been arguing in this community about what language we should use. Should we use the word stupid and dumb because they're ableist terms? Or should we say something like uneducated? And keep in mind, we're criticizing a man who used incredibly ableist language, incredibly misogynistic language in and of itself. So then the question is, why does he get to use it and we can't? Now, should we not use it altogether? That's another question. Maybe we shouldn't even be using it at all, right? But it feels weird to, like, the community, we're all decide, like, it feels like we're all that Spider-Man meme looking at each other and we're all trying to decide, like, are you a misogynist? Are you a racist? Are you a homophobe? We won't know until we deconstruct. We actually won't know. So we have to pay attention. We have to pay attention. Okay? Okay. Chat says he seems like a bit of a character. Why is everyone on his arse on TikTok? Because people were triggered at the idea that a man felt entitled in any capacity, even for a second, to hosting a girl's sleepover. It triggers people because we're raised under patriarchy where we're convinced men are our protectors and the predators. And so that's why I say deconstruct. It doesn't matter if a man wants to babysit, right? Chat says ignorant could be a better word. Oh yeah, that's going to sound really good, chat. When I walk around with my white skin talking about how Black people are ignorant. Can we please lock in and be serious? I cannot, as a white skinned person, go around talking about a Black man being ignorant. That is absolutely a white supremacist dog whistle. We can't use that word either. That's a white supremacist dog whistle. Please be like, let's be serious, okay? That is not good optics. That is not good optics. Like, we can't call people ignorant, okay? Oh my God. Like, I know that's not what you meant, but that's what it means. Like, we can't use that word, okay? We got to use a different word. So we have to use a word. I like to use the word deconstructed. But the problem with the word deconstructed is people also took offense to it. Why does he not seem deconstructed? You know, it's like, well, because it's an active participation in the language. When he went to go apologize to women for calling them a bitch, he called them a bitch 4 more times. he said the word bitch. Do you know what I mean? Like, okay, that for me feels like not deconstructed. Right? Okay. Now, another comment says, Chat said, I missed the stream, so reading the comments on how this chat is anti-Black definitely sucks. I think the dad sounds sounds sad that his daughter won't be able to have an experience of a sleepover that I assume she wants. His language was perfectly fine. I think maybe those chatters are upset over trauma. When you say his language was perfectly fine, did you mean all of the videos of him calling women a bitch? Oh, and by the way, hold on. Let me show you the video. I forgot to bring it up. The worst video where in one side of his mouth, he says he honors and respects Black women, and out the other side of his mouth attacks a Black woman. and is misogynistic. Somebody in my chat said, well, at least he only insulted her dress and it wasn't a gendered insult. He insulted her hair. He insulted her dress, which are gendered insults. And then he said she couldn't pass a drug test, which is a racist stereotype about Black people not passing drug tests. So hold up. Let me find the video. I should have pulled it up before I even started stream, but I forgot. Which one of these mini videos is it? Question mark. Okay, let's break.
Don't y'all know that he have a domestic violence? What the f is that?
Not this one. Let's find it together.
So like,
Okay, he's mad people think he's R. Kelly. Okay, not this one.
I done seen over 50 think pieces.
This was bad. People blamed him for his assault.
I don't think they doing it.
Oh, okay.
Is your favorite celebrity speak?
Oop, not this one.
just made that dress that morning, and how much
Okay, this
violence.
one. Okay, this video.
And
Look.
a white police officer came up. And
Okay.
I plead guilty.
So you can see a Black woman was criticizing him. So a Black woman gets on, makes a video of him, shows his record. So his target in this video is Black women, or Black women, not all Black women, but it's going to be everybody. But he's okay. So that's the context of this video.
To a simple bad. I plead guilty to a simple battery. It got dropped down to a simple battery because no child was in danger. My white baby mother was acting belligerent, and like that got the police called on me. I didn't do nothing wrong, and a white police officer came up. And I know y'all thinking, Mark, you did that to yourself dating a white woman. Yes, I did do that.
No, he did not do that to himself dating a white woman. He is not at fault for dating somebody who took advantage of white supremacy to get him in trouble. He is a victim, okay? He did not do that to himself. I don't like that idea that he's victim blaming himself because the community guilted him for dating a Black woman, which should be deconstructed, right? Like we need to deconstruct all of these conversations, but like I don't like that narrative either.
Myself, but that's how the child endangerment came in place because I was the one arrested, but it got dropped down to a simple battery. You see that? And as a Black man, I never once got on this platform and disrespected Black women. You still haven't found the video of me disrespecting a Black woman. I'm giving every Black woman I see a rose. You're welcome. You can pick any.
Keep in mind, this is that video. He said, you haven't found a video of me disagreeing or disrespecting a Black woman. This is the video. Wait for it.
Color you want. Get that pink one right there. All right, there you go. Y'all have a nice day. Thank you. I go around giving Black women flowers because they deserve their flowers every day that they walk this earth. If a Black woman don't know she deserves flowers, guess what? I'm going to give her one. Ask about me in the streets. Don't be mad because you ain't getting no flowers, bitch. And then I went and listened to your music. You are promoting violence as a Black woman.
So now this is I want to say this out loud, but you can say, Brittany, this isn't your lane. I understand. So now we have a most likely neurodivergent man who watches anime and has a white baby mama talking bad about rap music and drugs, giving conservative, but yet he's wearing a trans shirt, giving confused. So now I'm looking at him like, are you the kind of Black person that hates Black culture? But then I'm confused by it because I'm used to seeing, especially coming from an immigrant background where my parents like always want to be the closest to whiteness because they think it's good. So they talk bad about Black music and drugs and all this stuff, even though drugs are neutral. And you know what I'm saying? Then I'm like, hold on, I'm confused about where he's coming from. Okay, so now he's going for this Black woman who criticized him and he tagged her.
You're handing out guns instead of flowers, ma'am. With that ugly ass dress on you was wearing, like it looked like you just made that dress that morning. And how much of your track was showing? Usain Bolt could have raced on that motherfucker.
So insulted her dress, said she made it that morning. How much of your track is showing? Is that not hair? Is he not talking about her hair? Am I confused about what track is? Isn't he talking about her hair? You know what I mean? Like, and then he goes on to say this.
But I don't know why I'm arguing with a woman that's promoted violence with guns and can't even pass a drug test. I can pass a drug test. Can you?
I can pass a drug test. Can you? Misogyny. Like, I know you guys kept saying this is just how Black men talk. I don't like it. Like, I don't like it. I know I'm not a Black woman, but I don't like it. And I don't think you guys like it either. This can't make sense to be like, this is just how black men talk. Well, you know what I mean? You guys can take it from here, but like, I don't like it. Okay. And also chat said the black men in my life don't talk like this. Well, also, I think this is very important to say. Obviously, I'm not going to say like, well, my black friends are from the West Coast. They have California accents. Okay. They are different, but they are more nerdy and neurodivergent. And we talk about these things. I've talked to some people about this, and anti-blackness is in all of us, even black people. And we know this. Okay. Which is why we have performative black conservatives who say horrible things about black women, horrible things about black people. I know this is not my place to speak on the black community and your struggle. It's just because you guys were concerned about my community and what I'm signaling. I'm just trying to say, when I think of black communities and black people, I don't want to say, well, this is just how black men talk, because I also know our communities are riddled with misogyny and the excuse of this is how my people talk. At least I don't want to condone it in my own culture, in my own bubble. Like, I don't care if this is how we talk. We're not going to talk like this anymore. You know what I mean? So you as a community can handle, of course, your communities. It just reflects and reminds me so much of my own, where it's like, growing up with so much anti-blackness, it was always around exactly the points he just gave. The way people dress, the way they talk, the way they listen to music, drugs. These are neutral things. And then my brothers, even my own parents, like trying to move us as close to whiteness as possible because, whiteness was freedom to them. So much so that they identify as white in a way that is like self-hating. And I'm like, we do not need to be self-hating to love our communities. So then, hold on, let me see. I have this picture that I saved for us. Let me try to pull it up. Hold on, give me a second. I forgot to also get this ready. Hold on. Let me pull this up because this is sort of my thinking. Okay. When I think about breaking generational curses in my own family, and I think about holding my elders accountable, this is sort of what I'm thinking. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. Let me see here. Hold on, girlies. I'm having a tech. My brain is not processing how I normally do this. Okay. So this comment, hold on. Why is it so small? Is there a reason? I think I'm struggling to get this photo to work for me because tech Brittany, use your brain. Why is this difficult? It says you can honor your parents and break your patterns. It says you can love your culture and question its traditions. You can respect your elders and challenge their beliefs. Gratitude and growth aren't mutually exclusive. And that's what I'm trying to do for my culture, my people, my family, is I'm trying to say, like, I love us, but we've got to stop. Like, I love us, but we can't do this anymore. I love us, but we're not going to talk this way anymore. I love us, but this is unacceptable. And I don't want to run into this thinking, yeah, chat says what could be more racist than saying that misogyny is just black men talk. That's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to build the narrative that black men are just, this is just how they are. Like, I don't feel good about that. And I don't think you feel good about it either. And so I just want to make sure that to my community that heard this and was worried it was tone policing, 100% you should call that out. 100% I should call it out. And then on top of that, we do want to make sure that we're not making excuses for misogyny because that's just like the culture. Yeah, Chess, this kind of ties into the cutie thing. No, absolutely. I'm about to get to that in a second. This absolutely ties into the cutie Cinderella stuff. This ties into all of our relationships with everybody in our life. How are we going to heal our communities if we don't talk about the ways that we so casually are like, this is my culture, this is my people? We don't talk about it in all of our bubbles. Now, obviously, again, I always want to make sure you understand that I am not ever trying to speak for black communities. If you see something, you're probably seeing something because white supremacy is so ingrained in our bubbles, right? I don't want to be Hassan and I don't want to be cutie Cinderella. Listen to me when I say, as an Assyrian person who always felt like she was never brown enough and never white enough, I do gravitate towards black communities as an American. And I'm so grateful for the way that they helped me grow as a person. And I always, want to integrate Black philosophy into the content that I make to the best of my ability, because I always felt like it was what was lacking from Hassan, right? I always feel like what Hassan is lacking is like a deep understanding of people of color. And a big part of that is because of his privilege that he doesn't deconstruct, which I'm going to show you today, is exactly why he defended Cutie for what she said. Instead of understanding that, like, you got to stop doing this. Now, I need you to not feel obligated to also do the emotional labor in my chat to call me out that I should be catching it myself. So I should have said during that initial stream, I understand the optics. I should have made sure to talk about that. So that was my bad, right? Now, chat goes on to say, this is the comment section again. So this person said to me, this sounds like a decent man with rough circumstances. What you all hear as abrasive and misogynistic is a cultural difference. This is how some black men talk. This is how some black men casually talk and tell stories. This is a traumatic story, and this is him sharing his pain. The curses and undertone are meant to relate and show comfortability. I'm not saying he was portraying himself the best, but I understand him. But I'm also a 36-year-old man, a black man. Then the replies to him said, "Same, I agree with you. I agree." And okay, I do want to make sure we separate, right? The way someone tells a story to the details of the story. And this is hard, and this will play into Cutie Cinderella. How do you know when somebody around you is just telling a story in an interesting way? Okay, I'll give you a better example. Assyrian people, my family, they are in that meme bubble of elders who have to explain everyone's race and hair, right? So like, they'll be like, I was driving down the road, a black lady was driving next to me, and I'm like, and they're like, and then she did this. I was at the store, and an Asian man, he was Asian. I'm like, okay. They're like, he did this. I'm like, okay. And every time people say, oh, I was driving and it was a woman, of course. And I was like, okay. It's like when you tell these stories, it's our job as a community to be like, why'd you say it like that? Is this a detail to make the story better? Or does this detail add to a bias or prejudice that you're trying to trigger inside of me? And that's my family. My family, the way they tell stories, I was doing this and, this happened. And I'm like, so when I get a comment that says, this is just how black men talk, you're acting like he exists outside of white supremacy, or he exists outside of culturally misogynistic communities, or he exists outside of he doesn't get to exist outside of the systems we all grew up under. So all of us need to deconstruct, which is why I said he needs to deconstruct, because when he made his apology to women, calling them a bitch, he repeated the word. That would be similar to, and this is the example I gave during the initial video, is if I said the R word and then I came on stream and said, I'm sorry I called you an R word. I shouldn't have used the R word. You're not an R word. R words were offended that I said this word. I'm sorry that I offended R words. It's like, I don't think you're getting it. You know what I don't think you're getting it. But to be fair, even myself, eradicating the word bitch from my stream is been the last word for me that's been really difficult. I am struggling to put down a hard rule in my community to say no more saying the B word. But at this point, I think it's going to happen. And not because we're conservatives and not because we're prudes, but because the community isn't a safe enough space for me not to be accidentally signaling to men that they get to call women bitch. And I'm really sick of men calling women bitch, whether they're gay or straight. I'm tired. And they use it so casually. And that's why people use misogyny to get back at people. It's why I've used misogyny to, you know what I mean? It's why Hassan had the audacity to get on stream that day and make a joke that conservative men are raping women at their schools, and then at least it's conservative women they're raping. No. I don't want to be this person. I don't want to get to 40 years old, and this is the content I'm making. I don't want to be 40 years old, and this is the audience I'm allowing to feel safe enough to make these jokes. It's bad. It's really, really bad. Okay? And I know he thought he was trying to pwn the conservative boys. It's not good. It's not good. And I don't want to fall into that either. I just did it a couple weeks ago. I made a joke. And then after deconstructing it, did realize it came at the expense of women. And I was like, my bad. Yeah. So we need to, you know what I'm saying? We need to figure it out as a community. So thank you to the Black people in my community specifically who spoke up, who felt concerned, who said it might be tone policing, because honestly, I'm not exempt from doing a racist, which is exactly what we're going to talk about with Cutie Cinderella. I am not exempt from doing a racist. And so I have to be able to hear that I might be doing it and that I might be engaging in racism. Period. The end. And that's what I would love from Cutie. So instead, we have Cutie saying, I'm not a racist. My friends are racist. I'm not a racist. Let's talk about it, okay? So are we done? Wait, hold on. Before I switch very quickly. Are we good? Do we feel like we covered it enough to then move on to the Cutie Cinderella part of the story that I think really encompasses, it plays on this conversation, right? Does anybody have any questions? Anybody have any thoughts, right? Anybody? Da-na-na-na. Chat said, I will say some stereotypes are built around safety in minority communities. I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you would expand on it, I definitely want to hear your thoughts. Chat said, I'm definitely guilty of tone policing and have to be careful of it. I mean, we're raised to also think less of, like, it's okay. A tool of white supremacy is vocabulary checking. A tool of white supremacy is white people using AAVE, and it's cool and cultural, but when Black people do it, it's just an indication of their being less than. There was this TikTok trend that went around of a Black interviewer asking white people, is this AAVE or TikTok slang? And they would say TikTok slang. It's all AAVE. Okay? We steal from Black people. We steal their coolness. We steal all of things. We steal all of their, and then we act like it's cool when white people do it. And it's the G word, ghetto, when Black people do it, right? Oh, when white people have braids, it's like cool. When Black people have it, it's like, we don't want to engage in anything that allows that rhetoric to be pushed forward. We don't want any of that rhetoric to be normalized in what it already has been, right? Like, so that's what we want. We don't want that to be the thing. And that takes time, and it takes a lot of healing, and it takes all of us doing it. It's really, really hard. It's not just with Black people in general. When we're talking about like deconstructing, it's so painful. And I know as a firstborn daughter who's trying to get her brothers to understand how they're homophobic and transphobic and all of these other things, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and it sucks because once again, it falls on our shoulders as the older girls in the family, but also, hey, what a calling. And I'm happy to answer the calling, but I also need to check myself. So, let me see. I'm just reading chat really fast to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. Oh, misogyny is about surviving for Black men. I could see that, like Black men appealing to the patriarchy in order to win favor of white men. Is that what you're saying? Because obviously in patriarchy, all men, it's like Matt Rife throwing women under the bus so he could survive in patriarchy. And he's a white guy. Yeah, men throw women under the bus in order to survive. Because even I wanted to put this in one of my video podcasts, but I didn't get a chance to do enough research, but I am under the impression from what I've read and understood that rich Black men, millionaire status Black men, multi-million, okay, have reported that even though they're rich, like really rich, like $100 million rich, they still experience racism with white men in the same fields. That it doesn't matter how rich Black men get, white men will never validate them. There will always be racism. You can't out-earn racism. You can't out-beauty racism. And that's the shit we have to pay attention to. Because that's the thing that capitalism in America has sold us. If you're rich enough, we'll like you. If you're smart enough, we'll like you. If you talk well enough, we'll like you. If you dress well enough, we'll like you. They will never like you. And so Black communities have every fucking reason to doubt white people when they talk. And women have every reason to doubt deconstructed men who say bitch. Okay. Chat says, I don't understand when people can completely state they don't have moments of misogyny, racism, homophobia, and ableism, so they never allow themselves to grow. Bro, I had a white man in my life at one point, and I asked him, because I was like, everyone has prejudice and bias. He's like, I don't. I was like, oh, you don't? And he was like, no. I was like, you don't think you have prejudice and bias? And he's like, no. And I was like, anyways, it's been a couple years since we've spoken. You know what I mean? Like, look, girls, when it comes to inner circle, outer circle, friends, coworkers, whatever, at some point, the hard conversations are either going to bring you closer or pull you apart. And it's about time some of us have some hard fucking conversations. So let's talk about Cutie Cinderella, girls. Let's transition, okay? Shout out to the people who left comments on my video. I hope you feel heard and seen. Obviously, if you don't, you can continue to express yourself, obviously. Okay, now, how should we do this? We're gonna do it like this. First, we will go over the initial stream, because obviously the VOD has been uploaded. And obviously, regardless of how much Cutie Cinderella has allegedly threatened to sue people for uploading it, the internet has done its thing and uploaded the VOD. It has uploaded the VOD on Katie Clips. This is a streamer called Katie. She's the one in the front. Then there's Cutie, who's up on the top left corner, and then Vanilla Mace, who's on the left corner. So Vanilla, Cutie, and Katie. Those are the girls today, okay? It's the Powerpuff Girls, and things went wrong. This just happened. It's a perfect conversation to have about racism and what role we play in our community. Okay, so as you guys know, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture, and this is one of my special interests. How do we heal the world? How do we break generational curses? How do we save our families without them taking us down with them? Because some of them are not going to make it, girl. So here is the list of things I want you to keep in mind. Let's see. I should have them written down here. When you are playing a role in your community, are you playing therapist, friend, parent, older sibling, auntie, uncle, teacher, mentor? Okay? I will repeat them over and over again. When you are engaging in community, what role are you playing? As a content creator, I have consistently struggled to know the role that I'm playing. Heads up, I'm trying to earn my spot as an elder in the community by the time I reach 40. I'm 36. I hope by the time I am 40, I will be considered somewhat of a mini elder. Not a full elder, like when I'm going to be 60, but maybe like a mini elder, like an auntie. You know what I mean? Like I want to be, I graduated from the little kids table to the big kids table, but now I feel like I'm ready for the next step. And the next step will require me to mature and to own up to my mistakes and to be better and to set an example of what people can be better as. Sometimes I play therapist. Sometimes I play friend. Sometimes I play parent. Sometimes I play a lot of things. The question is, what role are you playing? So here is the original stream. It was a 4-hour stream-ish, and this is 3.5 hours in. Okay, here we go.
Sorry if your guys' chats are missing me.
It's been so long since I've played Phasmophobia. How many updates have there been?
A few.
I don't know. We played a little while ago. God, people are freaking being annoying in my chat right now.
Why?
They were being so annoying mine earlier too. They just like be going on
What are they saying, Vanilla?
That about the homophobic jokes. They're like, but then you just if you still hang out with someone like that, then you just support it.
No. So this is what I'm going to describe, okay? And you guys can believe what you can believe.
I know, like
okay?
I want explain it. I want you to explain it better.
I'm going to explain it. You guys can believe what you want to believe. I understand, but you're not allowed to coach me and say like that's not right. That's not what you like. Just because I don't act the same way you act, you're not allowed to like coach me through that. Because at the end of the day, I am somebody that's like, bitch, I'm an ally. Like I
know
I'm not homophobic.
That's
Everybody knows
I know
I'm
where
not
I'm
homophobic.
at.
It doesn't matter who I talk to. Like the thing is like I was raised in a very religious family. Unfortunately, there are people in my family that are racist. There are people in my family that are bigoted. There are people in my family that are homophobic. There's people in my family that are transphobic. Like, but I still love my family, right? And I still know that there are that members of my family have good qualities. They have good qualities. And what's most important to get people to love other people is to love them. Fighting hate with hate will never get anything anywhere. If I were to say to someone who's homophobic, go fuck yourself, you homophobic prick. Yes, I told them what they deserve. However, they aren't ever gonna feel accepting. They're never going to learn how to be accepting. Like, do you understand that if you just write people off because they believe different things than you, they're never going to be exposed to why it's good to be around people that don't think like you, right?
No,
Like,
I see that.
So my step.
So let's just pause here really fast and reflect on this. So first, Katie is a lesbian as far as I know, and 22 and pretty young. I think that's what chat is saying. Vanilla Mace is frozen. Katie's frozen. They both reported to feeling very uncomfortable, right? Cutie is defensive, but they're also talking about the FaZe clan, which I am very critical of, and I still think is a bad group of people. They are the same group of people that allowed Saeed to get sexually assaulted. That's the FaZe clan, okay? That's FaZe. So I'm not happy. They also have a long time on the internet being racist, homophobic, and all the bad things. So why are we even playing nice? And this is understandable. Now, separate from that, okay? Separate from online communities. Pause. When Cutie says, my family is this, I'm not going to abandon them. Okay, that's all of us. It doesn't matter. This isn't, homophobia and transphobia isn't special to white people. Every community struggles with this, okay? Maybe not your direct family, but all of our communities are transphobic and homophobic. So we all know we can't just abandon our family. Now, I used to think it was such a privilege when white people would say, just stop talking to your parents. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't just stop talking to my parents. What kind of privilege is that? But then on the other side of it, they're saying what a privilege it is to be able to talk to your homophobic parents. It's both. Depends on the story. It depends on what you're doing. Okay. So then we have to think about this in the way that I would like to suggest to you through a paint example. Okay. So first, we're playing different roles in our family. Okay. You have your inner circle, okay, inner circle. And that is, inner circle I describe as people you will never think of as people you used to know. They will always be people who are direct main characters in your life. And even if you don't talk to them for 20 years, you could never see them at a market and think of them as a stranger. Versus, okay, literally, people in your past, those are people that you would see at the market and just be like, oh yeah, I used to know that person. Or like, yeah, dude, I knew you 20 years in high school. Like, relax. We don't know each other anymore. Okay. Then there are people that, this is the hard part. Okay. You meet through social dynamics. That's work. Oh, hold on. That's way off screen. My bad. Then there's people you meet through social dynamics. And these are people you meet through work, maybe friends of friends, social, like you have to see them, but maybe streamers, maybe other things. Okay. So those dynamics are going to be different. Maybe it's your boss. Maybe it's your employee. Maybe it's like something, at a local bar or something. You just know them, but it's not like you're not very close to them. Okay. And then in between these things, there's kind of old friends. So old friends from your past. Okay. Maybe you could think high school friends, maybe you still talk to on Facebook. And then there's sort of like your friends, but you have hold on, you can't see that, my bad. And then you have friends, okay? And then those are the people that are, you know them, you're friends with them. They're not really like, they're kind of new friends, but they don't have to be, but they're kind of like close to you, but they're not necessarily inner circle, but you make an effort for them, okay? So you have all of those things. All of these things play a role. We all have to decide what this means and which people get. So sometimes in my life, I can talk I can talk to my friends about things I can't tell to my inner circle, and yet my inner circle is closer to me than my friends. Sometimes I can go to my inner circle about things that no one else understands, right? Because we grew up together. Sometimes I rely on old friends from the past, right? Because I reach out to them and say, hey, I know I don't know you anymore, but can I ask you a question? And then sometimes I go to work friends because they don't really know me, and it's easier to get a more clear opinion. Kind of like going to a therapist. Somebody who doesn't know you but can give you insight, right? The power of talking to a stranger, okay? But what we do here is we confuse who's a friend and who's inner circle. So for me, as an example, I've had to end some friendships over the last couple of years that were not inner circle, So inner circle, I never end the friendship. I only put down strong boundaries, including I might not talk to you for 20 years. But over the last couple of years, I've had to end some friendships with people that I was like, hey, I really liked our time together. We're deviating politically, morally, ethically. You're a really great person in general, but I'm just not interested in investing in people that aren't already doing the work because I already have all of these other people I'm taking care of. I like you like I like most people, but also I don't like you enough to feel that much closer. And that's the thing that's very autistic of me, and I understand, but I think like that's the important thing here. So I understand that Cutie might have been confusing or saying, I'm going to give the same amount of effort, it's the same amount of dedication, the same amount of attempt to break a generational curse to everybody in my life versus some people. And I'm saying I'm not willing to do it for everybody, but I used to want to. I used to want to help every single person. I used to want to see every single hurt person. And who, guys, you were with me for this. You watched me do it in real time. Who was the last person that I was going to be new to my life, that I was considering helping, but I decided not to help anymore? The Debate Bro bubble. It was my last time. ABBA, Destiny, Sneeko, all those people, Papa Gut, all those people, Tomfoolery, all those people I was hanging out with for that little bit of time. The people that I thought were liberal, progressive, and just need a little bit more push. The people that I thought if they just hung out with a girl who was deconstructed and we talked about gender, they would get it. And not a day goes by where none of those men have learned anything. Because I check in, girl. I check in to see if any of those men have learned anything. Absolutely zero has happened. That's the difference. Is Cutie is still holding her breath saying, FaZe will learn. No, they will not. And you shouldn't have to be there to see if they do. But I can understand why you would want to hold out for your parents. I can understand why you would want to hold out for your siblings. I understand why you would want to hold out for your childhood friend you've known for 30 years, right? But to hold out for boys on the internet or casual friends, heck, to hold out for that man you call a boyfriend. Girl, dump him already. I saw a clip where she said she didn't want kids and he did, and they had to come to a compromise. Break up with your boyfriend. Break up with your boyfriend. Okay? Like, she's got to do that in her own life. And again, I'm not trying to be parasocial. I'm just trying to say, if you're progressive, you can't date Ludwig. Just on principle. He's not progressive. He's a capitalist. And he's happy to build bridges with any piece of shit on the internet as long as it makes him money. Right? Now, this is what I mean about Hassan as well. I tried to like Hassan. I really did, dude. Okay? I left the Destiny sphere and I was like, fuck this. I'm going to go to the Hassan sphere. Maybe he's better. He's not. And I have a video to show you to prove it. But until I do that, or before, no, actually, I'll do it now. Fuck it. I'll do it now. Okay. I'll do it now. Fuck it. Let's do it live. He put out this video addressing this situation with Cutie. Okay? Specifically about FaZe. So that's why I'm going to show it to you now. Okay? Look at this.
As major ops or major hurdles against like queer liberation, black liberation, charity and grace that we would offer people of people's background and some of the things that they say that come across as not so great, or especially in a moment of panic if they feel like the pressure is on and then they end up ballooning into a much larger issue. White man and rich, yeah. I mean, you already know I'm the enemy. Bro, you're blaming society for Cutie's words? Well, one, I don't even know what she said. Well, I know Cutie. I've said this before, but sometimes otherwise good people can come across very poorly. And I think the same level of charity and grace that we would offer people that we know personally, we often don't offer to people behind a camera. And the reality of the matter...
Because, and even though we can in our own lives, you're still just a streamer, bro. We do not owe people on the internet, like, good faith. We don't know these people. You can, but you don't owe these people good faith. You do not know them. Okay. And yes, guys, we're going to cover the rest of the stream. We're going to cover Cutie's apology. I'm just trying to show you guys the back and forth, okay?
The immediate pushback also causes...
Yeah, and he doesn't know what she said. So he's commenting on something he doesn't even know.
People who are not ready for any sort of pushback whatsoever and treat it as hostile will cause them to double down and make mistakes or come across really poorly. But ultimately, I usually try to look at everything that a person is doing, you know? It's objectively very difficult for me to look at Twitch streamers, or at least like Twitch streamers like Cutie Cinderella, or even Twitch streamers like the FaZe Clan boys as major ops or major hurdle.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this because I'm about to show you a video.
Or even Twitch streamers like the FaZe Clan boys as major ops or major hurdles against like queer liberation, black liberation.
This is politics speak. They're not crazy opposition against our goals.
And the overall liberation of all peoples, when there are much more important targets out there that get no scrutiny whatsoever because they're not in the ally adjacent territory. And it's also doubly silly when I consider my own position, which is someone who is someone whose ops are in the American government, you know, someone who's trying to do the right thing every day, combating this administration's fascist policies. It comes across as like very narrow in its focus. It's difficult to get people on board with stuff, especially when the easiest type of jokes that you can do is often targeting those who are vulnerable and marginalized. And a lot of people lean into that. So I perhaps give even more grace to those who don't always lean into that when they could easily do that with not only no repercussions whatsoever, but with promotion associated with it. There is a avenue for that sort of behavior. There's quite...
Okay. Hold on. Chet says Ludwig was friends with Hassan when it made him money. He literally so wrong for him saying when he dies, he wouldn't go to his funeral. Like what? Guys, why would he go to his funeral? I want you to deconstruct this idea that you have to go to people's funerals. They're not friends. This is what I'm saying. None of these people are friends. Nobody knows what a friend is. There are friends I wouldn't go to their funeral too. I don't know why we're acting like, yeah, there are some funerals I wouldn't go to, but also they're not friends, right? Ludwig is not a person that I coincide with values-wise, but I really resent, because this is how this community weaponizes association. You were friends with this person. We are not friends. Maybe I would go to a stranger's funeral before even some of my friends, because you don't understand the complex relationship between people. There are definitely strangers in the neighborhood. I would attend their funeral before some of my friends. And I need you to think about that. The same way I want you to think about this idea that Gen Z just doesn't want a village, but boomers did. Boomers invited rapists and molesters and racists to the table. We have got to deconstruct our idea around knowing people. We've got to deconstruct our relationship with village. We have got to deconstruct our relationship with community. We have got to stop looking at people and saying, like, you don't care about the community. Well, my community is a little fucked up, okay? Give me a second to figure it out. Now, Hassan said, FaZe is not ops. FaZe is not a big deal. Cutie said, I'm friends with FaZe Clan and they're racists, but, you know, I'm hoping that I will be a good influence on them. Here is a collage of new FaZe Clan's most racist moments. I'm just going to show you a couple of moments. Okay.
Hola, thank you for the sub.
Hold on now. You want some, Max?
It's watermelon. It's watermelon. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Is this how good the money is? That this is what we're tolerating? What are we doing here?
Tell them go back to the factory, produce more Nike merch. That's crazy.
Wow, the fields.
Bro, look. Lacey, look. It's a watermelon hydrating sheet mask.
Well.
What's that supposed to mean?
We made it to Japan. I'm excited. Konnichiwa. Oh. Ni hao. Oh, we started already. Arigato. Arigato. Oh, we started already. Ni hao phase adapt. Call black boy. What'd you just say? What'd you say? Yep, go.
No. He unclicked the black African American or whatever descent so black women wouldn't be picked. Okay, so do we understand? Okay, we gotta stop. Whatever this is, whatever the vibe is, we gotta stop. I'm tired. You're tired. We're all tired. So as we age into our future, can we please? So when Cutie says, yeah, I'm friends with these guys or I'm friends with these people, why? Like, it's one thing to be friends and you don't know, but then when you find out, okay, and then there is a difference between it being somebody who's very close to you and you're trying to break a generational curse, right? Like our problematic family members and a new friend. with peace and love, nobody who's not in her circle is safe. I will cut you out faster than Gordon Ramsay can chop up a fish. Okay, girl? And that's where I'm at. If you are not in her circle, meaning I will go to the ends of the earth to see you healed, I will cut you out so fucking fast. Because every time the audacity of give this person a chance is weaponized against people like me, oh my God, girl. You know what I'm saying? It's not happening. Okay, let's watch the stream now. Okay, back to the stream. Okay.
My stepbrother is trans, and my dad.
Yeah, chat says Fear and doesn't appeal to me because I see the clips of Hassan. Yeah, well, I'll just say this. I stopped watching Fear and a few weeks ago, officially, because Cutie was just pissing me off with her white woman feminism. I'm bored. Okay? It's so fucking not even interested in getting to know people. And Hassan has done a completely horrible job at integrating Black philosophy or Black voices into his stream. I'm sick of it and I'm bored of it, okay? When people started saying, Christian talked about this, how people started saying Hassan has done more for the Black community than any Black activist. Do you know what I'm saying? How fucked up is that? If I was Hassan, I would ban any person that said that. You need to ban all of those people. You need to make it clear to your audience, don't ever say that shit out loud ever again. Because it is so fucking not true. You know what I'm saying? You need to ban that shit. Period. All the way, always. No excuses. No exceptions, okay? This is what Christian said. If you're watching Christian on TikTok. Crazy. Okay, back to the stream.
Refuses to use the correct pronouns.
And does, yeah, right.
Okay, hold on, hon.
So my stepbrother is trans, and my dad refuses to use the correct pronouns.
And does, yeah, right.
And by the way, Christian is a Black TikToker who had criticized Hassan over his anti-Blackness and talked about the optics because he knows Hassan. And then people in his comment section were saying, Christian, Hassan has done more for the Black community than Black activists, blah, blah, blah. And then Christian was like, no. And then Hassan goes, I'm going to cover this on stream. So Hassan tries to use his relationships with Black people, in my opinion, to move away from the responsibility. Okay? And he did it with Cutie right here. Okay? Now, Cutie's talking about her transphobic father, and she has a trans sibling.
He doesn't understand that he doesn't understand why it's so important, right? And it drives me crazy, and it drives my stepbrother crazy, of course. But I've had to say to my dad, you know, it's not gonna hurt you. It's not gonna hurt you to say the correct pronouns, but it does hurt him when you say the wrong ones.
Right.
And you know what the difference is I'm able to have this conversation with my dad because I'm open-minded and we love each other. My stepbrother just says fuck off and won't talk to my dad. So there's no progress being made.
Oh, now we know why this pissed off the community. I didn't get this far in the video. So I have a gay brother and I'm a pansexual sister. Okay? And I tell him every day, you are not obligated to have a relationship with our homophobic parents. You are not obligated to ever talk to them again. I will do it for you. I will do it for future gay kids in this family. And he says, I can't believe you do this. I don't know how you do it. And I said, I do it because it's my calling. You shouldn't have to do it because it's bullshit. It is bullshit that my parents put any of my siblings in a position where they have to fight for their goddamn life to be seen. Okay? She is not more open-minded. She is just more privileged or savior complex or able to be, because if she was truly open-minded, she'd understand where her brother was coming from. Okay? Her brother is not obligated to advocate for his own humanity to his own father. Okay? Period. My little brother is not obligated to do this. And so I will do it because it's my calling, not because I'm the older sister, not because I'm a girl, but because this is my calling. I think my calling in life is to bridge gaps and understanding with people who genuinely want to bridge those gaps. Now, you guys also know I'm not currently talking to my parents, but here's how I did it with them, and this is how I recommend you do it if it works for your family. I told my parents I love you. I really want to talk to you, and my phone is always available for you to call. But you cannot talk to me until you are ready to have hard conversations about not protecting predators in the family and about your transphobia, homophobia, and all the other phobias. When you're ready, I'm so ready. I love you. But until then, we're not going to have this. We're not going to have a casual conversation where we pretend everything's normal. And they said, okay, well, this is where we are right now. I said, okay. And we said, I love you. And I said, I love you. And I said, I'll talk to you either soon or at your funeral. And they said, okay. And I said, okay. And that's how you do it, girls. You do not cut them off, but you make it clear. This is it, girl. I've been working on them for 30 years. And my parents, they have gotten more homophobic, transphobic. All of that emotional labor I did, all of the times I gave space to them, they got worse, not better. And that's because they kept getting radicalized by the MAGA movement, by their churches, by their patriarchal religions. And so I say to you, I don't have to cut my parents off because that's not my calling in life, but I certainly do not have to give them open access to me either. So for Cutie to say, I'm more open-minded, I'm making space for these people, girl, I also used to do this. It's not going to get you where you think it's going to get you. But I'm with you and I support you in trying to figure it out, but it's not going to end the way you think because it also didn't end the way I wanted it to either. I also believed this would work. It never worked. It never once worked. I've never had somebody in my family come to me and stop being homophobic or transphobic. Never. None of my little siblings, none of them, not yet. They are tolerant. My siblings are definitely like cool with the gay kids, with the gay people being around, but they're not supportive. They don't like it. They vote against our civil rights every day. So again, like, you can do what you can do, but you are allowed to cut off family. You are allowed to cut people out of your life. Okay. And I'm also allowed to do the right thing, even if nobody else is doing it. Right. So for people who ask me what's inner circle, for Brittany, this is just Brittany's definition. Inner circle is that group of people who came individually into your life that are so significant that they will always remain main characters in your life. They are part of your very special guild. Okay. They will always be. Most people come in and out of our lives and they don't stay. That's why most of these streamers are like, we're friends. They won't be friends in 5 years. Statistically, you won't be friends with most of the people in your life in 5 to 7 years. Friendships last a cycle, depending 2 to 5 to 7 years, like normal dating relationships. Friendships are like romantic relationships. Guys, the truly deep and significant ones, they're different. And they feel different. Okay? So again, inner circle for Brittany just means no matter how much time it's been since we've spoken, you will always be considered like family to me, chosen or not. Like you will always be considered so special to me, right? Everybody else, you're special, but I don't ever have to hear from you again. But that's not because I don't like you or love you. It's just that it's not the same. I will never not want to hear from one of my siblings. I will never not want to talk to my family. I will never not want to talk to my besties. Even when I'm angry with them, I can't explain to you how significant these people are to me, even if I never talked to them for 20 years. But other people in my life, I fully will get over us never talking again. It will feel like, oh yeah, I used to know that person. But I can never be like, oh, I used to know that person. She birthed me. My mother will never be a person I used to know. She'll always be my mother. But for some people, the people who birthed them become people they used to know. And that's okay too. And that's valid too. Okay? You are not obligated to be connected to your birth person. You're not obligated to have a connection to the person who birthed you. Okay? All right. Back to the stream.
Right? Mm-hmm. And so you can believe what you want. You guys can you can say that. You can say to me, no, you're supporting it. I'm not. I don't support that my father is transphobic at times. I don't support that. I'm not. I don't support it. Period. The end. But I still love my dad and I'll go to coffee with him tomorrow. But I don't support that. The world is not as black as white as everyone thinks. Like you guys, you can't fight hate with hate. It doesn't get you anywhere. It literally does not get you anywhere. Like,
okay. You're right. You can't fight hate with hate, which is why I say to you, I don't hate my parents. I did not cut them off. I don't hate them. I love them. I love them enough to put down boundaries for myself. I love them enough and my relationship with them to attempt one last plan to help them change. I love my parents so much. And I understand this because I used to be this girl. I used to be Cutie. I used to think this was the goal. This is not the goal. This is not the method. For me, it never worked. I don't think it works. I don't think going to lunch with your homophobic father helps. I think you should tell your father, hey, you want to go to lunch with me? Let's have a serious conversation. And until you're ready to fight your bigotry, we're not doing it. Going to lunch with your racist father Do you know what I'm saying, girls? Come on. It's time we actually sit our parents down and say, you're the fucking adult in the room. Start acting like it. I love you. Start acting like the goddamn adult. You want all the credit. You want to be the elder. You want to be the adult in the room. Let's talk about racism. Let's talk about homophobia. Let's talk about it. Because I am sick of these adults wanting all the responsibility and all of the credit of being the elders and doing none of the fucking work. Let's go. So I love you. Don't do it through hate. Do it through love. Love can be passionate. Love can be loud. Love can be aggressive. Love can be so many things, okay? But she is not better. She is not more open-minded. She's not actually loving anybody. She is just not ready to have that very serious conversation with herself or her father.
So important to like, as someone who's very open-minded, to be around closed-minded people and show them that it's okay to be open-minded is actually one of the most important things you can do, like as a human. It really is. But I get it. You guys can think what you think. I'm not going to change though. I'm not going to, I will never believe that if I'm kind to a hateful person, that means I agree with them. I will never believe that. No matter what you guys say, I won't believe it, because at the end of the day, if I'm around a racist person, I'm just not racist. I'm not. Me, I am not. They are, yes. But how am I supposed to help them ever? By cutting them off? No.
Okay, let's deconstruct that, yeah? Okay, let's listen to it again.
Help them ever. I'm not going to change though. But
okay, listen.
I get it. You guys can think what you think. I'm not going to change though. I'm not going to, I will never believe that if I'm kind to a hateful person, that means I agree with them.
I will never think if I'm kind to a hateful person, that means I agree with them. Yes, kindness, niceness though. Cutie is nice. She's not being kind. Kindness is seeing somebody. Niceness is placating people. You're not being kind to them, you're being nice. Okay? So kindness is feeding and clothing racist people. Niceness is pretending they aren't racist so nobody has to have an argument. Okay? I'm in my argument stage, so I'm going to have an argument. But you know what I'm saying? So, okay, fine. Here we go. Next part.
Never believe that. No matter what you guys say, I won't believe it, because at the end of the day, if I'm around a racist person, I'm just not racist. I'm not.
If I'm around a racist person, I'm not racist. So, okay. This needs to be deconstructed heavily, right? All of us are around racist people. All of us exist under white supremacy, and all of us have to deconstruct our racism. She was born Mormon, so she was raised to be racist. I was born Catholic and Assyrian, and my parents had an affinity and a love of whiteness, so I was raised racist. Whether or not we understand that, that's the truth of it. So we were raised racist. As an example, my mother would say, okay, this is a funny story. Sit your butts down. This is a crazy story. My mother's family owned a supermarket in Detroit. So after my parents immigrated to the US, my dad's family moved to Virginia. My mom's side moved to Michigan. Assyrians exist in San Diego and Michigan. That's where we live. My mom, her family had a grocery store in Detroit. This is how the family legacy goes. Do not ask me if it's true, because you know how aunties and uncles talk. Who knows what's real, okay? Who knows what's ever true? So my mother allegedly at this store would serve lots of black people. One of those was Rosa Parks. Who knows if it's true, okay? This is the legacy story. My mom was part of some of the first integrated schools between whites and blacks. My mom was considered white, okay. Then my mom would say things growing up like, I have pictures. I have really fucking cool vintage photos of my godfather with people in Detroit from this store. So 70s coded, very cool, okay? And she goes, your uncle loved black people. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, of course. Like, why not? And she would say in a way that was like very Republican coded, like the good black people, the church going black people. And I'm like, in Arabic, there is a word, hold your breath. There is a word that's very racist. It's bad. Okay. And when people say it in Arabic, I would hear people say it. I would hear my mom and dad say it. I would hear them say it. Okay. And I'd be like, what does that word mean? And it meant in translation to basically slave. So just process that I grew up in a culture in which Arabs, and my parents don't even consider themselves Arab, but like, because, you know, Assyrians always argue about whether or not they're Arab. Arab communities, you know this word, guys. You know your uncles and aunties are saying it. Anti-Blackness is everywhere. It's literally fucking everywhere. I know somebody in Hassan's family is saying it. Now, Turkish people don't consider themselves Arab, okay? But it basically translates to slave. And when I was a little kid, I remember distinctly a time my dad was saying it. And I said, what is this word? And he said it to me. I go, I don't think that's okay. And I was like a little kid. And I remember my sister being like, I don't think that's okay. I don't think you can say that. And we were the kids lecturing the elders. And these are the same elders that want us to respect them as if they're deconstructing. Why are kids lecturing you about your use of a word? I'm like, I don't think you would say that. That doesn't sound like the right word to say. That doesn't sound like the way I was raised. Here I am sitting and watching Penny Proud. I don't think Penny Proud would be proud of this, right? And that's the problem. How did my parents raise me in a house with the Jeffersons, with the Wayans brothers, with all of these Black creators, and then have the audacity to turn around and say this word? Now, would they ever say the N-word? No. Bitch? No. F-word? No. See how I just said bitch, but I gotta catch myself. B-word? No. F-word? No. All of these words? No. You were not allowed to say slurs in my household. But this one word in Arabic. So, okay. Now that you have that all locked in, okay? Chad says, don't a lot of Turkish people consider themselves white? We are from the Caucasus Mountains. Look, we're all West Asian, but we have white skin. Some of us have brown skin. Some of my family's very brown. Some of my family's very white, okay? There's a conversation to be had here. That's why we talk about Hassan and his privilege to whiteness, okay? Okay, now that we all understand this, pivot to another part of the story, okay? Years later, I dated a boy. I dated a man. You could call him a man, I guess. I don't know. I dated this guy, and his father is Native. And when this man, 50, 40 years ago, when he was young, was an addict in Detroit. And my mom used to tell me all these stories about addicts who would come to her store and steal from her. Okay? My mom was young during this time too. My mom was not she was an adult, but she wasn't like the adult in the room. Okay. And I dated this guy, and I talked to his dad, and his dad is Native, but white skin. He has white skin, but he's Native. Okay? He's like Native, carrying card Native. And we were talking about my family legacy, and he was like, I know that store. And I was like, you know that store? He goes, yeah, I know that store. And I was like, you know that store? He goes, I used to steal from that store when I was a junkie. And I was like, you used to steal from that store when you were in junkie? He's like, yeah. All my friends and I would go to steal from that store. I was like, well, you must be the Black people my mom was talking about, except he's not Black, he's white, except he's Native. He's not even Black, he's not even white, he's Native, but he has white skin. And then it became like a huge joke. I was like, oh my God, you used to steal from my parents. That's so funny to me, right? It's so interesting that people don't understand like how connected we all are and how all of it's so silly. Okay, then this same guy gave me a blessing. He cleansed me with sage, and I told my mom, and she goes, he probably cursed you with a demon. Oh my God, please let the priest splash you with holy water. I was like, okay, so when the Native gives me a blessing, the priest is going to splash me with holy water to get rid of it? Okay, got it. Got it. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay, we are a mess, but we are racistly a mess. It is very anti-Black culture. The way, like Chad said, why are we talking about anti-Blackness and not racism? Because anti-Blackness is very specific. It's specific. And it comes in all shapes and sizes and forms. And then on top of that, transphobia, homophobia, right? Which plays a role in all of this. Oh God, I'm sweating, bros. Okay, so I know what I grew up in. And I grew up in an immigrant household. Now imagine your cutie Cinderella growing up Mormon in Utah, and she has the audacity, the caucasity, if you will, of getting on this platform and saying, I'm not racist. I'm going to need you to stand up, cutie, and say you've done a racist at least. Can I please get 4 examples of the time you've done a racist? See, it's just like that white person in my life who said, I don't bias or prejudice. See, you can't be trusted now. exist in a life where you get to exist and be like, I've never done these things. You existed under white supremacy and patriarchy, and you never engaged in bad behavior. Now, that's not to say, well, since we all engage in bad behavior, what does it even matter? It matters because now it says even more so that we are all victims of the systems that raise us to be hateful. We should do something about it. Because I don't think, even though I think we're biological animals on a planet, that I think we can have a deeper relationship with our nature. This might be our nature, but our nature doesn't have to be this. This might be what we are right now, but it doesn't always have to be this way. Okay? Chet says, I believe them as much as I believe they don't poop. Exactly. And yet, yet North Korea and other leaders literally convince and make their people think they don't poop. Right? Yeah, Mormonism is inherently racist. Exactly. So for Cutie to sit here and be like, I'm not racist. Cutie, it would mean significantly more to everybody if white people could just admit, oh yeah, I've definitely done a racist. Just like Hassan has done a misogynist. Now, whether or not Cutie is racist or done a racist, whether or not Hassan is a misogynist or done a misogyny, this is a conversation we can be having. But it would be really nice if we all started just saying, bro, okay? I even did it recently. What was the recent racist that I did like 4 years ago? Probably like 4 years ago now. I was in the Destiny sphere and I was listening to a stream of his and I heard him throw around the N-word multiple times. He goes, soft A though. And black communities came out and said, hey, you don't know the difference between Kai and Speed. You're saying the N-word. We don't trust you, bro. You don't even follow black content creators. And then Destiny had the audacity to say, well, I don't even know who these people are. Are they even famous? And he was talking about like FD Signifier and Cat Black. The audacity of Destiny being like, I don't even know who they are. Are they even popular? Okay. So that's why when I sat there and I said, well, this is not my stream. This is not my friend. This is a guy I collab with on occasion. I don't care. This has nothing to do with me. And I even said, like, you're crazy, bro. I defended Cat Black so hard to Steven. And that was the problem. I had the thought to defend Cat Black, but not the willingness to just right there and then, no excuses, don't want to hear you out, block. I did that like 4 years ago, right? Almost 4 years ago, 2022. That's what I want for Cutie. I want Cutie just to say, you know what? Block. These are not your inner circle. These are not your family and friends. These are not people you're going to go to the ends of the earth trying to heal. These are not nieces and nephews you have to worry about. These are not grandma and grandpas. These are stupid boys on the internet. Block and move on. If I could liberate her, if I could give her any tool, block and move on. If I could go back to Brittany in the past and be like, block and move on. This man is about to send a harassment campaign against you. It's about to be the most stressful 2 years of your life. Block and move on. But we have to live and learn. And so I will give grace to Cutie to learn, but not enough grace to watch her learn. I do not need to watch her. I do not need to be here for her journey. I do not need to root for her, except philosophically, of course. But I don't need to be in her comments defending her to people. Cutie, figure it out. I'm unsubscribing. I'm unsubscribed from Fear and I'm ditching everybody in this sphere. Hassan, Cutie, all these people. I had already not been watching them anyways, but now I'm really not watching them. I mean, I was watching Fear and that's what I was watching. But now I'm like, I'm over it. I'm tired. I'm over it. I'll check in for work like I'm doing today. But as a viewer in my free time, I'm not going to turn on the pod. Okay? Just like with Ethan. Remember when we all eventually turned off Ethan? We're like, okay, Ethan, we tried. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. We don't have to watch every stream to wait for the moment when they would change. Right? Okay? We don't have to do it. So you can make your decisions about what you want to do in regards to this. Okay, back to the stream.
Me? I am not. They are, yes. But how am I supposed to help them ever? By cutting them off?
Okay, how am I supposed to help them ever? If it is family and friends, inner circle, you do not have to cut them off. But you should put down very large boundaries about your own values. Example, my brother is Catholic, and when he would come to my sister's house where she had nude art, or come to my house where I had nude art on the walls, he would say, can you take that down? It's against my religion. And we would take it down. But I stopped doing that because I realized when I went to his house, he didn't stop being homophobic. Even though we were all hanging out and it was fun, he didn't stop with his beliefs because they were Catholic and it trumped everything. So I said, okay, so it can't be reciprocal, right? Like, he's cool and I love him and I love all my siblings. He's cool to me because I'm his older sister. I'll give him a noogie. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're, you know, but I don't make friends like this. I'm not going to build a relationship with people that when they come to my house, I have to take art down my walls, right? But he would not have come over. That's how strict some of my family members are. Like, they're not even going to come over. My parents would not come over, but it's okay. I'm not taking down the art on my walls. So make a decision. Now, what's the difference between respecting people's religious beliefs and differences and respecting your own? If my friend is Muslim, I won't cook them pork. Okay? But I'm not taking down the nude art. Jess said, is nude art that offensive? Yes. Would we have apartment checks? We're nervous about the nude art. Yeah, some people are very anti-nude art. Yeah, it's very offensive in most of the world. It's not okay. Yeah. Especially in conservative circles, like, guys, bikini photos are not okay. Do you know what I mean? So it's one of these things where eventually you make these decisions and you're not cutting people off. You're just putting down a boundary. You're saying, I'm going to do this. You can do whatever you want, but I'm not taking down the art on my walls. Would you like to come over? Chaz says, isn't there nude art in the Catholic Church? Yeah, but the nude art, it looks different. The nude art in my house doesn't look like the kind they have in churches. It doesn't look like that. You know what I mean? It looks different. It looks like the nude art you'd have, like, I don't know, like mermaids or something. It looks different. It's the context for them. It has to look a particular way. It's bubbles. It's stupid. It all needs to be deconstructed. Yay, nudity. Okay, it all needs to be deconstructed. But okay, you don't have to cut people off to put down boundaries. Okay?
No. Like, I get it. You guys can think in black and white, but that's not how it works over here.
See the judgment. You guys can think in black and white, but we're not going to. She's actually thinking in, she doesn't know it yet. She's not thinking in black and white, but she's making a false compassion move. It's false compassion. She doesn't know it yet because I think in her head, she really thinks she's going to save people, because I used to think that. But I want her to take all of that energy she's spending on a person who will never change and give it to people that are already deconstructing on their own. Make space for the conservative who comes to you and says, hey, I've been reading up on trans people and I think I might have been wrong. I'm listening, girl. Tell me about it. What did you discover? Versus, and I know this from my own childhood trauma, making space and making effort and wasting all of our energy caring about people that don't even want you to say the word trans. My parents, grown ass people, say, don't talk about that, Betsy. It hurts my tummy. It hurts your tummy? It hurts my tummy. It hurts your tummy? I am looking at old people in my family say, it hurts my tummy. It hurts your tummy to talk about gay people? Yeah, we don't have to have coffee with these people. But we can say, when you're ready and when your tummy stops hurting, I'm available. So that's why I tell my parents, when your tummy stops hurting, we can talk about it. But until that happens, we're not doing this. I'm not doing this with you. Okay? And listen to me when I say this. My parents are probably going to die transphobes and homophobes. Okay? They're probably going to die homophobic. Okay? Like, it is what it is. So again, when they're ready to deconstruct, yes, their disgust response, exactly, chat. When they're done deconstructing their disgust response, we can have a conversation. Okay? And by the way, my parents are victims. P.S. And I know this. Here's the intersectionality of it all. I know my parents are victims. I know that. I know in their bubble, they were the rebels, that when they got married, their families were so upset because my mom was the first woman in the family to get a divorce. Feminism, baby. This thing that my mother hates so much, this feminist thing that my mother just doesn't get, is the reason she was the first woman in her family to be a legacy. First woman to get divorced from an abusive husband. Let's fucking go. My dad, then she married my dad. And when she married my dad, their families were so upset. I didn't meet my grandparents until they had 3 kids. 5 kids total. So I know that my parents left their families and created this whole bubble and were the rebels of their family. And I know they're neurodivergent and they did this whole thing. And that they made me, and I said, I don't like it here. I'm going to fuck off. Bye, bitch. And then I left their bubble. And they sit there and go, why can't you love the bubble I made? I don't like it here. It's a little homophobic for me. And I know that I am my mom in a different timeline. Without my mother, I couldn't have been me, and so I am grateful. But I am not going to bring a baby into this universe. I'm not going to be that auntie that stops that trajectory. Okay? I know that I have my father in a different timeline. I know that. I am literally my mother and father so clearly. It's amazing to me. I feel like I got all of their genetics perfectly 50-50 down the road. Like, boom. Okay? I know that. So I will do what they did with their family. I will make it so we don't talk because they won't deconstruct. I am following in my family's footsteps. They just don't even know it. Like, my parents don't even realize it, that I'm doing exactly what they did. And it's going to change the world in my family. You know? It's going to help. It's just not going to help the way I thought it would help, like Cutie. I thought Cutie's method was the only method. I found a different method, you know? Okay, back to the video.
Not how it works for me, but sorry for the
thing. I feel like it's no, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It's like, again, it's like one of those things where it's like, dang, like, it is like a fucking hard thing. Because again, like, there's definitely people in my family as well that like are fucking like pretty Trumpy and like in my extended family and shit. And I grew up around a lot of that too, where just hearing remarks and them saying things about just like, you know, people that were not fucking just white straight people. And me kind of being like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like quite literally what the fuck? And like, it's almost like a thing where it's like, again, and this is like not really like my direct family. So it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, I don't really see them like that anyway. So it's like, what the fuck am I going to do? Like blow up the dinner table right now? Like type shit. It's
exactly.
just like, it's like when I feel like when it comes to like real life, like obviously if it's somebody, if I found out that like somebody who is like a really fucking good friend of mine, whatever, like, I mean, that's also the thing too. I'm like, people that are really good friends of mine that I keep close to me, I already know where their head's at. Like, I feel like I already know where their head's at, like, when it comes to, like, people that... So I'm like, that's not really something I have to worry about anyway. But I feel like what kills me the most is
I will say, this is the hard part about... Let's go back to the paint. This is the hard part about the idea of inner circle. So, again, the people that are closest to me are not the people... okay, this is very autistic of me, and apparently autistic people, it's very common to create a chart of your relationships. The people that are closest to me are not woke. They are not progressive. Most of the people that are so close to me are MAGA and liberal. When I say close to me, I mean like inner circle family. Okay? Like, imagine being born into, I don't know, a mafia or something. You would say your dad is the closest to you. Now, the people who see and have known me my whole life see a part of me that no one else will ever be able to see ever. The people that I've made friends with, that I choose to surround myself with on a daily basis, those people are progressive. Does that make sense? Like, the people that are close to the consciousness that is Brittany, I was born into that in a big way. And or I chose them because of years of knowing each other and there's a specialness there. Okay. But the people that are my social, the people that I talk to every day, my husband, my partner, my friends that I hang out with on a regular basis, those people are very progressive. I don't allow any new friends into my life that aren't progressive minimally. And basically, like, if you're not progressive, like, I don't, you know, I might be casual friends with some liberals. I might have some people that are adjacent. I might have some bowling friends. I might have friends I talk philosophy with. But when I think of like a friend, like, I have some friends I talk to once a month. Like, I get on the phone, I'm like, hey, how are you? Those people are progressive, like deconstructed. We work every call to have deeper conversations about our deconstruction. And yet those people are technically not inner circle because they're technically not. And they're also not even the oldest friends I've ever had, though I've known some of them for a very long time, but they're very close to me. But it's hard to say like, oh, is this your like close family? You know, it's very difficult. Chat says, do you go bowling? Just kidding. Actually, fun fact, I love bowling. One of my goals is to but to go to the bowling alley in Croatia. I love bowling. That's why I always use it as an example. I was in a bowling league as a kid. I love bowling. It's so fun. It's so autistic too because I can do it alone. I don't need to do it with people. You know what I mean? So there's that, right? Chat, I'm just going to delete questions that end up like using people's names that I don't use anymore in chat for privacy reasons. I want to make sure that's like clear. Like if family or friends have been on my stream before and you guys remember their names or you remember who they are, like I don't talk about family and friends anymore. So I'm just going to delete names from the chat. Try not to use them if you can. Out of respect for those people, because ultimately like I had brought family and friends onto my stream in the past and they shouldn't have come to work with me in the first place, honestly. But yeah, don't use their names if you can, okay? Okay. My one way of trying to keep my job and my real life separate, okay? Let's see. Chat says, you're saying that the person born into a Mormon family is automatically racist, but I bet you wouldn't say a son of a jihadist parents is automatically violent. I think my brain just fried. What? Who are you? Why are you in my chat right now? Who is this person? What? Who is this person? Why would you even write? I'm blocking you. Why would you even write this in my chat? What? What is this? An episode of Bugs Bunny? What? Why would you think that was a good example? What do you even think a jihadist means? What does jihadist mean to his brain? Jihadism is a violent ideology exploiting traditional Islamic concepts. You wouldn't say a jihadi born. Are you saying born? Are you saying boys born into misogynistic bubbles that use boys as a means of committing violence? I wouldn't say is violent. Are you saying the way the West? I don't even know how to answer that question. I'm not even going to touch it. I don't even know how to answer that question. But it was bad faith, and you know it. Okay, I just said everyone born into the world is born under patriarchy. When that covered the jihadists, like don't even argue with me in my chat. See, this is why streamers end up like getting triggered by chat, because you're so obviously fucked up. You're obviously trying to disguise your like Islamophobia. Fuck off. Okay, back to the chat.
I feel like the people in chat will be getting so mad, and I'm like, y'all be acting like some of y'all family members, brothers, sister, like other people that you have, like fucking boyfriends, your boyfriend's friends, like will make like. This is what kills me, is that these same people will be in a room with their fucking like loser ass boyfriend, and then their boyfriend's brothers or fucking like friends or something will make a gay joke or something, and you'll sit there like this. You'll sit there like that, and then as soon as someone online isn't like literally like standing like.
Well, okay, so obviously the jokes we make in private can be an indicator of bigotry, or it could be an indication of a safe space. So again, when I'm with queer people in queer spaces and, you know, people are using slurs and people are talking, as long as the people using the words have deconstructed, because everything's a construct, there's a conversation, right? My brother and I, we are like, gay, that's so gay. Obviously, like, we're not saying it in a way to actually then follow it up with homophobia. So like, you know, obviously there is a reality, and this is true, because if God knows if our Alexas shared everything that we ever said in our houses, all of us would be canceled. Don't even play with me, bro. Okay. That's the point though, is like what you say in private should still be deconstructed. What you joke about in private should still be deconstructed. So if my brother makes a joke and I go, hey, that joke you just said, is it a real joke or is that a fake joke? Do you really think that about women? Or are you just making like a joke because it's an obvious, you know, that's the thing. Okay. That's the thing. It's like, wait a second, but you have to come from this from a progressive perspective. If you only come from it from a liberal perspective, you will tolerate bigotry. You need to deconstruct your liberalism. When I was a liberal, I was still very bigoted and prejudiced because I allowed bigotry around me because I thought it was a meme. I thought it was funny. Look, when you got a male friend who's always making misogynistic jokes, they're just a misogynist at some point, guys. Okay? That's the thing. You have got to be able to say, pause, before you continue making those jokes, you got to explain it to me. Because when I was making fatphobic jokes when I was younger, it was because I was fatphobic. I used to make crazy fatphobic jokes. Like, I would make the room laugh. We all thought we were so fucking funny. The fat people thought it was funny. Everybody thought it was so fucking funny. And now I wouldn't even make those fat jokes now. I'm like, I didn't even make those jokes because I grew up fatphobic. And people would laugh. Bro, I used to think I was so funny. But the truth is like, oh, damn, that was really hurtful. And I had to deconstruct that because I grew up in a very fatphobic. Listen to me right now. I want to tell, you know it, girl. Hey, a trigger warning for ED and stuff. I'm not, if this triggers you, okay. I was looking at myself in the mirror today and I started laughing because there is a part of my brain that thinks I'm fat right now. And I need you to know, I know for a fact I'm not fat right now. Okay. Okay. There is fat phobia was so rampant growing up that I have to retrain my brain all of the time to not think I'm fat because I grew up with West Asian parents that would call this fat. Okay? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying none of us are exempt. All of us are impacted by the way we're raised. Okay? By the way we were raised. And I'm saying Cutie cannot sit here. Thank you, chat. Says that Cora build. I wish. Goals. Okay. Cutie cannot sit here and be like, I am not racist. Girl, yeah, maybe you're not actually like activated racist, but you had to have done a racist in the last 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, something. You're kind of doing it right now on stream. You know what I mean? Like, I would love a safe space where we can all say, this is how I feel, especially when you're autistic and you're existing in the world. Like, we should be able to have these conversations about, you know, damn, was I trying to fit in XYZ? Like, sometimes I think back on my life and how I try to fit in with people. And I'm like, man, I did a misogyny like crazy. I was like, yeah, I really internalized, like, I really believed at some point that I was less than for being a woman. You know? So we have to deconstruct these things. Okay, back to the stream.
Like screaming at the roof of their fucking, like, and then everyone's like, oh God, they're the worst. They're the worst. They're the worst.
I also think a lot of people are misinterpreting a little bit about like what I'm saying too. I don't judge my stepbrother for not talking to my
Okay, good.
No, not at all.
cat. My stepbrother
his
is allowed
feelings
to
are
do
valid.
that.
Well, she does judge it based off of her language use. This is why we have to watch our language, because even though Cutie thinks she doesn't judge her brother, then why are you saying you guys are hateful, you're not open-minded? She can't describe an action she thinks is hateful and not open-minded and then describe her brother. So she might not think it, but she is, that's what she's saying. Which is why I have to reassure my brother all of the time, you are not bad for not talking to mom and dad. Because sometimes he feels guilty. And I have to remind him, this is not your obligation. You are not, because they guilt you. Okay? The other day, I'll tell you a little trick. The other day, my parents know I'm not talking to them right now. My sister messages me and goes, hey, Britt, mom and dad wanted you to see this video they made. And I go, who the fuck allowed this to happen? First, it got through to my parents that they could use my sister to contact me. Then my sister let them. So then I messaged my sister and I said, hey, just a reminder to not let mom and dad use you to get to they know my number, they can contact me. And she goes, oh, I'm so sorry, Britt, I totally forgot. And I believe my sister, she's a bit of a forgetful girly. And she was like, I forgot, I'm so sorry. Next time they try to do that, I'll really remind them that like if they want to contact you, they can. Because remember, I didn't block my parents. They can contact me directly. They know that. My parents know they can message me when they're ready to talk. So them going through my sister, tut. But see how this takes a community effort? The community has to rally behind me. So I told my siblings, I'm not talking to mom and dad unless they're ready to have a good conversation. So they can't use you to contact me because they know they can contact me. They will test boundaries just like children. Parents are like children with audacity. They will test boundaries. Okay? You don't have to do this. You don't have to take on this emotional labor. I am doing it because it's my calling. You don't have to do it. It's not your calling. I would never ask somebody to do what I'm doing. I am doing it because I think it's my calling. I said this to you the other day. I had to tell a friend something that was like kind of embarrassing and kind of like a big deal. And I called my friend up and I said, if I can't tell you, who's going to tell you? No one else has told you. I got to tell you. I love you so much. I got to tell you. Okay? Like that's my role in life. I was born to be the girl who has the most uncomfortable conversations and makes me want to vomit. Guys, it also gives me anxiety. I hope you know before I do something, I loop on it for at least 2 weeks and then I have to meditate on it. I literally pace my living room going, I'm going to have this conversation. I'm going to have to. It is so hard to be the person who has the hard conversations. And I get physically sick from moving through it. So I know why you're not doing it. I get sick doing it. It is physically a toll on my body to be this person. But God, if it's not me, it's going to be nobody. If it isn't me, it's literally going to be nobody. So I'll do it. But with boundaries. Okay? Liberation, but not the expense of my mental health. Mental health, not the expense of liberation. Okay? Liberation, but not at the expense of our mental health. Mental health, but never at the expense of liberation. You cannot protect your peace while you throw liberation under the bus. Liberation is about protecting your peace. So do not protect your peace into bullshit. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He is so allowed to be pissed at my dad, and clearly, like, my dad is very hurtful when he uses the wrong pronouns. It makes me sad, right? It makes me very, very sad, and that's totally fine. That's his boundary. However,
wait, what did she say? Hold on.
Right? It makes me very, very pissed at my dad, and clearly, like, my dad is very hurtful when he uses the wrong pronouns. It makes me sad, right? It makes me very, very sad, and that's totally fine. That's his.
I don't think I could tolerate it. At this point in my life, ain't no way you're about to misgender my sibling, bro. I'm about to come for you so hard, bro. I just couldn't even, the amount, I'd be so mad. I'd be so angry for my sibling, for my brother. Ain't no way you are misgendering my brother. Like, I would just, and by the way, this is why I ask on a first date, what do you think about trans kids? Because I'm going to need you to fight your family for our trans kids. I'm going to need you to fight grandma and grandpa. No grandma and grandpa is getting away with misgendering, mispronouncing, or saying, oh yeah, that's Susan, that's her friend. They've been living together for 15 years. None of that bullshit. None of that. That was a requirement of my dating requirements. What are you going to do when we have a trans kid? Because you're going to have to fight your parents. And that's the thing. Like, some people think you should protect your parents at all costs. So you should put your things aside for the elders. I grew up in that culture where, like, you don't bring it up to grandma and grandpa. You don't tell the elders. You protect them from that's why Everything Everywhere All at Once makes me cry every time. Because that was my family. Don't tell grandpa. Don't tell the elders. Keep it a secret. Oh, this is her friend. No. Chat says, but how do you stop yourself from getting emotional and shaking when doing confrontation? I wish I could stay calm through it. To be honest with you, trial and error. My partner jokes, I get more upset over a mean comment on the internet than my parents looking me right in the face and saying you're going to hell. And it's like, practice. It took me a long time, guys. I used to get so triggered by my parents. I would cry, I would scream, I would leave the house, I would slam doors, I would go driving really fast and try to kill myself on empty country roads. Like, my parents, my life, growing up in an anti-queer home, it was really hard. I did therapy, I did philosophy work. That's why I do philosophy work now, because if you're like me and you grew up the way that I did, I had to basically find out why I should stay alive. I spent 30 years of my life deciding if I should kill myself. So I got to my 30th year and I decided, okay, girl, we are healed enough. We're not going to kill ourselves, but now we have to find our purpose in existence. What is that purpose? And that's an ongoing, constant relationship with self. I feel like I'm on the right track. I feel really good. I did my tarot deck the other day and pulled the Empress. So I think I'm on track. You know what I mean? But I think it's okay to get upset. It's a very upsetting thing. You're allowed to get triggered at bigotry. You're allowed to be upset about homophobia. You're allowed to be upset over racism. You're allowed to be upset. It's very fucking upsetting. Okay, when I talked to my parents and I had this big conversation with them, I asked my partner to be there for me. And after, I cried in their arms. When I was relaying the conversation to my bestie, I cried on the little Marco Polo. It is really hard. We are allowed to cry and be at peace with our decisions. Okay, we are allowed to cry and be upset and still be at peace. I made exactly the right decision and I still am allowed to cry about it. But I used to cry a lot, and I told myself, we're not going to cry. We're going to lock in and be focused. Bigger picture. So then what I do is when I have these conversations, I try to go bigger picture. Okay, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for the kids. I'm doing it for my nieces and nephews Because remember, I got 5 of those little kids, and God knows one of them, they're going to be gay. They might even be trans. Okay. And not trans in the way that a lot of the trans people in my family are. I mean, like, they might be, because like every trans is a valid trans person, but a lot of the trans people in my family aren't, they're privileged. These kids might not be as privileged. Okay. And I got to wait for that opportunity to help the least privileged kiddo, right? Because the privileged people, there are privileged trans people in my family. There are privileged gay people in my family. These kiddos might not be in a situation where they're the most privileged trans person or gay person. So I got to pay attention to that because of my privilege, right? The greatest thing about being privileged is you can help a lot of people. The worst part about being privileged is you might convince yourself it's not your job to help a lot of people.
Is his boundary. However, I simply believe that I can coach people into love. And I know that's fucking insane of me to say.
I can coach people into love. You can't save him. He's got to save himself. You cannot coach people into love. You can only give them the tools to choose to do it. You can only give people the tools. That's all I do for a living. That's why I don't make prescriptions on my stream. If you're new to my stream, I don't make prescriptions, girlies. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but I'll give you the tools to do something else. But I cannot love homophobia out of a person. You can't love racism out of a person. You can't. But what you can do is always be loving, even when nobody is doing the right thing. Always be kind. Always do the right thing, even if nobody else is doing it. Do you know what I mean? Clothe everybody regardless of their political status. But that's not the same thing as actively inviting this person as a main character into your life without boundaries because you're trying to love them into goodness. Have you all gone to therapy? Go to therapy. Therapy will teach you boundaries. Go to DBT or CBT or do structured therapy. You do internal family systems. Do a structured therapy with a licensed medical professional, and they will teach you to have boundaries with people. Because girlies, like, this is what you learn in therapy. You know what I mean? She says, wait, is Brit spiritual? I'm a lot of things. I am a factually based, open to whatever's true, as long as it's true, girly, okay? Ramon, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. Welcome to all the members. But I believe in whatever's true. I do use spiritual tools to guide me, but I don't necessarily know if they're working. So who knows, girls? So yes, I have a tarot deck. I pull. I don't know much about it. My friend makes the art, or an artist makes the art. She's a coworker friend, but she's great. I don't mean to put something on her. I feel bad calling people friends because what if they don't feel the same way? An amazing artist did the work there. I'll say it that way. And I think fondly of her. And I bought her tarot deck and I use that tarot deck. Okay. But I don't know if it works. I just like it. I just like it, you know? I just like it.
But I do think I can get my dad to not be transphobic eventually. I believe that.
See, I believe I can get my dad not to be transphobic. Wrong. I don't believe I can make anyone not transphobic or racist. I only believe I can offer them tools, but it's still their responsibility and to utilize those tools. And unless they do, it will never work. Listen to me when I say this. This is a hard lesson to learn. If I could speed up this process for you guys, this would be my one universal wish. I wish that you would learn that this method will never work. It never does, and it never has. Even if you think it has, I will tell you it hasn't. I will prove to you it hasn't worked. It has to require, first and foremost, the person wanting to deconstruct, wanting to be introspective. Without their consent and participation, it will never work. They have to want to do it. Why? Tell me this. Why would I have people in my life that I struggle and tippy-toe having conversations with them? Because I know they're going to be defensive. Because I know they're not open to it. Why, when I go to my other friends, I'm like, hey, you pulled a racist, dude. Check yourself. They're like, fuck, my bad. When I say I married the most amazing human being for me, for Brittany, it's because they can come to me and say, like, I think you did a sexist on stream. And I'm like, fuck, did I really? And they're like, yeah, I think you did. I'm like, fuck. That is because they know this is a safe space to be like, I think you did a thing. And I'm like, fuck. And then we sit down and we talk about it and see what happened. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe I was wrong. But why do I have to tippy-toe going around people in my life and say, hey, I think you did a bad? Why is that hard for me to say to certain people? Because I know it's about to be a fight. So until that person gets to the point where it's not a goddamn fight every fucking time, do you know what I'm saying? Okay.
It's happened. Like, there are so many stories of people out there being like quite literally being like, oh, I quite literally was fucking racist, or I was homophobic, or I was X, Y.
Wait, I'm going to rewind this. But also Discord said, believing you can coach someone into love is the reason why people stay in abusive relationships. 100%. Exactly. This is Discord. You're so fucking smart, because that's exactly what I was going to say, but I didn't. You're so smart for saying it. Exactly. This is why people stay in abusive relationships. This is why I stayed in an abusive cycle with my parents. Because I kept trying to love them in a way that was never going to work. It was never going to work. So I needed to switch gears, and girls, it's working. It's working because it's coinciding with my joy. Boundaries. I'm open with boundaries. Boundaries.
Not be transphobic eventually. I believe
that. But that's the thing, and it's happened. Like, there are so many stories of people out there being like quite literally being like, oh, I quite literally was fucking racist, or I was homophobic, or I was XYZ, whatever, transphobic. And then they literally are like, and then I met someone who either was one of these or something like that. And then like you see these people, and then I feel like people like I'll see.
But, and this is the part I'll say, it's not that you met this person, it's that this person unlocked something and gave you a tool, but ultimately you had to do it. Okay? You have to be the one to make it work. You can't just do it. And now you're not going to just do it because people tell you either. You have to be also ready to have it click. Like light bulb moment. I finally got what you were saying. Oh, I didn't get it, but now I finally get it. Boom. Right? This happened with me on my vegan journey. I'm not vegan yet, but I'm on a journey. I'm plant-based since February, March of last year. I'm doing pretty good. And I fully convinced myself these plant-based nuggets I'm eating are chicken. So I'm doing really good. But it took me a while until I talked to a vegan for it to click in my head like, oh, I get what you're saying. Okay, hold on, I get it, but I'm not there yet. Okay? I get it, but I don't get it. I get it in my head, I don't get it in my body yet. I'm not having like, okay, so that's what I want for people to understand too. I just can't tell you these things and you're gonna get it. Hey guys, don't be racist. Oh, bro, I get it. You know, hey bro, don't be homophobic. You know, we can't just say it. We have to get people to a point where they, you know what I mean? We have to get people to the point where they really believe it. And so it shows up in their life. So again, going back to Mark Anthony, the guy we covered at the beginning of stream, he said he respects women, but then he used misogyny to clap back. He says he respects women, but he threw a slur at them. He says he respects women. It's like, yeah, I bet logically you think that, but it's not embodied enough because it shows up in the way you talk, right? So we all have to think about that. How am I showing up? And is it true? And do I check myself? And then what does that look like? Because you know there are bad faith people on the internet. You know there are evil people in the world who don't think like you. Or evil meaning philosophically. Or there are people who are different from you who are never going to give you any kind of credit no matter how much you're trying. Yeah, those people aren't the people. So this is a safe space, a real safe space to really get better. But it's going to be hard, guys. It's going to be difficult. It's really hard to be a good person. Okay? It's really hard to be a good person. If it was so easy, the world wouldn't look the way that it looks. And at the same time, look how good the world is. I say that with a little bit of a facial expression. Because it could be, you know, worse, I guess. It is getting better, but it's just like, it's pretty bad. And the world is a reflection of us as a whole, you know?
Videos of shit like that, and people be like, wow, people can change, that's so amazing. And then it's like, but it took other people around them to make that change. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
cutting people off, like, fighting people is like, it just separates people more. Like if you say, you're so stupid, why do you believe in that? Compared to saying, huh, why do you believe in that? And genuinely having a conversation about it. Like, I understand
quite literally why. Like, let's talk
that's
about
hard.
it.
I really.
Yeah, as if I haven't done this my whole life. I don't do this with my chat. Ask them, hey, why do you think like this? And then this is what will happen. Hold on. Did I have it saved for you? God, this is going to be a long fucking stream. Hold on. It's okay. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it. I want to show you who Cutie Cinderella sounds like right now. Who she's trying to win over, okay? We're going to go back in history really fast.
But let's say that
consciously offended anyone.
Okay, this is the Dick Cavett show. This is a very old show, okay? This is the 70s. This is with Jim Brown, who was an NFL player who became an activist, also married a very young person who was misogynistic, but that's another conversation to be had. What's important now is this conversation between him and this Georgian politician who's a segregist, Lester, okay? Just listen to this conversation and understand that this is who Cutie Cinderella is holding her breath for. And how even though Jim Brown is correct, we also need to hold him accountable for the way he targeted young women. Okay?
That we have various ethnic groups in this country that have attained a certain kind of equality. Black people are more or less, along with the Indians, on the last rung of the ladder. Can I finish, Governor?
We obviously say Native American now, but okay.
Can I finish? Okay, do you mind? Now, what I'm really saying is that I feel that the way to bring about equality of black people in this system is
What
through
about
economic...
equality of white people? Now, I won't interrupt you every time you keep calling black people.
Well,
What about equality of all people?
If you interrupt me, Governor, I can't talk to you.
Now listen and tell me this isn't the same talking point we've been having for a million years. We need to bring equality for black people. What about white people? Why would you only talk about the liberation of black people? What about white people? How many times have we heard that in the last fucking 2 months? It never ends. These are the people Cutie's trying to love out of racism. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. You cannot love these people out of racism until they want to stop being racist.
You're just going to talk about black people, don't include all people. I try to include all people.
I try to include all people. How about white people? Is all people white people? Hello?
Finished it in the black. Why don't you tell these people that in Atlanta, Georgia, where you keep talking about the South, that the percentage-wise, more black people are professional business people, industrial leaders,
Governor,
more of them in our state house elected officials than any other state in the country.
Can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt
Be
you?
all right, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. See, I'm not really here to fight with you. I'm only trying to have a discussion with you.
I'm not going to fight with you either.
And I'm
but
trying to use the technique.
There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of people out there watching you, and I want you to be fair about all people, not just black people. We got a lot of people in this country.
I can understand that, but you do know I have a reputation, right? And I saw
I don't
you.
know about it.
I saw
Tell
you.
me what your reputation
I
is
saw
now.
you bring that state trooper back there, you know, behind the curtain. I know you brought him back there for a reason. But, that's not my purpose tonight.
Here you go trying.
That is not my purpose
Well, you let me
tonight.
tell you this.
Would you like to join this conversation?
No, I'm going to say this now.
Would you like to join this conversation?
I would let. Why is it coming apart?
Let me say this, Mr.
Would you let Dick talk a little
No, I've
longer?
got to say this. No, I'm going to let him talk
See,
right now.
before I
Mr.
got on
Cut
this
me off.
boat, before I got on
Because
this
I got
program,
a
you
state
wouldn't
trooper
talk,
like
would you?
all the other governors in the country carry one, and they require it in the state governments that the governors have security personnel.
You didn't get them because
so
you
I
knew I
carry
was
one
here,
of
right?
them. I didn't even know you would be here. It was a surprise when I came here tonight and found you would be here.
Wait.
I've never traveled anywhere in the United States since I've been governor. No other governors travel without one security personnel. Some of them have 3 and 4. I carry one man as an aide, not as security.
Governor Mattis, could
Are
I...
you afraid because I came up here with an aide?
I've forgotten what my voice sounds like. I would like to say... Governor, I don't want you to create the impression that you were trapped in any sense. That I mean, it's been known for some days that Mr. Brown is going to be here. We didn't actually trap you, did we, into coming in?
Well, I want you to know that I didn't know he was going to be here, but it wouldn't make no difference because you invited me and I accepted the invitation.
Yes.
But he said something about I know his reputation. I don't know Jim Brown. Who is Jim Brown?
Well, let me introduce you.
Okay, then let me show
There's
you.
no need to apologize,
So this is the aftermath. Look at this.
because it was an accident.
Well, tell him that you've made a mistake then.
I would say that I phrased the question in a way that was not exactly accurate in the sense that he did say bigots. Have any white bigots been upset because you have done certain things
But
for
you
the
came
blacks?
back and said my admirers, and you haven't apologized yet, and you got 15 seconds.
All right, now let me use those 15 seconds. I apologize for suggesting that a bigot would be the way of characterizing all of your admirers.
No, good night.
Wait a minute. There's more time.
Good night, sir.
Okay, so basically, he called them deplorables, and he was like, how dare you insinuate that my followers would be bigots? Does this not sound like our current day politics? That's why, can I just say to my white audience, this is why black people are tired. They're tired. I'm tired. And I'm not even black. They're tired. It's the same bullshit, the same script, the same excuses, the same. I'm going to hit my head against the wall. It's the same thing. The same literal, this could have happened in 2025 and I would have believed it. Okay? I would have believed it. And that's why we have to say something. Now, of course, I do love to hold men accountable. So just a reminder that Jim Brown is still a man.
18-year-old Jim Brown was engaged to an 18-year-old. And I'll tell you about it because I'll tell you what. As his marriage to his first wife, Sue, was ending, Jim Brown told Ebony magazine, quote, "I need a woman who is educated and charming and able to hold her own anywhere. She has to be the kind of woman who isn't happy with the way she was 10 years ago. She has to be the kind of woman who's constantly seeking to improve herself and in improving herself in a way that's an asset to her man." Jim Brown was seen as a stallion of a man. As a running back for the Cleveland Browns, he excelled consistently. His retirement was a surprise to many, but opened the door to continuing a very successful acting career. His first marriage occurred during this time with the Browns, and as he entered into acting, which likely led him to say that about the evolution of his partner. So if Sue was no longer his type of woman, what would his type consist of? Well, simply put, Jim said he preferred women that were, quote, petite, delicate, no excess, thin legs, nice butt. He would also say, quote, "When I eat a peach, I don't want it overripe. I want that peach when it's peaking." And he also said something that would have caused quite the pause if it were stated today, which was, quote, "I tell all of them, though, nature's got a plan. There's a pretty girl turning 16 years old every day." So understanding that would make sense when I tell you that he found those qualities in a college freshman named Diane Stanley. Their engagement was...
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Everyone's tired. I'm tired. You're tired. Everybody's tired. Okay, do we get it? Do we understand? Here, actually, I'll link her video in chat specifically because that was a really good history. It's a pretty long video, but I watched it on my own privately. It's pretty good. I'll link it in the chat. You guys can check it out. Okay, because we're not even close to done, girl. This day's going to get longer and longer. Okay, just another example of who Cutie Cinderella wants to love out of bigotry. And just a reminder of why it doesn't work. Okay, you ready?
Let y'all know I'm not with Donald Trump no more. I don't support him.
UFC fighter suggests Trump is the biblical antichrist. Withdraw support.
I don't like him. I think he's a corrupted leader. And yeah, it took me a while to come to that conclusion, but I finally am coming to it. I do not like the guy at all. The first thing for me was he didn't release the Epstein files. They're even acting like they didn't exist. And then, of course, they're sending Israel and Ukraine all of our tax dollars, just like the numbnuts before them did.
Oh, by the way, you know the reason you should finish that video? Shoot, maybe we should have finished it. Not only did this woman go on to go to college, but he cheated on people multiple times. He had a crazy reputation for infidelity, but also he wanted her to quit school. So you should finish that video because it's actually kind of interesting.
And now he's blaming the beef farmers for the price of...
Is this the guy that praised Hitler? I knew this white boy's face. Is this the same guy that said Hitler was cool? Because listen to this man. Listen to this man.
Beef. Hey, I'm not biased, man. He talked a good game. He tricked me. I was fooled. I admit it. Okay, now let me tell you how bad I think this is, though.
Listen.
Really this bad.
So listen to his reason for not trusting Trump. So the Epstein files, that was pretty good. Listen to this one.
Guys, I want y'all, if you're a Christian, I want you to get into Revelation 13:3, and I want you to read that verse. Yeah, about the Antichrist, about the one who was fatally wounded in the head. Then he was miraculously healed, and the whole world marveled at him and said no man can make war with him. Yeah, I do think that Donald Trump is that beast of Revelation 13:3.
So he's not anti-Trump because he's a racist, a homophobe, a rapist, any of those things. He's anti-Donald Trump because he's the Antichrist. This is who Cutie Cinderella's like. If we just love them, man, guys, if we just love them, bro, I'm telling you, bro, if we just love them. Look, I'm not mad at Cutie for believing she can save him, but girl, don't make me roll my eyes so hard, okay? This is so, this is why she still loves Taylor Swift. You know what I'm saying?
I really understand. I understand that it's hard and it's not for everybody. I really understand, but you can't hold everyone to your same moral high ground and just assume that because I am not doing what you would do. My stepbrother does not think I am transphobic because I talk to my dad. My stepbrother doesn't think that. So why do people on the internet think that? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like if I talk to so-and-so who's transphobic, all of a sudden on the internet, I am transphobic. Even if I would to say, oh, I've watched that streamer before. You watch a transphobic streamer, you freak. You're transphobic. I'm not.
Yeah.
You guys, you simply cannot tell me what I am. You can't. And you haven't watched me long enough if you think you can, because like I know what I am, and I'm also very open to opinions, but I'm not open to bullying of any kind. Even if that's high roading, I'm not open to that. It's not helpful. Like it's never been helpful.
Yeah.
It's like telling someone they suck because they're racist, and these are on so different terms. Like racist people telling someone they suck because of skin color is obviously worse, but like all we're doing is telling people they suck. Why are we like, come on, gotta figure this out.
And that's the thing too, it literally like I'm the first person to like be like, what the fuck? Like, so to like sit back and like think about it from that different perspective, like quite literally is making me think too, because I am like the first person I feel like to get like, what the fuck? And like just get up in arms over some shit. And like, granted, if anything, that would just make that person like fucking hate people like me.
Okay, hear me out, Cutie. This is what I would say to Cutie if I knew her. I'd say, okay, you don't have to tell anybody they suck. I agree with you there. Okay, don't tell anybody they suck. Pause. Stop there though. It doesn't mean you then have to friend them, socialize with them, talk about this on stream like this. You know what I'm saying? Just don't, do what you're going to do no matter what the world is going to do. But also, what role are you playing? Okay, let's go back to my list, girls. Okay. So in this moment, is Cutie playing a therapist, a friend, a parent, an older sibling, an elder, auntie, or uncle? Or is she playing a teacher, role model, mentor? What role is Cutie attempting to play in these people's lives? I'm going to go with savior, which is always bad. This is why I think we need to deconstruct hero complexes, because patriarchy created the myth of the hero to make mediocre men feel good about themselves. And in this case, women. Enabler. Yes, chat. Love that. Also, she's an enabler. We enable people's bad behavior by going to coffee with them and pretending like it's not that big of a deal. It is certainly that big of a deal. If my parents wouldn't have dinner with me, if my partner presents female, let's say if my partner presents a femme or a woman or something, whatever word, if my partner presented that way, my parents would meet up and have dinner with them. Then why am I meeting up with them? To pretend like they don't have that thought. Why am I, out of love, this is not out of hate, we're not doing this out of hate, we're doing it out of love. Why are we, if we want love and compassion to be the forefront of our action, why are we then doing it? Now, and I tell my parents this all the time, I'll be at your funeral. I will love you through hard times. I will take care of you in different ways, but not in all ways. I'm not obligated to take care of you in many ways, but I will find a way for you. My parents will never go to a senior citizen home. We will make sure they end up in loving care that makes sense for them. Okay. This is a bubble cultural thing. Not to say that you can't put your parents in a senior citizen home, but like in my bubble, we just don't do those things. And if we do those things, it's because like we're desperate and we've neglected our elders, in my opinion. I have a whole theory about this. No judgment to anybody else. Sometimes you can't afford to, sometimes it's necessary, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I didn't mean to blah, blah, blah. I feel like I'm over explaining because I'm worried about who's listening. The point is, my parents will be taken care of if they get sick. Okay, we will take care of them. But there will be boundaries. And the boundaries have got to be put in place. Because even if you have Alzheimer's, that doesn't give you the right to abuse people. Okay, but I will take care of you. I will find a way. Because that's what you do for Inner Circle. It is not what you do for everybody else. Though you could if you wanted to. Okay? You get to decide what role you're going to play in everyone's life. You individually not because society tells you, not because your family burdens you, that you get to go home today and say, what role am I going to play? So Cutie can decide what role she's going to play. But also my suggestion to a Cutie is like, this role isn't going to serve your joy. You don't seem joyful right now. You seem defensive, upset. You seem like you're making your friends feel very uncomfortable right now. You're putting everybody on edge. This, wait until you see the apology. Guys, it's bad. I watched a part of the apology on my own and I was like, oh, Lord, it's bad. Okay, so we're going to watch that next. You know what I mean? But we have to talk about it. Chess says, do you think losing her mom may affect why she's doing the emotional labor for her dad? Pause. Did not know Cutie Cinderella lost her mom. I don't know why I didn't. No, I did know that, right? She makes a joke about her dead mom. Wait, is that a joke? No, am I wrong? Am I thinking about somebody else? Is that Cutie? Isn't Cutie the one who jokes about it? I used to watch Fear Ann, but I didn't watch it enough to know too much about anybody like that. So if she talks about it, I don't know. Is that Cutie? I don't know. Of course, right? She does joke about it, right? Okay, I thought so, but I wasn't sure. I was like, wait, is that cute? Okay, so, yeah, obviously this all plays a role in it, right? Of course, she probably really, also, guys, hear me out when I say this. I really love my parents and I really like them. I don't have the kind of parents that I don't also like. It's really weird. I love my parents. I have laughed my hardest, cried my hardest with these people, right? Like, I don't have the kind of parents, like, you know that conservative guy that shows his parents and they talk to him? My parents are not like that. My parents are West Asian. They will feed you, love you, dance with you. They literally have you over and they swarm you with love. My parents are warm. My parents are so lovable, okay? Like, I have very enjoyable parents. That's why it's hard to put down a boundary with them. Because you think I don't miss talking to my mom and dad? Listen to me when I say I love talking to my mom about YouTube drama. When I was going through my whole thing being harassed by Destiny's community, I called my mother and I talked to her about it. You think I don't miss doing that? You think I don't want to call my mom right now and tell her about Cutie Cinderella and Hassan? You think I don't want to call them and be like, okay, so there's this guy named Hassan and there's this girl named Cutie. You think I don't want to do that? Of course I want to do that. And my mom would sit there and eat it up because she knows who Jordan Peterson is. She knows who Ben Shapiro is. She's in the know. She knows who Elon is. She knows. She knows. You think I don't want to sit here and talk to her about YouTube drama? Of course I do. But I'm trying to break a generational curse over here. I'm trying to put an end to suffering so the kids have a chance. Okay? Because B.O.B. said the kids don't have a chance, but they just might if we're lucky. So yeah, of course, I can understand why Cutie might love her dad and want to be there with him. At 36, though, that's me, I'm 36. I just realized I loved my parents so much that I would really try this time. Even though it hurt, it would be worth it. And so far, I think it's been worth it. I've never loved somebody so much. I've never loved my family, anybody the way I love my inner circle. I love them all so much that if I could just die seeing them liberated in some way, it would be worth it. And it's okay if I die not seeing them liberated, but it was still going to be worth it. It was going to be worth trying. Okay? That's it. I think how we liberate our families is so subjective to those families. But I think if you're doing the right thing, it will feel less like needing to get defensive. I would love to see Cutie not get defensive over it. Yeah.
More. You know what I mean?
Well, and I'm so
because
lucky
it's like they almost like look for that sometimes.
I have the privilege. I have the privilege. I need to use it, right? I'm a straight white woman. It'd be fucking insane if I didn't use the privilege that I have to help.
A lot of Black women have been speaking about this, that as white people, you cannot just abandon your racist parents because then who has to deal with them? Us, them. And so Cutie's right in the sense that out of all the people who should be putting up with her father, it's her. And yet I would say that she is not obligated to deal with him either. But I would say that it's okay if you're using your privilege, but then why you shouldn't be, it doesn't need you to be defensive. It feels, you know what I'm saying? It feels a little bit like she's not doing, because she's using her privilege, but it's still coming at the expense of the community she's talking about. And that's why people are uncomfortable. Listen, not to compare us, but I think I'm doing a fairly good job at being the more evolved version of what she's trying to do. I think, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm tooting my own horn. But I think because I've been cutie, I'm saying let's go to the next step. And I think I'm doing it better. So that's what I want for cutie. If this is your goal, let's do it better. But I was cutie at some point. And I realized it was hurting my communities. It was really hurting people. So I was like, okay, I must be doing something wrong. If I'm doing the right thing, I shouldn't be hurting this many communities. And right now, she's just hurting too many people for it to be the right thing.
People navigate their bigotry.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Like, that is this. Yes, you don't have to do that if you are someone that's being viscerally attacked, right? But me, who I am and where I stand, I do feel responsible to try to help people. That's what I feel like I do. That's my privilege. I don't know.
You know what?
Oh.
That's our yap for the day. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm like, well.
Guys, way to go. That was good for me, guys. Sorry, I was just sitting
Katie,
back.
what do you think?
Bro,
Katie just sitting back. Sorry, Katie.
No, you guys are good. Like, I didn't want to cut anybody off. Like, you guys had a lot of good things to say. I was just sitting here, like, literally reading, like, the thoughts and opinions of my chat. You guys.
I mean, there's someone in the chat right now even just saying, like, first step to being a Karen, like, that, you know, stupid stuff like that. And it's like, okay.
Actually, great point to the chat says her privilege is allowing them to feel comfortable doing that in front of her. Yes, actually. So, exactly. Like it's, her privilege is being able to hear racism or transphobia or something and not feel impacted by it. But now imagine if that marginalized person was in the room with you. Now imagine your brother is hearing that. Or imagine you have a black friend and they're hearing that. Or imagine you have a whatever friend, you know, imagine the marginalized community and now they're in the room. Your privilege is being able to be in the room and not be directly impacted and not to feel it. So that's how I would like her to reframe it too. Now imagine your friend is sitting next to you and they're hearing this. Now imagine that like this is happening and like how would you feel? You know what I mean? That's how I would ask her to consider it and then say, what would you do different? Because that's what it took for me, honestly. Again, this goes back to imagine it was my kid. Imagine I had a trans kid. Imagine I had a partner. That's why I say when I get married, I love my family, but when you marry the right person, and I mean this, girls, you got to hear me say this. I'm not talking about when you settle. When you marry the right person, you have to prioritize them over your family. So when you're married to the wrong person, it will show because you know, you will almost pick your bigoted family over your partner. I've seen it happen 1,000 times. I see trans people in relationships with cis people all the time. And cis people are obviously choosing their family over their trans partner. And I'm like, yeah, you're either transphobic or this isn't your person. But your value should reflect it. Okay. I hate seeing that. I hate seeing that so much. I hate it, bro. You know, I hate seeing marginalized people with people. That's why I say if you're dating somebody who's XYZ, you're XYZ. You need to dump them or you better wish for reform. That's why I don't really understand these women. They're like, I was dating this guy and he had MAGA. Who was he when he started dating you? Because how could he be embodied progressive and then go MAGA? That means he was never progressive. The title isn't enough. It has to be embodied. The title isn't enough. It has to be embodied. I need to see an embodied, like this is what I believe. There is no going back. That's why I say my partner and I have a pact. If he showed up tomorrow and was like, hey, I like Trump, I'd be like, we're going to the doctor. If I wake up tomorrow and say like, I'm Catholic again, we're going to the doctor. This isn't a joke. We're going to the fucking doctor. This isn't a joke. I didn't just come to this consensus. We're going to the doctor. Something's wrong with you. This isn't funny. This isn't a matter of an opinion. This is a fucking sign that something went terribly wrong. Did you have a stroke overnight? Some people think like, oh yeah, my boyfriend's been watching Red Pillars and he got convinced. Then your boyfriend was never fucking progressive, which means you were probably dating a liberal or a centrist. Because liberals and centrists are the most susceptible. Liberals are the most susceptible to right-wing propaganda because they think they're woke. They think they figured it out. They do. I know, because I was a liberal and I would feel myself doing this. And I'd be like, I'm so confused. And then finally I popped into progressivism and I looked at liberals and I was like, never again. And that's cutie right now. I'm sorry, girl. You are too liberal. You know? And that's why I look at Hassan funny. Everybody around Hassan is way too fucking liberal. You notice that? This man is surrounded by liberals. That's why I doubt how progressive he really is. But in embodied philosophical sense, right? Not to mention, you know, the way he does not incorporate Black philosophy ever into his work ever, but whatever.
Okay, guys, it's just not helpful.
But to be fair, I'm a philosophy junkie, so that maybe isn't fair, but I think it's kind of fair.
For anybody. It's never helpful.
Yeah.
Like, this is not helpful. Okay, but you talk to them, and they're horrible. Did you not hear anything I said?
Late night talks.
I'm trans and it really does rub me the wrong way though, especially with streamers who clearly aren't willing to stop jokes. Yeah, I think jokes suck. I've never said I like jokes. That's the funny thing. I've never said that I like these jokes. I've never said that. That's never come out of my mouth. Like, it's just so silly. So silly.
Gauge your game start.
And by the way, so like in the past, I would review a stream like this and somebody would be like, Brittany, message cutie. That's usually, they don't do this anymore. I think my audience knows not to tell me to do this because I'm not going to do it. But in the past, they'd be like, message cutie. But I learned you can't help the cutie Cinderellas. Cutie Cinderella to me is her father. Yep.
Yeah, is your game still downloading? Because you're still 1 pixel.
I don't know why I'm still 1 pixel. Like, that's what everyone's saying too. But, it's downloaded and I'm in.
Sorry, was that too hot? Was I being too,
It's a little warm. We definitely got a little warm there.
Sorry. I just feel like you gotta build a bridge. That's what I think. I think someone like me. I'm not saying you guys.
No, I'm
listening
and I'm here.
To build a bridge. It might not be safe for people in chat to build a bridge. But like, I'm just trying to get people to be more open-minded. That's what I would like to do.
That's all you're trying to do. Simply.
I would like people not to be racist. I would like people not to.
She just needs to say this, but actually understand it. It's like, I'm trying to give another good example. Like, you know, she's doing the thing, like, she's saying the words, but she's not, like, you know how we're both saying kind of similar words, but they're different meanings? We're not talking about the same thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, chat's like, her own chat is telling her it impacts them negatively, and she's basically saying, I don't know. So, okay. You don't have to toot my own horn, but I think we did pretty good today, right? Because when I came into chat and I saw that the Black community members were upset, I sat there and I meditated this weekend and I was like, I cannot be Cutie or Hassan. And if I don't do this right, then I haven't changed or done anything better in my life. So I do need some social validation a little bit that I did okay at least. You don't have to give me full gold stars, but like, did I do okay? Did you feel comforted? Did I help? Or did I make it worse? Because you have to check me. Because I don't know, you know, I don't always know, but like this is the thing is like if a majority of my community or if a majority of the minority in my community were mad, then I did something wrong. And so I have to fix it. So I wish Cutie would see, but again, I will always be getting better. Okay, so I will, if I fuck up again, I will hopefully fuck up in a better way and I will get better. Okay, but this isn't the end of my deconstruction. This isn't the end of my growing. Okay, this isn't the end of my, this isn't the end of any of our journeys. What do I say about Hassan and everybody else? If you do not keep deconstructing, okay, you will fall short. You will get conservative. Okay, so you guys are good. If anyone has any more issues or anything, we can talk about them for sure, obviously, in any stream coming up ever. But if 1 or 2 people are upset, I'm okay with that. But if like 10 people are upset, then I feel like I did something wrong. If they're avid watchers, of course, no bad faith haters in the chat. Because sometimes bad faith haters go like, a majority of your audience disagrees with you. And it's like my Charlie Kirk video. I'm like, obviously these are not my audience. But if you're part of my daily audience, especially, and you're like, hey, Britt, and a big part of the like group, that means I did something wrong or I facilitated an inappropriate conversation or something went wrong, right? I wish Cutie could do this in that moment, but maybe I had to learn how to do it. I used to get defensive. I used to double down, right? Okay. So I'm trying to be like compassionate towards her, but also to say like, I can't give in to Cutie. Okay. So the reason I said Cutie's like her dad, I know Cutie and I see where she's at. I used to be there. But I cannot then go, oh, because I used to be there, I should have coffee with Cutie once a week. It's not going to matter if I have coffee with Cutie because all she's going to see it as is validation. Me having coffee with Cutie, she would only read it as validation. Brittany Simon messaged me. She's interested in hanging out with me. I must have done something right. Instead of, oh, I did something wrong, and that's why she's reaching out to me. Because when people do something wrong, do we usually reach out to people? Do we usually, oh, you did something fucked up. You want to have coffee next week? So when she says to her dad, hey, you want to have coffee next week? I love you, even though you're fucked up. It sends a message to his head that, like, I must not be that bad then. You know? Shout out to chat, says I was one of the people concerned with that other video and I just got off work. Haven't watched the earlier part of the stream, but I'm just glad it's being addressed. And that alone says a lot. Well, let me know what you think. And, you know, if we have any follow-up questions, we'll cover it, of course, either today, tomorrow, next week. It doesn't matter. And I appreciate you guys speaking up because, you know what? If I sit here as a deconstruction queen herself and we do not deconstruct, what's the whole point? Now, to be fair, maybe it's because this is our special interest, right? What if Cutie and this group of people, it's not their special interest to actually do the work? Because I get a thrill off of it, right? I really want to know what's real. I want to know what's true about life. And I want to know if we can really heal people, right? I really want to know if we can help people. I don't know if my autistic special interest makes it so I can also handle criticism a little bit better as I get older. As I get older, I wasn't always good at it. Chad says her special interest is baking. Have you seen Cutie's cakes? They're pretty cool. You know? Jess says it's very different, though. You are not the same category as her dad. No, she's her dad. I'm not her dad. I'm Cutie. In this metaphor, right? You said it's her dad. I would reach out to my dad because it's family. It's a metaphor, Habibi. It's not one-to-one. It's an idea that, like, I'm supposed to give an example of, like, who she is in the story. So in my story, Cutie is her dad. Cutie is the bigot who won't listen to anybody because she thinks she's right. That's what I'm saying. In my story, that's what I'm trying to say to Cutie, you know? Okay, back to the video.
Be transphobic. I would like people not to be homophobic. I'd like a lot of things. And I simply try by loving people. And I know that's naive sometimes, but.
Right. Yeah, ready, Crispy?
Right. I'm sorry.
Crispy? Right. No,
do all your chats hate me now?
No, I'm getting a little. Well, I'm an emo only right now.
Oh boy.
Well, my mods put it in emo only, but it's a little mixed reviews. Some people are understanding, some people are not. But that's like quite literally like anything. Like anyone can kind of just like have. This is a conversation that you could go back and forth all day about. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things.
You're still allowing them to act racist? I'm not. That's not when they're actively. You guys don't get it. If someone is actively around me, no, they are not doing those things. And that's why it's good to be around people that are loving and able to say, hey, that makes me uncomfortable. That makes me uncomfortable. I'm talking about people in my life, right? Like,
wait. Listen to that again.
Not when they're actively. You guys don't get it. If someone is actively around me, no, they are not doing those things.
So they're not actively racist around you, but they're racist when they're not around you. So do they just learn to censor themselves when they're around you?
Things. And that's why it's good to be around people that are loving and able to say, hey, that makes me uncomfortable. That makes me uncomfortable. I'm talking about people in my life, right?
Also, good point. Chat said these are two queer people. Yeah, I believe Cutie's the only straight girl here, right? So these are two, well, are they queer politically or are they bisexual, pansexual? That's another conversation with this intersectionality. Are they queer politically, deconstructing and dismantling the patriarchy and gender, or are they gay?
Like, I'm not talking about, you guys fucking think everyone on the internet is friends. I'm like, we're not.
Yeah, also that too. I feel like.
Didn't this whole conversation start off about FaZe Clan though? This whole conversation started off because she was friends with FaZe Clan.
A lot of people think that just because like you've like met one person or something that it's like, oh my god, she's like, I'm like, girl, I don't know that fucking man. Oh hell no. Like, just like.
And by the way, on this chat, if you're new to my channel, we are here to explain why people do what they do. We don't have to attack Cutie, but we can explain and see where she's at. And it's okay for us to be cautioned around her. You're allowed to watch me and say, you know what, Brittany isn't for me anymore. I'm going to go watch somebody else. I would never want you to wake up tomorrow and say, I have to watch Britney out of guilt, or I have to watch Cutie out of guilt. If Cutie isn't it for you, watch somebody else. If I'm not it for you, watch somebody else, because you deserve to wake up and listen to content that is serving you. Okay? That's serving you, right? And I think Cutie is upset at the backlash because she doesn't want to wake up, and we'll get to her apology in a second. She doesn't want to wake up and feel like the world hates her. But the truth is like, if this is your audience and you've built an audience you trust, then you kind of have to listen to them if more than one is arguing with you, right? So when Vanilla said, oh, you know, the internet half hates you, half doesn't like you, my audience is small enough, like I said, that if more than 2 people, like if there's like 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 people that are upset with me, I'm like, pause, lock in. What did I do? Because I'm used to 1 or 2 people. Sure, why not? 10 people in a small audience like this of 300 viewers? Wait a second. Did I say something wrong? Cutie, she has no barometer, probably because she's too big to even tell. But if if all 3 chats are mad at her, that's crazy math. You know, that's crazy math. So then we have to talk about that. Chat said I have grace for Cutie. She left Mormonism. That's a big deal. The reprogram takes years. Yes. Okay. I have grace for Cutie too, but I don't have I'm not giving her any of my emotional labor. So good luck, unsubscribed. Okay? I have grace too. Good luck, unsubscribed. Have fun. Figure it out. I'll check back in a couple years and see if you've changed. Because it does take years to unprogram. And if you might be unprogramming for the rest of your life, what if she never gets there? What if she never gets to a place where she continues deconstructing? What if she stops? What if this is as far as she goes? You know?
Random shit like that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well.
Dang.
Oh well.
Hey. Let's go.
Well, now what?
Let's go ghost hunting if y'all want, or.
Let's go freaking ghost hunting.
Chat said it's hard to watch her catch this heat while Miskiff is out there. For sure. Fuck Miskiff. You know, we did our content on him and sexual assault in general and on Saeed and all of that stuff. But let me just say this. We're not even trying to... I hate this narrative of like the left is eating itself, because like this is a philosophy channel first and foremost. Humanity cannot change unless we change. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. All of us are complicit in harm. Every new baby that comes into the universe will cause harm. Every single one of those beautiful babies will grow up to be a person who contributes to harm. So if we want to stop, if we want to have a deeper relationship with our biological experiences, I do believe we are animals evolved over millions of years, then we have to understand it's all of us. Even me, always me. It can never not be me. I can never, at any point in my life, whether I'm this age or in 20 years, have the audacity to think I could not be causing harm. I have to wake up every day and try to be do one less bad thing a day. Instead of trying to be a good person, try to be a little bit less of a bad person today. Because we're not perfect. And I don't ever advocate for perfection, but because we'll never be perfect, then that means we'll always be flawed. So then we'll always have to engage in harm reduction because we will be causing harm. If we're not perfect, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not here to ruin Cutie's day. I want to see Cutie grow, but we are not obligated to wait around until she does. You have to do the right thing no matter what. And so I wish her the best. I would never harass her, send her hate. Obviously, we're not going to do that as a community. We don't do those things, okay? We're just going to wish her luck from afar. Good luck. Love you, bitch. Good luck. Sorry, girl. Love you. I got to stop saying bitch. Love you. Good luck. You know what I mean? Zamubafu with the super chat says the left doesn't eat itself. The left removes people who are not actually down for the cause. You know what? Politics aside, I think you should be progressive. Philosophically, I think you should always progress forward. So, you know, even if you take yourself out of the left bubble, and I agree with the concept, right? I believe with the premise. It's like we have to for the safety of the community. This goes back to this idea that like you got a village, okay? You have a village and somebody comes in and you're like, hi, welcome to the village. And then all of a sudden shit goes wrong. And it's like, hey, what's happening? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? What are we doing? What's happening? Okay, but it's like we have to do something about that or it's going to infect the whole village. But also we have to deconstruct while we do it because we don't also want to use that analogy to be racist or homophobic or transphobic because that's what conservatives think about trans people. Huh. Okay, Chad says, wait, you don't even like the B word when it's not derogatory? No, I love the B word, but I don't know if the internet is a safe place to use it because I don't want to empower men in my audience to feel they are entitled to call women the B word. So I'm struggling. Okay, I'm struggling with the way that I'm giving permission to people to use it by using it myself here on this platform. I don't know. I'm struggling. Okay.
Chat, clean all the chats. Sorry, we know it's a very hateful world right now.
Yeah, it's hard not to get rage bait.
Especially since Cutie was running so hard for a billionaire and was sponsored by Taylor Swift in some capacity to do a video on it. It just feels like, yeah, girl, we're tired. We're burnt out. You had all of this time on the internet to be, quote, in the progressive bubble, and you're still working so hard to cheer for a billionaire. Do you know what I'm saying?
These days too.
I know, and I feel like this is going to get clipped crazily out of context as well.
I know, that's what I'm nervous about.
You
People are going to be like,
already know,
naive.
Crazy comments.
Should we edit the VOD?
Blonde girl.
See, listen to what they're saying. Listen to this. This will piss people off. Listen.
Oh, that's what I'm nervous about.
You
People are going to be like,
already know
naive.
Crazy comments.
Should we edit the VOD?
Blonde girl.
Should we edit the VODs?
Should we all just unlist the VOD? I guess Katie can't. She has her show earlier.
I stopped it and restarted stream.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I can listen if
we could just cut this part because I just don't. I am not in the mental headspace to be dealing with that right now. If I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
I'm quite literally.
I'm
not
gonna
in the
delete my
mental headspace for
VOD.
that. Okay, perfect.
I'm just gonna delete it because it's not like we did anything important today either.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
I got you.
Okay.
We didn't even make
Thanks, guys.
we couldn't even make a YouTube video.
Guys, we can go off emo only right now, please.
So you can't see it, but on Katie's side of the chat, they're like, no, yikes, why are you doing this? What are we doing? Mm-hmm.
I wanna see words. Okay.
I'm going to delete.
Oh wait, this looks better.
What?
The update, like the Phasmophobia looks good.
Oh, does it? Okay, you might want to delete clips too, just so you know.
Okay.
Like, why would they do this on stream where we can see them? Do you know what I'm saying? Why? They know we can see them, right? Do they? This is the internet, girl. Of course someone's going to re-upload this whole VOD. That's why we're watching it right now. And then Cutie went on to say she would sue people if they spread it around, allegedly. I have a clip of it. I'll show you.
I think my mods are the only ones that can make clips. I think I have it set like that.
Okay. And you deleted your VOD?
It doesn't post automatically.
You can still pull it unlisted.
Somebody in my chat asked me not to delete the VOD if that's okay with you guys.
Oh.
You could edit it.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'll delete the VOD. What do I gotta do though? I gotta delete like the clips too? Is that what
Oh, I thought that was real. I didn't see that clip. I thought Katie was for real. Like, oh, hey, someone in my chat told me not to delete it, but I guess it was a joke.
You just yeah.
Okay.
You just go to video.
Now listen, I will say this. I private content that I think is hurtful. So the other day I privated a video about Palestine and Israel that I didn't want people to mishear as both citing the issue. So I privated it because people are dying from a genocide. We have no time to get distracted by both citing bullshit arguments. That's never my intention. So yes, I will private content that I think is harming the cause, but I will never private content to save my reputation. And it feels like she's doing this to private to save her reputation. And I always go cause first, reputation second. Because reputation I can just talk about with you guys, no problem. But cause is like, it's a big deal. It's like a big deal to me. And I take it, like, I think it's very important. So you guys know, that's my stance. That's my limit. What is she doing this for? Let's zoom out. Is she deleting it because of cause or because of reputation? It feels more like reputation to me. It does not feel like a cause issue. What do you think? Chat says she's using the H3 button. Yeah, what do you guys think? Because I'm not comfortable with the way that this is being framed. Let's see. Is Katie a political YouTuber? I think she's just a gamer. I don't think she's I don't think she is. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this clip really fast.
That there's someone uploading my VOD onto Twitter?
Here, this is the video that was going around.
Is that there's someone uploading my VOD onto Twitter? Is that what you said? If you could send my mod the username, I will happily send them a cease and desist. Or you can give them a heads up for me.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. People did not like that. And it looks like there's a Christmas in the background. Her glasses, her hair, and her shirt is the same. So it looks like the same timeline. Yeah, people did not like that at all. That was very, very Ethan Klein of her. Ethan, cutie Cinderella, it's me, Jordan Peterson. Come to the dark side. We have transphobia, homophobia, racism, and fatphobia. It's like a polygon, not polycule. We don't like those poly people. But please, cutie, join us. Ethan's already here in the back. He really likes it here, let me tell you. Not that Hassan guy, okay? Not the Hassan. You're going to have to end that relationship with Hassan. I don't like that guy. Okay, but Ludwig can come. He's a capitalist,
No, I know how to delete clips. I do. I'm just asking.
You go to channel.
Yeah.
Or you go to creator dashboard, and then you go to content, and then video producer, and then you click the 3 dots, and then you just push delete.
Okay.
Cutie, don't delete. You'll lose context. I already deleted it. It's fine. Listen, if people on the internet want to believe what they want to believe, they can. I can't change what people think,
Yeah.
I don't think deleting the VOD will look good, Queen. It's to protect ourselves. Listen, there's been too many hate threads in the past 2 days. I don't care how it looks. I care about how I feel, and I care about how my friends feel.
Yeah.
Oh, she said, I don't care how it looks. Well.
Shut the fuck up about that one. Thanks.
I just need
Okay, yeah.
I just can't do it anymore.
Vanilla needs some peace.
I know. It's crazy.
Okay, let's go back to my chart really fast, girls. What role in the community are these girls playing? Therapist, friend, parent, older sibling, uncle, auntie, elder, teacher, mentor, enabler, or new one, kid? Are they playing the kid? Are they the adults in the room? Obviously not. The question is the next generation of streamers going to start being the adults in the room? I would like to train for it. Personally, you guys know this. I'm on my arc, my training arc. By 40, I'm giving myself a time limit. By 40, if I'm not the adult in the room, I have failed. Because I cannot be Ethan Klein at 40. God fucking forbid. I cannot be Jordan Peterson. I want to be the adult in the room so badly. Because I am so neurodivergent. I am so young. I am so childish in so many ways. I am so immature in so many ways. But I am trying to make sure that I give myself a time limit without rushing myself because, you can't force it. You got to live it. I'm giving myself time to live through this process. But that's still 3.5 years away. Almost 4 years away. But I'm working on it, right? Zabubafu with the super chat again. Thank you so much. Says, do you think Cutie will give in to being harmful after all of this? Asmin said her loving her family is normal. I didn't see anyone respond to this from that side of the internet. It depends, right? I think liberal people do tend to end up more conservative because it's what they know. I think it's really hard to really be progressive. I know because I went through it myself. Cutie and I, very similar trajectories, sort of, right? It's very hard. I will never downplay how hard it is to become the person that I am, that it was to become the person that I am, and that is the person I will be. It is so difficult to deconstruct. That's why when people act like they've done it, I've done it. I'm deconstructed. I'm not racist. I'm not homophobic. I've done it. Have you done it, or do you just think you're not racist? Have you done it, or do you just think you aren't transphobic? Have you done it? Because it's really hard. It's like a journey. It's like an anime power-up journey. It is really hard. So when people are like, yeah, I've done it, I'm like, have you? Yes, this is Anna Kasparian all over again. Being conservative because people are mean to you on the internet. These people don't actually believe in values. The Anna Kasparian, look at Anna, look at Jank. Boom, boom. That's why I say Hassan might be following behind. They just don't know it yet. I'm really trying hard to not be them in the story. And I think I've already surpassed it. I don't think I could ever be them again, but maybe. Don't, you know what I'm saying? That's why you got to introspect on the daily, girls. That's why my philosophical special interest is on introspection, extrospection, because I think people are, everyone introspects on a journey, even babies, everyone's introspecting, but it's really hard to introspect, deconstruct all new information coming at you all the time. So that's why I worry about how easy people think it is, because it's really hard. It's really embarrassing too. It's kind of embarrassing to get to 40 and realize damn, I don't know anything. Like, it's really embarrassing to get, so then you have to fight your own embarrassment and shame, which is why we should deconstruct shame. I don't think shame works, but I also don't think you can love people out of bigotry. You know? Chad says she struggles with mental health and I don't think she takes it seriously enough. She needs good help. Well, don't we all? The fact that Hassan hasn't been to therapy explains so much. The fact that a lot of these people don't go to therapy unless it's to weaponize the language says so much to me. You know? So yeah, like first you have to build an audience you trust. Because, you know, when I first started off on the internet, I had a mostly male audience out of the atheist community, and they were really bad. I hated reading my comment section, and it was because I was coming out of religion and I had built a community that was more adjacent to the Amazing Atheist. And my video had hit 1 million views because he promoted it. This was when I was really young. And I hated that. I hated that community. That's why I love so much that a majority of my community is girlies. Because at the end of the day, it tells me that I'm doing something a little bit better. But I hated it. It was awful. I was abused every day by my own audience. And I kept thinking, this can't be good for me. But you also don't want an audience that feels like you can never do wrong. Because, you know, at the end of the day, this is one of the ways I check in with where I'm at. I check in with you guys, but I also check in with the people in my, no offense, my non-work life, right? I trust them more in priority sense, but also I work with you guys every day. You see me every day. So I don't know why we're not pretending like your coworkers can notice things about you, or the people you go to work with can notice things about you. And, you know, so if you guys, you know what I mean? You're at my job every day with me. You're bound to notice something. You might be wrong, but you also might be right. So it feels like a little silly for us not to consider what our audience is saying if we think we formed a good audience. I think I have a really solid audience right now. And I can usually tell when the fake audience members are talking like, Brittany, I watch you all the time. I can't believe you're saying this. But they're like liberals. I'm like, no. You're a liberal. Your position is liberal. You know, Brittany, I can't believe you said this about Charlie Kirk. I watch you all the time. Then you can't be watching me all the time because what I said about Charlie Kirk makes complete sense. So then I know to, you know, watch out for that. Because I'm like, sometimes the liberals try to lecture you. You know? Absolutely not. Okay. Anything? I'm sorry, I was reading chat, got distracted. This will either further deconstructing Cutie Blair or she'll stagnate. Time will tell. Yeah, time will tell. But yeah, the odds are not in her favor. Yeah, the odds are not in her favor. That's the worst part. You know? But yeah, we all have to do better. So I wish therapy and healing for everybody. Good therapy, a good therapist, a real therapist who will help you, not a therapist who's just trying to pay their bills, and a philosophical journey for Cutie, right? Philosophy is important. Why do you believe what you believe? And why do you know what you know?
On the internet, actually, like, it's terrible out there.
Okay, my VOD's deleted. Is your VOD deleted?
Mine is.
I think so.
Damn, bro.
You got it?
I don't have the brain power to play the friggin' Ghost Hunter game anymore.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Did I ruin the vibes?
I just don't. No. I just don't have the
honestly,
brain power
yeah, I'm
for
only
that
gonna stay
anymore.
on for one anyways. I feel like it doesn't make sense anyways. Like, now all the chats are probably distracted too, which.
Okay, sorry, that's my fault. I think your guys' chats aren't used to my takes, and I said them
No,
too
don't
loud.
freaking worry about it.
No,
Don't
you're good.
worry
It's my
about
fault.
it. Don't worry about it. At all. La la la. And no, I'm seeing some good comments. I'm seeing some very good comments. So
It's okay, even if you're mad. It's okay. I understand that makes people mad.
yes, and she understands that. She understands that. Yeah. And a lot of weird shit just going on in the world and everything lately. It's overwhelming sometimes, you know. It's just overwhelming. And sometimes we just need a little love.
That's what I think. I've just, you know, there's just too many horrible people.
Yeah.
Too many horrible people.
Freaking nuts.
Hey, it was fun playing that game with you guys.
I know. So much. I'm sorry that you're still.
Katie's got to get a better headset. She got to put the mic closer to her mouth so we can hear her breathe. She's too far away. I wish I could hear her better.
Pixel, Katie. I can't even see
I
your
know.
face.
Yeah, you've been
that's
broken.
the thing too. Like, was 1 pixel for a minute there. So.
You know what, guys? This was fun. And you know what? Maybe we needed this. Maybe we just needed a late night talk after our dinners.
Yeah, I think so.
W podcast.
Yeah, this is very podcast of us.
Well,
All right,
guys,
well.
it's 1 a.m. for me, so
You're out of here?
I am. But
All right. Love ya.
love you, boys.
All right. Goodbye,
We'll play some
guys.
soon.
All right, boys.
All right, boys.
Bye, bye, bye.
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 Okay, so this is. Oh, let me see if Katie says something. This is called Katie Clips, but I don't know if this is a real channel, right?
Let me delete this source really quickly, even though she is not there anymore. Okay, chat. All right, I know we didn't get to another game, but truly though, I mean, I know I didn't say anything. I was letting them vent. Sometimes you just need to get a good vent as a streamer. I feel like doing shit like that all the time, but you know, there's always consequences to certain actions. So you never know. You know what I mean? Like, see that, you know, that's why shit gets clipped, shit gets taken out of context. So,
well, I don't know if it's out of context.
Yeah, like, and just going back on like some other things too. Like, obviously, you know, I don't really feel like I deal with a ton of hate or anything, but like I do see things and people are like, you know, you need to set boundaries, you need to do this, you need to do that, but it's like I've done it and like it doesn't do good. People don't listen. People take shit out of context. Like, there's just certain things that it's like literally better to be left unsaid, truly, like, you know, and I go about other things in different ways. People just don't care. Like, I can say things on stream a million times and it's like the people who get it, and the people who don't just continue to do this.
Interesting.
Same thing. So yeah, just a ton of rage bait, you know, like, duh, there's so many examples that I even want to bring up now, but like there's like no point in me to even like bring up shit like that, because it's like there's just no point in wasting the energy. But like, truly guys, I just enjoy hopping on every day. I feel like we have a really good community here. Like, I love streaming. I don't honestly feel like I get too much hate or anything like that, you know.
Apparently people really like Katie. I don't know much about her, so I'm just gonna ignore that. It's not giving me much. Let's go to Cutie's apology, which is really where people were upset. So let's watch Cutie's apology video. It's about 9 minutes long. Yeah, chat says they're trying to pretend like it's fine when it's not. Yeah, the awkward silence, everybody's tense. I feel like look, this whole month has been really strange for everybody, but I see it as growth. I'm ready, girl. Okay, let me just show you my little chart for those who are new to my audience right now, okay? So here's what I think is happening, and I'm here for it. Hello? Human history isn't linear, but let's just pretend for this chart it is. And I feel like this is the first time in history it's actually like hold on, that's too much. It's linear, but then it's really going up this time. And this is it, girl. You either go up or you keep going forward. And Cutie's like this. She's like, oh. And I was like, hello? And then you're conservative, so you go this way, okay? So the conservatives are here, okay? They're this blue line. They're just going straight, girl. They're like, fuck all y'all. I'm not going to learn. I'm not going to grow. I'm not going to do shit, okay? And then Cutie's like, oh, I'll kind of go up, but I'm going to plateau over here, okay? And then maybe some people go like a little up, but they're like over here, okay? And then some people are going to go up and they're going to go like right here. Okay, I'm trying to go up. I'm trying to go up, okay? I'm trying to go up. I want to see what's over the mountain. Okay, I want to see. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay. Let's go, girl. I don't want to do. So whatever everyone else is doing, I love that for you. I already know where I'm going. Okay, I already know where I'm going. So the question is, where are you going? Chad says, do you think Emaru will ever go up or continue? Emaru is probably going to be this purple line. At most, she might be this line here that like is going up a little bit, maybe, but I don't know. I don't foresee her doing much. Yes, Discord, if it's up, then it's up. If it's up, then it's stuck. If it's up. Exactly. That's where I'm going, girl. Okay? I don't know. I think Emaru, it would take a lot. Just like it would take a lot for Cutie, it takes a lot for any of us. You know? I don't think I'm special. I don't think people in this audience are like special, because I don't think anyone's special, but I think we are very unique in terms of our categorization. I think we uniquely in our biological experience almost evolved to want to be curious about the universe. People are not curious. They are not curious. Like they say they are to an extent. Everyone's curious to an extent. Kids are curious to an extent. But I am so curious, and I'm like, hey, is there a book about that I can read about? Is there a documentary I can see? I want to know about that. You know, not everything, but most things, a lot of things. Okay. So again, like the curiosity plus introspection plus intersectionality, boom. You know what I'm saying? Chad says, is there such a thing as too much up in a one lifetime? I want to go up as well. Here's the thing. There's never an end to going up. So you let go of the attachment to outcome by going on the journey that is meant for you and coincides with your joy. You do the right thing even if nobody else is doing it. But more than that, you accept that you will never know everything. You accept you will die not knowing. You accept you will die in mystery. I always use the One Piece example, no spoilers, but Robin is on a journey, right? Robin is on a journey where she is collecting information to put together a puzzle. That's how I view life. That my job is to know the answers to the universe are already out there. It's my job to go and collect the information and bring it together. In the same way, that's what science does. That's what research does. Science knows the answers are there. We just have to discover them. We have to discover truth. Truth is discovered. And so I just want to be a continuous learner who discovers that truth, right? Chess said Robin is the hands girl. Yeah, Robin is the hands girl. Or my bookworm, you know? So that's what it is. Okay, now let's go to, you know what? I'll keep this up. Let's go to the apology. So this is the apology. Let's do this. Okay, this is an 8-minute apology. Let's see.
And I am, I've heard what a lot of people are saying, and I am sorry for the hurt that I've caused people. I'm really sorry. Like, again, if you don't want this apology, then it's not for you. And clearly you're not hurt, but I'm apologizing to people that I've hurt, and that's important to me. So if you're a part of the queer community and I've hurt you, I am sorry. If you are a person of color who I have hurt, I am sorry. I am. I really am.
Oh, wait, the whole apology is 33 minutes? Everyone I saw was reacting to this apology. Is the full 30 minutes important? Is that why people were just clipping this 9-minute video? Wow. Oh, I see. Should I go for the 30-minute video? I didn't find it anywhere. I found this one. Everyone was replying to this. Was there a 30-minute? My bad, guys. Hold on. Is there a 30-minute video? I'm not finding it. It's on her VOD channel. Okay, is that on YouTube or on Twitch? Sorry, let me grab it, guys. My bad. Is that YouTube or Twitch? Does anybody know? It looks like Twitch probably, right? Hold on. Go for the full. Okay, hold up. Justin Bieber's live. That's crazy, bro. Okay. Cutie. Here's Cutie. Okay, here it is. Ooh, it's an ad. I'm being adified. Oh my God. Hold on. It's an ad. 21 hours ago. Oh my God. I've never seen an ad. Oh my God. I haven't seen an ad in so long. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, hold on. Pulling it up. Thank you, girls, for telling me. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you. Peace and love. Hold on. Oh, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, save me from my boomerang. Okay, hold on. Bring it. I'm bringing it home. Give me a second. I think I got it. Oh my God, can I put this on 1.2? I love 1.2. Yes, autism for the win. 1.2. Hold on. Unmuting.
Hello.
Okay, she's coming in.
Why is my...
This is on Twitch, so I have ads on Twitch because I have premium only on YouTube. So there might be ads in this. I don't know.
It's updated? Oh.
Okay, she's talking. Can I forward it a little bit? Is that okay? Do I have to watch her set up? Can I...
Hello. But the biggest thing I'm going to say...
Her volume's so low.
To my mods is don't time people out who are just trying to share their opinions. Okay.
Her volume is so
and
low.
Also to like chatters, don't fight hate with hate, because I've never, ever wanted that. So please do not do that.
I'm going to try to get her louder on my
Just,
end. Hold on.
Let people speak their minds, and that's okay. Okay. And when in doubt, if you're upset with what someone says, let's just, I don't want my chat to be a place for hating on other people.
Is it louder?
Obviously,
Is it better?
there's a lot of people that are mad at me. I totally understand.
I tried to make it louder. Did it work?
I get it.
Let me try again.
And I'm not mad at you guys for being mad at me.
Is it peaking? Is it okay?
I get it. I understand. And for the people that aren't mad at me, I don't think this conversation is for you. I don't, if you're not mad at me, I don't owe you an apology. But if you are mad at me, I do owe you an apology. If I hurt you, I do owe people that I hurt an apology. So that's what's most important to me. So I understand that there's a lot of opinions, but something that's important to me and has always been important to me is that if I hurt someone, I owe them an apology. And that's not that's just who I am as a person. No matter who I hurt, that's just who I am. So just a lot to talk about. Turn off ads. Oh, I didn't know ads were running. How do I do that?
Chat says hold on. Chat said for context, there's definitely a factor in how Vanilla and Katie are reacting. They blew up a little and then Cutie promoted them. Yeah, I heard that does play a role in that. That's the problem is people feel like, oh, they put you on. But that's why I'm like, that's bullshit. You do not owe you do not owe, you cannot get, it's bullshit to trap people into the whole, I made you. That's bullshit. Because honestly, who made them? Their audience. So if anything, you owe an apology to the audience. Yeah, I don't like that.
People that you hurt. I do think so. Oh, my mod is going to turn off my ads. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, good. Discord said, do you only owe an apology when someone is outwardly hurt? Oh, and chat said, how about if you say something wrong publicly, you apologize publicly? What does it matter who it's for? Discord and chat. Yeah, you should apologize if you've okay, here's when I apologize. I apologize when I've betrayed my own values, or okay, first you always apologize if you've, betrayed your own values. You hold yourself to a standard. If you don't meet that standard, you apologize to yourself and others if you hurt them, if it involves other people. But you should also apologize to yourself. Okay. And then I don't apologize if I don't have an embodied relationship with it, nor do I accept apologies that don't feel embodied. If you try to apologize to me, but I don't it's not embodied, I don't want it, girl. Keep it. When you're ready to apologize in an embodied way, I'll accept it. But I need to know you understand what you did. I need to know you understand it. And I need to feel seen and heard. But I also, in good faith, will let you know that I feel seen and heard. See, the dilemma is when you try to apologize to somebody who will never accept your apology. Those people you can't apologize to. So it's a two-way road. An apology is a relationship with somebody. So, when I approach a friend and I tell them something, and then they hear me and apologize, boom. And I feel they get it, fixed. I'm over it. Never going to bring it up again. We're done. We did it. But the people who will hold it against you, the people that will never accept your apology, those are bad agents. You can't trust those people. So that's the other part of it too, is an apology has to be in symbiosis with one another, right? Has to be good symbiosis, right? Chessa, do you believe in apologizing to the universe, meaning the person who hurt you, you have no way to contact, but you are now aware that the way you hurt them, so you apologize to the universe? Absolutely, 100%. Sometimes reaching out to a person to apologize is worse. So you apologize to the universe. I do it all the time. When I think back, especially now that I'm diagnosed autistic and I have a realization of my life, I go, oh my God, I said something so rude and offensive, or, oh, I can't believe I did that. I go back and I meditate and I apologize, because obviously I'm not going to go back 20 years and be like, hey, remember that thing 20 years ago? I'm going to apologize. You know what I mean? But sometimes you can reach out, you know, it just depends on the circumstance. Yes, Chad said, I think an apology to the universe is a change in actions, 100%. An actual apology needs to be embodied. You need to actually not do it again, and or really, depending on the circumstance, move to never doing it again. Yes, exactly. It has to be something you understand. Otherwise, if you keep doing it, you know, it's like somebody who mispronounced somebody or misnamed somebody or dead named somebody, and then they apologize and like never do it again. But on occasion, maybe the wrong thing slips out. Even though, okay, so here's the thing about the trans example. If my mom has 10 kids and my mom would be like, she would go through like 10 of the names before she got to the right name. She's like, oh, and I was like, and then we would all laugh as kids because when mom was upset and she would be like trying to lecture you, but then she'd call you a different kid's name. We'd be like, you don't even know our names. And then like that shit is funny. That shit will happen with trans people. And so you have to learn when it's pronouncing or when it's naming. You got to know a person's intent, and you got to you don't have to believe their intent. You have to know their intent. So then in the future, if your mom does that to you again, but you know it's not because she's dead naming you, then it can be funny finally because you've healed. You've all healed together. But if they're dead naming you because they're like, well, that's your name. That's what I named you. Well, then you know they don't believe your apology. They didn't really apologize. So apologies have to be embodied. They have to allow humans to be humans, but they also have to be embodied, right? Humans are going to human. That's what we say on this channel. But then it has to be embodied. So I know that if you make the mistake again, it's a slip of the mind and not intentional, not because you're trying to get a point in, right? All right, back to Cutie.
Okay, I'm going to wait till I get confirmation that the ads are gone. Are they out of here? I'm going to try to read chat, but I understand kind of a lot going on right now. Should be off. Thank you. Okay.
Chat said,
also, like I said,
hold on. Chat said, I don't like the way they're making excuses for the other women in the chat. It feels like they want their favorite small beans to make it through. I think people are worried. I think there's a parasociality to it. But I think more than that, I think we're also trying to examine that everyone is put into a socially weird situation. Look, I've been put into 1,000 of those situations, and I hate it every time. And every time I look back in my head, I create every scenario of how I would do it different. But the truth is we are animals on a planet, and we do freeze, we do fawn, we do get anxious. And I think you could see the girls are obviously fucking uncomfortable and they don't know what to do. And that's why Vanilla eventually like, I'm out of here. I can't do this. Like so I will give them grace because I know they're having, like they are biological creatures having a moment. It's very hard to do the right thing, guys. It's so fucking hard. That's why I say, like, you got to do it every new time you have a chance to do it. You have to get the muscle. You have to work out the muscle. It's easier said than done. Okay. Yeah. And her audio is bad. What the fuck? How do all these people become famous streamers with shit audio?
I know a lot of people, you put 8 ads on an apology stream. I have a bot that runs ads. And I forgot to turn it off, but my mod just turned it off. So, that's just.
I think they do it on purpose, so we don't have to hear their apology.
There's actually a few things that are have been out of my hands that people are mad at me for. But you know, I'll explain that.
Okay, weird start. There are things that are out of my hands that people are mad at me for, but I'll explain it. Weird start.
And
yeah, Chet said part of it is her trying to seem softer. I swear it's a tactic.
This is a little overwhelming at the moment, admittedly. I'm trying not to get distracted. I'm not a professional at this, but
what are you talking about? You're not a professional at this. You're one of the biggest streamers. What is she talking about?
I'm trying not to get distracted. I'm not a professional at this, but
am I confused who Cutie Cinderella is? Isn't she literally a... Look Look at me, 3 monitors running this whole goddamn show by myself. What are you talking about? I don't even have, you don't have, what are you talking about, girl? How much money this woman make not being a professional? Am I confused?
Yeah. Okay, maybe. I'm just gonna go ahead and close.
Chat said she's not a professional at apologizing. She seems to implying she's not a professional at this thing she's doing. I don't know.
Chat, do you want slow mode or unique mode?
Chat says, doesn't she mostly podcast now? How often does she stream? I don't care. Figure it out. This is an important apology. Get your shit together. Let's go.
Maybe.
I'm being critical because hello?
Both would be helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
weaponizing
Sorry.
competence much?
I have never done something like this.
Done something like what? What do you mean she's never done something like this? Like what? Like apologies?
Ads should be off and everyone should be good.
I got an ad before I watched the stream, but whatever.
And again, if
yeah, she's literally the creator of the streamer awards. Like, what are we talking about here?
If you don't think there's a few people in here that are saying I don't need to apologize. If you don't think I need to apologize, then this apology isn't for you. So you don't need it. But regardless, if I hurt anyone, I like to apologize to people that I've hurt, and that's just something about me. And I've heard what a lot of people are saying.
She's really going through it. Like, she's really going through it. Okay, let's zoom out. What is happening in the stream space that these big, rich, privileged streamers can no longer handle what's happening? What happened? You guys are way too privileged and way too, like, lock in and decide, are you going to be the adults on the internet or not? Because I get it, but, like, you're not kids anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know this is hard. So what role is Cutie playing right now? The therapist, the friend, the parent, the older sibling, the child, the teacher, the role model, the mentor, the enabler. What role is she playing right now? What is this? You know, I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just trying to say, like, hey, I can't give you the grace and compassion you need right now because you wouldn't even do it for your audience when they asked you to. Your whole audience was screaming, hey, girl, this is like really hurtful. And you said, go fuck yourself. And now you're getting on stream and being like, oh my God, what is going on? What's happening? Where's the adult in the room? What's going on? And yes, we believe in mental health. And yes, we think Cutie should get support. And yes, we believe Cutie shouldn't be, you know, in pain in any capacity. Like, we don't wish ill on her, right? But this is not an adult who understands what they did. This is a child who feels scolded. So if she is triggered, she shouldn't be doing this stream. She should be go talking to a therapist and coming back. If she is genuinely mentally triggered, which is valid, she shouldn't be doing this stream.
I've heard what a lot of people are saying, and I am sorry for the hurt that I've caused people.
Oh, brother.
I'm really sorry. Like, again, if you don't want this apology, then it's not for you. And clearly you're not hurt, but I'm apologizing to people that I've hurt, and that's important to me.
We want an embodied realization. This isn't it. I've seen this 1,000 times. I've heard this script 1,000 times. I want, not me for an apology to me. I want to see a girl having an embodied understanding, right? No, I'm not repeating. Chet said, is she repeating or do you keep going back? I'm not going back. She's just repeating. Yeah, I'm not going back. So, okay, peace and love. We want the best for her. She's just not there yet. She doesn't really understand what happened. And we're 7 minutes into this. 7 minutes. Okay.
So if you're a part of the queer community and I've hurt you, I am sorry. If you are a person of color who I've hurt, I am sorry.
Right? I didn't go back, right?
I really am.
I didn't go back, right? I have no memory of, did I go back? I didn't remember going back, but she is saying the same thing, right? Or did I go back? I don't remember going back. Wait.
I think the way I was wording things was very
right? Okay.
irresponsible and wrong. And I'm sorry.
Chat said, where did she say go fuck yourself? Well, she didn't say go fuck yourself in those words, but that's what she said. Do you know what I mean? I didn't say, like, I'm not saying she literally said go fuck yourself, but she kind of said go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? Like, she said the same thing your conservative parents say when they're like, I'm sorry you feel that way. It's a go fuck yourself. Yeah, she said, bitch, I'm an ally. Exactly. She said, bitch, I'm an ally. Okay, so, you know.
Ugh, this is not about me. It's annoying that I'm chill. I'm fine. I don't articulate myself well, which means I can't really be upset if what I'm trying to convey is misunderstood. Because, like, don't get me wrong, at first I was like, how could that be taken this way? And then I listened and I learned and I said, oh my God. Because it wasn't my intention, but I did articulate things very irresponsibly, and that sucks. I did a really poor job at articulating myself. Even some of the clips I've seen, I feel so irresponsible for my own wording. I really do. And I'm sorry for that. I watched it back. I understand why it was hurtful. I've read the comments, believe it or not. I have gotten a lot of feedback. I've reached out to people personally, obviously, that may or may.
I kind of wish she had came to stream and just said, I am so fucking embarrassed at that shit show of a stream I put out. I can't believe I handled that so poorly. And looking back, it is so clear to me that I'm just not where I think I am. Like, every time I think I'm at a place where I get it, I obviously don't. Because if I got it, I wouldn't have fucking made that stream. So, you know, this is a time I need to go back and just meditate on my actions and think about what I did, because I'm embarrassed. You know, that was embarrassing. And it's definitely not what I mean to say. So, yeah, I think you guys should feel upset. I did something very upsetting. And I think you guys should feel a little let down. I think I let down myself and you. I'm going to really have to think about this. And if you don't see a change, then that's something I have to work on. But it's on me. I'm responsible for everything that happened. Something like that. I don't know. Something like that.
Not have been affected by this. I just, wanted to make sure.
But she has to believe it.
But I watched it back and I understand even the tone of my voice is very flippant and defensive. And I understand that that's a problem.
Okay. Okay.
I've always struggled with my tone of voice. It's like a persistent problem of mine, as well as articulating my thoughts correctly. I didn't go live right.
I mean, from one autistic girly to another, our tone of voice is up. Right? Is Cutie autistic? No. Am I putting that on her and she's not? Wait, is she autistic? Okay. From an autistic girly to Cutie, our tone of voice can be a problem, but if you really embody and understand what you're saying and apologize really, people will understand you. Right? So I don't think the tone of her voice is the problem. Right? But, okay, and this goes back to us making sure we weren't tone policing the black gentleman on TikTok. It's not your tone of voice that's the problem. But it is what you're saying, even if you don't realize what you're saying. It is what you're saying. You don't hear it, but I hear it and I'm saying, and that's what Cutie's not getting. Like, it's not your tone, girl. It's literally the message because of the way you're saying it. It's really hard though, because conservatives will say something racist, like against black people, like, I just believe in black people, and I think if they wanted to, they could really pull themselves up by their bootstraps and they could really be successful, but they just don't want to. That makes sense when you're talking about your lazy piece of shit son that won't get off the couch, but it has nothing to do with whole communities of people that have been systematically oppressed. Like, that logic might apply to your son, Susan, but it has nothing to do with whole groups of people. And that's the dilemma. They think what makes sense for one person applies to whole groups of people, right? And so Cutie's not understanding, like, I don't think she has an understanding of what she did, but she wants to love her father, which is so valid. The best way to love our parents, though, shows up. And the more we're healed, the more we love people better. Right? Who's Susan? It's my favorite white girl go-to name. I use it based off of a book character I read when I was growing up from Robert B. Parker from the Spencer series. His girlfriend name was Susan. And I just use it every time I think of a name. I don't know. Susan. He has a great name. You know, it's just like but it comes from my childhood. Okay.
A way to make sure I could gather my thoughts and try to articulate them correctly. I think I just need to like explain that I know that I'm privileged because I can move through these spaces and exist safely without being threatened in a way that queer, trans, and people of color are threatened. And I have always viewed my role as someone who cares about marginalized communities, and I've always viewed my role as a supporter and an ally, but sometimes to be a good ally, you need to shut up and listen. And I know that. And I'm sorry if it seemed like I didn't know that.
Hold up, guys. No therapizing in the chat about what is wrong with Cutie Cinderella if you're being very literal, right? Some of y'all's suggestions are a tad inappropriate with peace and love. Okay? So like, okay.
I just think, like, I think overall, I really do try to be a positive influence. I really do. But the way I articulate it, I ignored how privileged I am to be able to navigate my relationships that way. I didn't make it clear that I'll always fight bigotry and I'll always try to be a good role model and a good influence. But I want to be a good ally, and I want to be a positive influence, not just for streamers, but for like very young, impressionable audiences. I know that role can't fall on people who are directly threatened or affected. And I'm sorry if, I'm sorry that I did hurt people in this community and other communities. That was never my intention.
Well, Chet said, I believe she thinks she's a good person. I mean, she is a good person. She's as good as anybody else. She's working on it. She's good in a philosophical sense. Most people are. They're just working on their evil. I don't know why you're acting like Taylor. I don't know what you mean by that. Can you expand on that, chat? What do you mean by that? Damn, don't go for Cutie that hard, bro. Like, I mean, we're here to meet people where they are, but also to say, like, you're not there yet. All we're saying to Cutie is like, hey, keep going. You're not there yet, though. Instead of letting her think she's there yet. It's like, keep going. We all have to keep going. But I think humans are good because they're working within their nature, but I think they engage in evil, philosophical evil, right? But like, cuties, everyone has their limit. Everyone stops, right? So I don't like this narrative. This is a philosophy channel first and foremost. This is not a channel where we get to feel good hating people. But it is a philosophy channel, which means, okay, we have to see where she's at, not be satisfied with it, but also not act like Cutie's the devil. You know what I mean? She's just a white woman, She's just where most people are at. They don't have a body to experience. So how do we use her life to have that conversation? You said I didn't mean it to be demeaning. It's just that I don't think she's aware of her blind spots. Well, that's true. Okay. So let's reframe that statement though. It's not that she believes she's a good person. Everyone thinks they're a good person. That's not a unique experience. She is obviously blind to her blind spots. That's why they're called blind spots, right? So how do we make sure we are in tune to our blind spots, right? Okay, why are all these pro-white people in my chat? What's happening? What are you, trolls? Where are you guys even coming from? I've never seen these usernames in my chat. Blocked! I'm gonna block every single one of you. So, chat with your own fucking, So, okay. So what we want to do is ask ourselves, how do we, because this is my special interest, how do I get people to see their blind spots? You don't. Just like you can't love people out of racism, like Cutie's trying to do, You can't force her to see her blind spots. You have to call it out, talk about it, but then let her figure it out. So we can't intervene. We can't go into Cutie's life. We just got to be like, okay, we're going to use Cutie to learn about our own life. Maybe somebody in the chat is having a bubble pop in their own right now. They're like, oh shit. Oh, I just realized by watching Brittany review Cutie, watching her chat react to Cutie, oh, this is my blind spot. Fuck, my bad. And then they have a realization, boom. But we can't get Cutie to see it in the same way she can't get her dad to see how he's transphobic. Because you can't force people to see things. So I thank you for expanding upon your comment chatter, because it's not that it's bad that she thinks she's a good person, but it is necessary that when you think you're a good person, you acknowledge that good people can do bad things. Good people can do bad things. And let me just take it a step further. They will do bad things. Every single good person on this planet will, until the day they die, do bad things. Every time you allow yourself to think you will never ever be bad again, you're probably doing something you shouldn't be. So that's what we want for every good person on the planet, to remember good people do bad things. So let's make sure to be a little less bad every day. Okay.
I have conversations with people in private and in public to try to like evoke progress in the streaming space. And I do so with hope that it can be more welcoming. I think I have been very true to building bridges. I've always said that that's my goal. And that will always be my goal.
Okay, so
yes, like
where do you cross the line in building bridges? I'm happy to build a bridge with people that are deconstructing and heading towards a progressive journey. Be kind to your neighbors, hold your politicians accountable, but like, who are you going to build this bridge with? Where does it stop? Who are you unwilling to build a bridge with? That's the better question. Who are you not willing to build a bridge with? Like, there are certain people, all my career, I've just never talked to. I'm like, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to anyone adjacent to this bubble. Okay. I've done a pretty fucking good job at avoiding very specific groups of people. And I'm like, I'm not even entertaining this idea. Okay. Other people I've entertained for too long, obviously, especially people who identify as a liberal. Okay. Chet said bridges mean those people have access to your communities now as well. Hey, great point. Hey, great point. Exactly. Because if you build a bridge, they will come. And you got to make sure you're building the bridge in the right area. You know what I mean? Yeah, chat says, do we want to build bridges to the Nazis? Fuck no. Burn that shit to the ground. We do not. That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's actually the group of people. All of my career, I think I've done a pretty good job of not dealing with like direct white supremacists. Like the moment I saw Nick Fuentes, I was like, I don't think so, girl. You know, but I built a bridge with Destiny. I collabed with Destiny, and Destiny was hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Because I believed he was a progressive liberal. Like, let me tell you this. I think Hassan is worlds better than Destiny, but I would not be surprised, girl, if somebody came out with receipts. What is this? So is she an anti-white Jew? No comment on Israel? Who are these trolls, bro? Free Palestine, bro. Who are these trolls? Free Palestine. Free Sudan. Free Congo. Who are these trolls? Just as I have a question, my old friend has been identifying as a centrist, and I don't know if I can be their friend because of that. Is that fair, or am I wild? And depends on the friend. Are they inner circle, or are they just a friend? Friendships, it's okay for friendships to end. Say it with me, girls. It's okay for friendships to end. It's okay for you to decide how this person plays a role in your life. Friendships are active consent. Do you consent to being active with this person? Okay? Okay. You're allowed to end friendships. You know? Chad said there's a difference between needing to deconstruct your racism and being a Nazi. I think it's okay to write some people off as a lost cause. You know what? I'll do you guys one better because I agree with the premise. Instead of even writing them off as a lost cause, write them off as your responsibility. Because a lost cause implies that they can never get better on their own. But instead, just write them off as not your fucking responsibility. Okay? Not my fucking responsibility. So then the question comes, what is your responsibility? Is it as a therapist, a friend, a parent, an older sibling, an elder, an auntie, an uncle, a kid, an enabler? What is your responsibility in relationship to this connection? And then go from there.
Maud just said, chat, this is not your place to fight with other chatters. Please do not do that. That is, I'm.
Hold on, pause. Chat says they're friends with other friends. Okay, listen to me. I do not have friends who are friends with other friends. If I break off of a friendship with somebody, you can stay friends with them as long as it's not something, you know, you can make that decision. But for Brittany, like, I'm going to break off my friendship because it's between us. My friendships have nothing to do with other people. And yes, they will impact other people, but they have nothing to do with other people. Okay? Depending on what's happening or what's going on. Right? So generally, you know, if you're worried about the friend group breaking up, girl, this is why the myth of the friend group is bullshit. Like, the myth of the friend group is bullshit if I can't call out my friends because it might break up the friend group. Not worth it then. If my friend group is predicated on us never calling out people, fuck that friend group.
Asked by mods not to ban people, but if you are being directly hateful to somebody, then you will be banned if you're being hateful. If you're just sharing your opinion, I understand. And I'm, you know, hoping to see some of them and listen. But if you're just being hateful to somebody else in chat, not towards me, you can be hateful towards me. I already told my mods not to ban that. If you know, but if you're being hateful to someone else in chat,
hold on, girl. No. White savior flagellation happening here. I told my mods you can be hateful to me. No, cutie. What did you say?
I already told my, you know, hoping to see some of them and listen.
Hold on, listen.
But if you're just being hateful to somebody else in chat, not towards me,
no.
Towards me, I already told my.
No. You cannot be hateful towards cutie. You would be unethical. You cannot be hateful towards anybody. That's unethical. Being hateful, unethical. That's why we heal, so we don't hate. You do not have to get justice through hate. Hate might be a temporary motivator, but it is not the goal. Healed people do not hate. I do not hate anybody. That does not make me less focused on justice. Okay? So it's a journey. I used to be a hater. I get it. Okay? But no, you cannot hate cutie and call yourself liberated. You can't hate cutie and call yourself a good person. No hating. You can call yourself a good person philosophically, girls, okay? But yeah, no, hating on cutie is not good. But the fact that she's like, hate me, I'm such a bad white lady, hate me, I'm such a bad straight, hate me. It's like, man, white people love to pretend that this like false punishment they give themselves is like what we wanted. We didn't even want this. This isn't even what we wanted. Okay, I'm Catholic enough to know self-flagellation is a little bit of a kink. You know what I'm saying? Okay, silly, bro. Come on.
My mod's not to ban that. If you know. But if you're being hateful to someone else in chat or another streamer, that's not what I'm about. I've never been about that. So, yeah, I think I don't know. I think I hope I can. I hope I can prove my purpose in this space.
What space is she? What space is she talking about? Tell me the Twitch. What's the space she means? What does she mean?
Experiences of people that are affected, and it feels awful that it seemed to some people that I'm just comfortable with bigotry. I'm not a bigoted person. I'm not.
Oh fuck!
That's just not who I am.
Oh. Okay. Maybe she's not bigoted, but if she says she's not prejudiced, I'm gonna slam my head against the wall. I'll give you a chance, cutie. So you're not bigoted. Are you prejudiced? Because remember people who say they're not bigoted and prejudiced. You've never been bigoted. You've never been prejudiced. I can believe bigotry depending on the definition, but prejudice? You've never been prejudiced. You never grew up in a white supremacist world. You never internalized some thoughts of the environment around you. You never looked at it. You never.
And I'll continue to show that. But I understand if you don't accept my apology. And I understand if you're still mad at me, but I'm still very sorry. I understand if you don't feel safe watching me, or if you don't feel safe watching my collaborations. I understand that. I hope to prove to you that my community is a safe space. My community even isn't even who's watching right now. It's very I just hope to prove that to you is all.
Oh, wow.
But, again. And then obviously, like, I'm sorry, I keep looking at chat. I'm not trying to look at chat, but it's just hard when I know a lot of you have a lot of things you want to say. As for being upset that I dragged Katie and Vanilla into the conversation, that's fair and valid. That's so fair and valid, and I was so wrong for that. I shouldn't have brought it up. Vanilla and I have had multiple conversations in the last few weeks about the internet being difficult to navigate and exist in lately, and I started ranting inappropriately.
Okay. Discord. Discord says, "Are you even Catholic if you don't hate yourself?"
I won't pretend like that was the.
I love my internet. I love the internet. I love it being here. I love the fucking internet. I'm also a small streamer, so I also have the right to love the internet because my job is so fucking good, bro. I get to control my audience. We have a good time, like meaning keep my audience safe. I think the dilemma I'm finding, let me find it here, maybe. Hold on. I think the dilemma I'm running into here is like,
it was my idea.
I'm gonna say this out loud, but I don't even mean it, but I kind of mean it. I think we're at this point now where you should hold on. Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say it really good. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I don't want to. Hold on. I'm not going to say it well. I'm just going to say it. I'm not telling you what to do, but I think certain communities should just abandon people with this complexion. In the sense that, realistically, I don't know why we keep making these people so popular. Okay? I'm sick of them. And you know what I'm saying? I'm the same. I'm sick of them. This is not helping. This apology sucks. Hassan getting defensive sucked. It all sucks. Okay? And I just feel like we gotta stop streaming these people. Just watch some FD. Okay? Watch some Cat Black. Watch somebody else. How are the biggest voices? Why? No. Brittany, this is not my place, but I'm just gonna say it, okay? Watching Black content creators I love watching their audiences beg Hassan to have a Black person on once a week is gonna make me. The audience shouldn't have to beg Hassan to feature a Black voice. We should be watching the Black voices. Olay's one of them. Love Olay. Why aren't these people more popular? And why is it getting to the point where audiences are begging Hassan? Foreign Friday, shout out. Why are we begging Hassan for a space? Why are we begging Cutie to make a space for people? Why are we begging straight white women to make a space for queer people? You know what I'm saying? People have to, the audience members, stop begging Hassan to feature Black voices and go watch Black voices. Stop begging Cutie to talk about queer issues. Go watch queer people. I'm just exhausted. Like, aren't you exhausted at these fucking lack of embodied apologies? I'm tired, bro. Here's a little clip. This is just a clip of Vanilla.
idea to delete the VODs, and it was not in the sense where I don't want people to know. It was my idea to delete the VODs, and it was not in the sense where I don't want people to know like that this was like something that was talked about, or not me in a way that I was like trying to like save her ass. It was quite literally, I am not in the headspace to just deal with what I already knew was going to come from that. I am telling you right now that I did not agree with that, okay? I'm telling you right now that I did not agree with that. But I'm not going to come on here and start dogging and hating on people like that. That's just not also a way to go about it either. But I'm telling you that I did not agree with the things, most of the things that were said. I do think that some of the stuff that she said came out wrong, and I do think that she may not see it in the way that, you know, she may, I think that she probably sees it differently now, obviously. And that was kind of the conversation that we were having, is that, hey, sometimes you just need to listen to what people are saying and listen to the feedback that people are giving you. Simply. Essentially, you are who you associate with at the end of the day. Me personally, I would never go out of my way to collab or to do something with somebody one-on-one that I do not agree with their morals. And most of the people in my life are marginalized people. So as somebody who has that privilege...
Is Vanilla white? Is she white, or is she like something, you know what I mean? Is she white like Cutie's white?
Simply...
Because I always thought she was kind of something else. But is she white like Cutie's white?
All I can do is sit back and listen.
She's Italian? Okay, that's okay. Okay.
That's simply all I could do, is sit back and listen and listen to what people are saying. And obviously, in the moment, it was just uncomfortable and everything. And we literally had a conversation. And I was like, legit, like, Cutie, as your friend. And she also is agreeing with me and saying, you know what? Obviously, the way that it came out was wrong. The tone of everything was wrong. Like, everything was wrong. Like, the way that I said everything. So, and she plans on saying something, and that whenever she...
Okay, so I'm just going to speak for myself. I really do think that if you know what you're saying, you say it less wrong. At least for Brittany, what I've learned with myself is that when I go back and watch my old content, I see that I didn't get it. Like, I see the reason it was coming out wrong was because I was wrong. I just didn't know how I was wrong. Now, I do think that sometimes when I'm right, I can be somewhat wrong, but I'm not usually that wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think the issue is here is like, if everything is coming out wrong, if people are hearing you wrong, you're probably just wrong. Even though in your head you can't understand how you're wrong, that's why we meditate, girls. That's why we take a break. It's why we think about things. At least for myself, that's how I feel. Is that, you know, something's went wrong. And that, you know.
She decides to do that, that's on her. Because I can only speak for me. How it is very uncomfortable for other people. And it was very...
Wait, Chad said, what about your past content was wrong? Well, I don't know if you're a new viewer of mine, but my content is a reflection of who I've been as a person. And past Brittany will always be more wrong than present Brittany. Past Brittany will always be more wrong than present Brittany because I'm changing and growing. So everything was wrong with my past content, but nothing was wrong with my past content, but everything was wrong with my past content. You said, yeah, I'm a new viewer. Right. So, okay, great. Then I believe you should always be changing. I think if my content is 6 months or older, it's probably outdated. I am a philosophy channel. We're always changing or growing here. If I say something 2 weeks ago, I might update and be like, oh, we got to focus on this. Okay. So, yeah, I think your content should always be wrong. I think you should always look at your past content and say, like, here's what I got wrong. Some stand the test of time. Some do. But mostly, especially if you come from conservatism, I hope your content changes. You know what I mean?
Very uncomfortable for other people in marginalized communities, which is why I'm saying that I am recognizing that there are people that cannot be sat in rooms with people who would make jokes of that nature, have it not be a personal attack on them. That is literally what I'm trying to say. I know that. And that's why the whole thing upset me, because there are plenty of marginalized people that cannot, that is stuff like that is not a joke, is what I'm trying to say, is that is stuff like that is not a joke.
Okay. Let me go back to the cutie apology. The volume's going to be so different because her VOD is so low volume-wise. I don't know why that is. You would think they would have fixed that, but whatever. What do I know about anything? I'm just a humble middle-class YouTuber. What do I know about anything? Okay. So here's Cutie's apology going backwards. Okay.
Space for that. It wasn't. You know, I'm an asshole for bringing it up. It just, there's a time and a place, and I'm really sorry if you felt uncomfortable during that. I know I have a problem reading the room.
Oh my God, this is the worst apology I've ever seen. Okay, it's not good. I don't like it. It could be better. It's not great. I'm unsubscribed. I stopped watching Fear and I stopped watching. I don't know if this is a troll. You know, you said ginger Arab or Arab. I don't know if you mean it as a racist Arab or if you mean like normal Arab. But you said, wow. First of all, redheads are very big in the Middle East, in the West Asia, for the record. Gingers are everywhere. There's a lot of gingers. Okay, just FYI, that's racism teaching you that black people can also be ginger. Gingers are everywhere. We're everywhere. I'm not even a real ginger, really. I mean, I'm sort of a ginger, but not really. Okay? This is Hannah Dye. Okay, for the record, racism has taught you that gingerness only belongs in a specific... Everybody's got ginger. Okay? Okay, you mean Arab in a normal way. Got it. Okay. Fun fact. I'm not... Listen, I'm being critical of Cutie. Okay, let me get the paint out, girls. Hold on, girl. I got you. Go back to this beautiful chart I made. Okay, so Cutie is, okay, right? We're all going through this line of life. And right now there's a change in trajectory. Okay, Cutie is, where do you think she is, girls? She's probably, hold on, where is she? She's maybe she's like on the orange line or maybe the red line. Maybe she's like the red line. Okay. But she keeps thinking she's like over here. She's not, girl. You're not, girl. You know, maybe she's at the orange line, actually. Is she the orange line? But she thinks she's even the red line? I don't know. But she, you know, human beings, we go in this trajectory, okay? And then there's like this big change in history happening, and you're either on board or you're not. So you're either going to keep going straight with the way that the status quo has always been, or you're going to ascend a little bit up the ladder, but you're going to plateau somewhere. People just plateau. They die. We don't have enough time on Earth to really get to everywhere we want to go. You know? Chat said everyone wants to be progressive until they're asked to change. Exactly. Everyone wants to be progressive until they're asked to change. Oh my God, so true. Yeah, that's why, okay. I know change is hard. I will be the first one to say, no rush, but do it now. No rush, but do it now. Because it is so hard. And so I acknowledge, that's why we do years of therapy, years of philosophical work. It's why we meditate. It's why we do the work. But I will say it's possible. And because it's possible, you choosing not to do it, ooh. Now, what is choice in a world where we're biological creatures? Do we even believe in free will? I don't believe in free will in the Christian sense. I believe free will is activated by having a relationship with your introspection, extrospection. And if you do not engage in that, you will not access free will. I don't think Cutie can have free will in this moment. Stay with me, stay with me. Cutie is having a biological response of defensiveness and feeling like she doesn't understand while pretending she understands. She does not and is not embodying an introspective signal to me. She's not signaling introspection to me, right? So when, you know, she sits here and she goes, I'm sorry, I'm not bigoted. I tried. She's not actually thinking, she's just reacting. She's activated. I don't call it triggered necessarily, like medically, but she's activated. And because she's activated, she's not hearing and she can't. When we're defensive, it's our body's way of protecting us, but it also blocks our brain and our heart from thinking, a feeling of embodying empathy. So she's just being very human right now. And if she was my friend, I'd say, okay, Cutie, I love you, bro. We'll talk about it again later. Now, if she was a casual friend, I'd be like, we might need to break up. But if she was she was like a sister, then I'd say, hey, I love you. I think you should meditate on this. And if you have any questions, maybe we can go over them together. Right? Chet says, how do we express to people how they're wrong, where they get it? Well, it's kind of a hard question because you don't, but you do. So first, you have to humble yourself and recognize that there are better ways to communicate with different individuals. Then you accept that no matter how good you are communicating, they might not be ready to change. Because it has to be a relationship between the two parties. So you need humility. You don't need to be humbled. To humble somebody is to make them feel beneath you. You need to seek humility through meditation, to have a realization that I only have so much control and the control is in me. The only thing you can control is yourself. Okay. And then even that is questionable because of how we think about free will. The way that Christians have convinced us free will exists, but that we don't really have a choice. It's very interesting. Okay. Chad says she seems more afraid of losing friends than standing against things that are wrong. And it's just unimpressive. Yeah. I think in her brain, because I'm thinking about my own brain, I think she's convinced she gets it. I think the question is, does she have the humility to come back next week and be like, shit, I didn't get it, my bad. Chet says, I don't know. I feel like she just believes everyone doesn't have to agree on everything. Ooh, good point. Okay, does she believe that? If she believes that not everybody has to agree on everything, then that's a bigger conversation to have. Now, I agree that not everyone has to agree that strawberry is the best fruit, but for the record, you're all wrong. But I do think people should all deconstruct to eradicate bigotry. And that's not really an option. It is something I accept that people will die bigoted, but I do not accept it as correct. The question is, Chet says, I think maybe her take makes sense for an influencer at her size. Maybe I'm being too charitable. I have friends who are not progressive but open-minded and have become better with time and education. Yeah, but they became better with time and education because they wanted to, not because somebody was nice to them, even though they think that's true. Example, sometimes I will have a realization and mention a person's name, and they will try to take credit for my growth. You are not the reason I grew. You are a part of the journey, but you're not the reason. I'm the reason. I did the work. You weren't with me at nights crying in my pillow. I was the reason. You just helped. We have to remember not to take credit for people's growth. And I think sometimes people want the credit. Cutie wants the credit. I'm the reason my dad's not transphobic anymore. No, your dad's the reason because he did the work. So I think that's the part of the dilemma, is this is ego for people. You have to eradicate your ego to accept people won't change. That was huge for me. Coming out of religion, shattering my ego and realizing that I'm a biological experience, experiencing life, allowed me to let go of the outcome that my parents would die not bigoted. I think my parents will probably die bigoted. It'd be great if they didn't, but I'm no longer attached to the outcome. If they die bigoted, they die bigoted. If they don't die bigoted, great. But the way I put down the boundary is to say, until you're ready to face your bigotry, we're going to take a break, maybe a lifelong break. But I've already given you 30 years to face your bigotry and you haven't done it. If you're not going to do it from now on, you are causing so much direct harm. You are a threat to my safety and the health of the people around me that I care about. Right? So I love my parents enough to put down a boundary to show them that I love their daughter enough to protect her. That's me. I'm the daughter. I love their daughter enough to protect her from every harm in the world, which is what they promised me they would do. But they didn't account for the fact that they would be the harm that I needed protection from.
It's like actually pretty embarrassing.
Okay, embarrassing. You said it's embarrassing. She's making it about herself, even if she doesn't know she's doing that. That's what she's doing. Now she's forcing her audience to do the emotional labor for her tears, which I don't necessarily think she's doing maliciously. I will be good faith here. I think she doesn't know she's doing it. She might be medically triggered in that child sense. This might be a protective measure she's using. I'm not a therapist or psychologist. I don't know that. But it feels to me, but again, just because that might be true doesn't mean we have anything to do about it and doesn't mean we have to give her grace. It means we have to acknowledge that, like, okay, this YouTuber, this streamer, this content creator, this Twitch person, we don't have anything to do with this. But right now, she is not allowing her audience to be upset. She's actually not allowed. She said that you guys can hate me. You guys can hate me. Well, now you're going to make me feel like a jerk if I'm hating you right now, girl, because look at you. She's not actually letting us be angry. Now, I would say it is healthy to be angry. To feel your anger is not healthy to be hateful. Do we know the difference? Hateful is a thought or a belief about a person that they are less than you or deserve evil to happen to them. Being angry, you can be angry at injustice. You can be angry for people. We should be angry for the world so we can become activists, not angry at the world because then you become school shooters. Okay? We want to be angry for the world, not at the world. For the world, not at the world. Okay? Hold on. She's looking away. She's crying. She's taking time. Oh, chat says she hasn't said that she was wrong, but that she phrased it the wrong way. Uh-oh. Yeah, because she doesn't think she's wrong. She doesn't get it. You know, she doesn't get it.
But regardless, I lack social cues. I lack social awareness.
Ugh, she's making excuses. These are not explanations. They are excuses. So we explain to not excuse, but because she doesn't know. I don't know what she's doing, but she is excusing. She's not explaining. Okay. Yes, chat. She's too busy trying to protect non-maliciously herself to take accountability. Exactly. She's too much in protective mode. She's not actually she's not taking the responsibility as the adult in the room. She's not doing it. Damn. That's a bummer, huh? You know? Chat, I already answered this earlier. You said it's easy to say you aren't responsible for your family, but then they become someone else's problem. Is it right for her to inflict him on others? We've already talked about this aloud. Black women have been saying this on the internet forever, that, hey, you have to handle your white supremacist parents because don't make me handle them. Also, and I've also heard them say, obviously, as long as it's not at expense to your life, she can still have a relationship with her father while still holding him accountable. Right? It still can't come at the expense of Cutie, right? That doesn't make any sense. We're not obligated to stay in our family's life if it's coming at the expense of our mental health. I am still in my parents' life. If you're new to chat, I am still in my parents' life. But in order for them to talk to me, they can't pretend everything is good. We have to have a conversation about bigotry. Welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. So I have not blocked my parents. I have not cut off my parents. My parents, I hope they call me. I'm so eager to talk to them about bigotry and prejudice. I'm ready, girl. I'm locked in. Call me. I'm waiting. I love you. Call me. But they do not get free access to me if they want to talk to me and pretend they didn't vote for a rapist and didn't support this administration and aren't supporting bullshit. You do not get free access to call me and vent about your day and have a fun conversation. But we're not having the real conversation. Right?
This is something I've dealt with my whole life.
Listen, I don't like this. Okay, again, I'm not trying to come for Cutie. I don't want any misogynists in my chat to be like, Cutie sucks. You suck. You leave Cutie alone. I will defend Cutie against any misogynist on the internet. I will not defend Cutie at the expense of the queer community and the safety of minorities. And that's the dilemma. She's not getting it, so she's making it about herself. I get it. I'm autistic. You're autistic. We're all whatever. Who's ever is autistic. What I'm saying is, like, this doesn't explain your behavior, though. Even if she had autism, which I don't know if she does, it wouldn't explain your video. Your social cues are not the reason you came out with your full chest this way. And if they are, you should deconstruct whether or not you should be allowed to have a microphone. Not legally, just ethically.
But that's That's my fault. I really struggled to read social situations. I've talked about it for many, many, many years that I struggle with social situations. And so I feel like an idiot whenever that does happen. And I feel stupid. I feel really, really dumb, and I feel embarrassed. And I feel
So she's not dumb and embarrassed about her opinion. She's dumb and embarrassed for not reading the room. I'm going to be very critical about this. Again, I feel like I lose sleep overnight as a middle-class YouTuber with barely any viewership compared to Cutie. That's why I'm doing the work, so I don't have to continue losing sleep. Why aren't you guys doing the work? We've had this happen before. This isn't Cutie's first time. This isn't Hassan's first time. When are you going to learn? And why are you waiting for marginalized communities to why are you asking them to stick around while you figure it out? Even though they say they're not, they are. You know?
I'm like an asshole, and I've apologized to Katie and Vanilla individually. Again, there's a time and a place, and I did not I am sorry for that. I'm sorry to the communities that watched it that were uncomfortable. I know you guys didn't sign up for that. We were supposed to be playing video games. So I'm sorry to you guys.
Chet said, I think this is Cutie's first time. And all the time Cutie's been on the internet, she's never had to make an apology or say something she didn't mean to say. Is that true? Really? I mean, I guess that's possible. This is Cutie's first time, though. That means she's not saying anything. That means she's never taking a stand for anything. If this is hasn't she been on the internet for like 5 years? You mean in 5 years she's never said anything remotely controversial? Does that mean she's never stood up for anything? You guys have to tell me. But there is no way, because when you stand up for marginalized people, when you stand up against, if you're politically vocal, you're going to say something wrong. So you better have made a few apologies. Do you know what I mean? Or a few holding yourselves accountable. I find that hard to believe this could be her first time. Chad said, I mean, it is Ludwig's girlfriend. That's also the biggest thing against her, is that she's still dating Ludwig. Chad said she's a fence sitter or aware of her brand. I mean, maybe actually. Yeah, Chat said, was anyone even talking about her dad? This conversation happened because she started talking about FaZe Clan. Then she brought up her dad. We were talking about racist, homophobic, misogynistic streamers, right? The stream was mad at her for talking about collabing with FaZe, the FaZe Clan. And then she started talking about her dad, which but and I get that to an extent, because you think, oh, well, the same joy I'd get, or the same mercy or bridge building I do with my family, I should do with people. I've done that. It's a mistake. I don't recommend doing it. Chat said, is her dad in FaZe Clan? Just kidding. Yeah. Chet says, strategic question, doesn't morally excluding people from your community push them to more harmful communities and therefore increase harm to marginalized people in the end? This is a common question most communities ask, and this is what Cutie's argument is. It doesn't seem to be so. Every data point shows us that if you were rejected and you move towards bigotry, you were heading there anyways. That moving towards bigotry is either something you cannot sit there and say, I was so hurt I became bigoted, until you actually admit that because I'm in pain, I deserve to be hateful. That's why we don't become hateful no matter how much we suffer. Okay? That's why we are not hateful no matter how much we suffer. But if your suffering makes you feel justified in hating, that's on your morals, not on mine. Okay? Your suffering does not then justify you going out and hurting other people. But that is what psychologically happens because you are not being introspective. It's not, but that's why you don't have the actual value of not causing harm. Because if you actually had the value, you would be like, hold up, how do I make sure not to double down and cause more harm? Right? And that's why it's a journey. So Cutie has potential, but just like boyfriends, we don't live for people's potential, girl. Break up with him. Break up with your boyfriend who you're waiting for his potential. Break up with your streamer who you're waiting for their potential. Break up with them.
Hate that I made you uncomfortable. I will not be asking them to collab anytime soon. I would That's not their fault. And I hate to see that they've been dragged into any of this. I don't think that's fair at all. It makes me really, really sad that because I can't read a social situation that they've been dragged. That's really not, it's not fair to them. It's not fair to them. And I don't like that people are dragging them because of things I said. So if anything, please just, leave them out of it.
Okay, true. Chat, you're so smart. Chat said, I think it's definitely a bubble thing. I doubt the top streamers are that into being progressive. I think at some point you just espouse the standard talking points to keep mass appeal. 100%. I think this is the truest thing I have ever heard in my life. And that's why I hope to God I'm never popular. Because if I'm popular, I'm fucking up. If I'm ever popular, I'm fucking up. I believe that so strongly. Which is such an oxymoron. It's such a double-edged sword. If we ever want the right voices to be heard, how do we make them popular? But then if I get popular, isn't that the proof that the wrong voices are hearing me? Because we know the majority of people are not deconstructed enough. Yeah. That's why I'm saying Hasan being the most popular should be a red flag to everybody. Hasan being popular should be a red flag. And the fact that people raise him up as like, but he's the most popular, that should be our red flag. Why Hasan, out of all people, why did he become the most popular? And the only one? Yeah. That should be the red flag.
This is my fault. I shouldn't have brought it up. I should have read the room. If I could go back in time, it'd be so different, but I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. A few other things I've seen you guys talk about it. There's been a lot of confusion about the VOD being deleted. Vanilla clarified on her stream. So like, these are her words. They are not mine. Well, I guess they're mine because they're coming out of my mouth. So sorry about that. That was stupid. That it was her idea.
Is that self-deprecation? What is that?
Sorry about that. That was stupid.
Is she bullying herself right now? See, she's not having a good relationship with herself. She's not coming out here and speaking about her values. She's hurt. She's wounded. Free yourself, girl. Liberate yourself from your own cage. Cutie's in a cage of her own making. Free yourself of this cage. I think she really hates herself in this moment. Maybe that's what I'm getting from the signal. Maybe I'm wrong. But free yourself. Because if you hate yourself, you're certainly not going to free or help us. You know what I mean? We have got to free ourselves to be a good community member. Liberate yourself so you can liberate others.
That it was her idea to delete the VODs. She wanted to edit out where we talked. I don't know how to do that. I have one of my mods does that for me whenever we do edited segments. And so I said, oh, it's no big deal. I'll just delete mine. But you did push it hard because she was uncomfortable.
Actually, I agree with you, chat. She is surrounded by too many misogynistic men. She's surrounded by way too many boys in general. Listen to me when I say this. My greatest piece of advice for people in my life is if you haven't gone on a feminist journey or a queer journey, I don't want to talk to you. Like, you got to go on one. Boy, girl, they, them, whatever. You got to go on a journey of deconstruction when it comes to your gender and expectations. You got to do it. It's so important. I don't want to even hear you talk about liberation if you haven't liberated yourself from gender. You know what I mean? Like, come on, girls, let's go. And
so once she stated that she was uncomfortable, that's when I'm able to read the room. So once I'm told that once I'm able to understand that she was uncomfortable, I'm obviously going to oblige with her request.
She froze. She's sitting still.
I wasn't forcing anyone to delete the VODs. I didn't even realize at the time how poor my tone was, how poor my articulation was. I didn't know that. Vanilla said she was uncomfortable and she thought people were going to take clips out of context. She was correct. And she was correct in being uncomfortable. And I'm happy that she said something. And I'm happy that she was comfortable enough to ask for the VODs deleted. And I'm happy that we deleted the VODs because that's what she wanted.
Wait, now she's saying it was Vanilla's idea? Oh, I guess Vanilla did suggest it at first. What did Vanilla? You're right. We did watch it. Vanilla did technically suggest it first. Why did Vanilla suggest it? I didn't. Yeah. Why would she do it? Yeah, it was Vanilla. What was she trying to do?
And then there's been,
for herself or others?
Been a really big.
Vanilla is afraid. Well, I'll say this. Okay, let me say this too. Okay, I think this correlates with a lot of. Let me put this in the nicest way possible. Vanilla is probably making like a lot of money and has found stability. And we all have our own problems, anxiety, depression, all this other stuff playing a role. But it might feel very scary to get very big very quickly. Vanilla got big way quickly, and she probably wasn't prepared. Guys, lock in with me. I am very lucky that I do this for a living. I am very lucky that I make a middle-class living doing this, but it terrifies me every day that I'm going to wake up tomorrow and be viral. It terrifies me every day that I'm going to wake up tomorrow and 50,000 people are going to want to watch my chat or be in my chat. It is a responsibility that is no fucking joke. The issue that I have is that it feels like I am being so serious and intentional with preparing for that reality that I feel like these girls did not prepare themselves, and or it's been long enough. You should have been working on it because you are in that position, right? But also, like, I don't know if Vanilla could have prepared herself for being, I don't know how popular she is, right? But she's got to be pretty popular, okay? So they have to think about it. And then she probably thinks, like, what if this all goes away tomorrow? Because a lot of these streamers do live outside of their means. They do live, that's why they all lose all their money. That's why the average lifespan of a YouTuber, streamer, content creator is 7 years. I'm going to do this till I'm old. This is my only job. This is the only thing I want to do forever, right? So I am running this game like a long life career. A lot of these people don't even think about that. So I don't know if they're thinking about it. So it must have been extra scary to be like, delete the VOD. I don't know what this means. Like I'm saying to content creators and people who want to be content creators, like, you really got to understand why people are doing what they're doing. Yeah, Chet said this is exactly why I said I don't know why people are making excuses for her. Yeah, so they have to decide, again, going back to our cheat sheet, what role are they playing as a streamer? Therapist, friend, creative, artist, parent, sibling, elder, uncle, auntie, teacher, kid, enabler, mentor. Are they playing entertainer? Are they just here to entertain? Then, you know, are they going to talk about serious topics? Are they going to be serious thinkers? They have to decide what they're going to do. It's very hard to decide what you're going to do because it will come with a lot of responsibility. And here's the thing. I know I keep this channel small by blocking all the haters. I know I make less money when I block haters. Do you know that? Do you know haters pay your bills? But I block all the haters who come into chat because I don't like coming to work and hearing the feedback. It's awful. Oh, pro-white people, racist word here. Da, 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 da. I hate that shit. Okay? I don't want to hear that. Over on my podcast channel, though, that is doing numbers, PS. It's doing crazy numbers. Go enjoy that. I don't block most of the messages there, but I don't belong. That's not my community. I don't belong there. I post and I put it out into the ether. I make a piece of art, I post it, and I back off. Here is this is my office. I come into work here. So I'm not going to put up with any of that harassment. When these girls go to stream, is it their job? Is it their office? They should be blocking the haters. But if they start blocking people who have genuine concern, well, now you're not blocking haters, you're blocking the community you built. And then that's another thing to deconstruct. Am I proud of the community I built? You know? Yeah, chat that the podcast channel comments are scary. They're so scary. I hate them. I don't read them. They're so scary. The internet's a mean place. The internet is a horrible place. I was like, I love the internet. I love MySpace on the internet, but oh my God. The comments on those, like, the amount of men being like, it's actually biological for men to want to sleep with kids. I'm like, but oh my God. Chat says, is the podcast channel the same as this one? No, it's not. I made a new podcast channel to post my pod on. And it's called the Brittany Simon Podcast. Oh my God. You know? So again, they have to ask themselves, are these haters? Are these my viewers? Is this the community I built? You know? Ooh! You know? Mm-mm. Chad says Vanilla said herself about criticism that she wants to meet everyone and be friends with everyone because it's fun and that's who she is, which again is always a popularity contest. Yeah, if you're trying to be friends with everyone, then you know, if you stand, what is it? If you stand for nothing, if you stand for everybody, you stand for nothing. Like, yeah. You know? Yeah. We have to be aware of this. Look, you're allowed to be disappointed in a content creator and peace out. You know? You're allowed to do that. Chad says, why did you make a new channel for the podcast? Because I took FD Signifier's wisdom and he told Michael Burns to make different channels because they're different audiences, and he was right. Listen to FD Signifier. He was correct. I took his advice. He's right. The people who watch my podcast are not the people who watch my streams. They're different audiences. And I am doing fairly well over there. Like, I'm doing pretty good numbers. You know what I mean? But they're different people. So FD, shout out to FD. He was right.
A misconception about DMCA strikes. Since the VOD was deleted, I did a singing stream after. I've been wanting to do a singing stream. You can, if you watch me, you know that. And whenever I do singing streams, I delete the VOD because I'm embarrassed of my singing. And
no, Chad said, is it shitty to have less subscribers there? Guys, I am not chasing numbers. I'm chasing truth. I don't care about subscribers. I don't give a fuck. I care about the work I put out and I care about making a living. Okay? I don't give a fuck. But also on that second channel, videos are getting 100,000 views a video. Do you know what I'm saying? It isn't, subscribers don't matter anymore. That's not the new meta. Nobody gives a fuck about subscribers. I get paid for views. Yeah, the podcast channel is getting hundreds of thousands of views. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. Subscribers don't mean anything anymore. That's what I'm saying. You have to decide as a content creator, what are you chasing? Are you chasing the subscriber count? Are you chasing the view count? You know what I mean? Chat says, why is it getting so many views? Because they're good videos, bro. Because they're fire fucking videos. You know? Also, I have to go after this because I have to also edit today's podcast, which God knows probably won't be ready till tomorrow now. This is the problem. I love spending time with you guys too much, you know? But they're good videos. I worked really hard on those videos.
I started the singing stream, and I sang some of my unreleased music. I sang 3 of my unreleased songs, and then people were threatening to upload that. And so, yes, admittedly, I was on edge and I was being a bitch about that. And I recognize that even saying this now, that might happen, that people might upload my unreleased songs. But I wanted to clear the record, and I was only thinking of my music being released. But I understand how that's being perceived now as Cutie is, you know, copy striking anyone that posted the combo. I'm not. I've not sent out one copy strike. And even if you uploaded my music now, I don't know if I'd do anything. So that's, it sucks that that's where it went. I have, you know, I even went into my mod Discord the second it happened. And I said, if you see anyone upload my music, let me know. That's what it was about. It was about my music that I've worked.
Boo.
Anyway. And then as for the blocking on Twitter, if you, again, a lot of this is coming from a lot of people that don't follow me and don't know.
I don't know why she's even copywriting for music, though. I'm just too much of a socialist, I think. Why are you copywriting for your own music? We're all gonna die, girl. Do we even own anything? I don't know. Maybe this is my really extreme perspective. Like, if I was a musician, I'd be like, use my music. You know, obviously, like, if you want to give credit, but like, don't impersonate people. That's unethical. But also, just using a song is not that big of a deal. Chad says she blocks a lot of people on Twitter for talking about it. I mean, if she wants to block it so she doesn't have to see it, I don't care. But the question she should sit with is like, why did this happen? Without blaming anybody, why did this happen? Right? That's what I would think of. Oh, was she leaked? Chet says it wasn't professionally out there. Well, wasn't she singing on stream? I don't know. You know what? maybe I don't understand what's happening with the singing stuff. I don't know.
Know me, but if you do follow me, you know that I literally like I don't have Twitter on my phone. I don't have access to it. Twitter is bad for my mental health. If you followed me for a long time,
red flag that you're still on Twitter or on X. That's crazy. I deleted mine. My life's never been better. That's what I'm saying. I will never be successful at my job at the expense of my mental health. If having Twitter is this bad for you, delete it. You already have money. You are literally so rich. What do you need X for? That's what I'm saying. How much money is enough? Delete fucking Twitter, bro.
Know that I have multiple mods that I pay to block people on Twitter. I've done this for years. My team does not differentiate hate online. I do get a lot of hate. I don't look at it for my own mental health, but I have a whole team that blocks people. I assure you, it wasn't my intention to silence voices. I've heard the upset. I've told them to stop blocking people, so you should not get blocked now. I do want to listen to your lived experiences. I'm sorry that those voices were silenced. I understand why people are really hungry to have this conversation. And you deserve an outlet. And I'm sorry it was put on deaf ears. I'm sorry that the balance between criticism and actual like feedback was thin. And yeah, my team banned you. I'm not gonna blame I'm not mad at my team for that. They were just doing their jobs. I have told them to stop. You can share, I promise to continue to educate myself. I will never stop educating myself. Ever. Like, that's not something that I do. I know a lot of people.
Girls is hard. Chet says she should have prepared. Maybe being prepared with a notebook would have been harder or better, you know? Chet says, Brittany, would it be better to ask the audience, why am I wrong in this scenario? No. You can't. If she's in this headspace, she's not going to listen. And then it's just going to be like weirder. Like see, when I came on stream today, I said, okay, guys, if anyone has anything to say it. Let's go through it. You speak your mind. I absolutely I want to hear you guys out. I'm also saying I'm confident in my values and my morals. And I know if I fucked up, I will admit it, but I also have a track record of it. I don't think she's mature enough, ready there, healed enough, obviously, which is fine. How old's Cutie? Anybody check her age for me, please? How old is Cutie? The point is she might not be there yet, but I want you to use me as an example of comparison, because that's how I figure out, as an autistic person especially, how does my life make sense to this? Because we're using real people's lives to learn about our own. When I look at Cutie's life and I learn about my own, I try to see how I handle criticism and how she does it. 31. Let's give her a few years to ripen. We don't have to wait for it to happen. Thank you, chat. But she's 31. I think I made when I was 30, I remember I made this whole stream. It was so stupid and I took it down. I made this whole video. It was so dumb and I took it down, and I was so triggered because I was sick and I thought I was dying. There's a whole thing. And then I had my whole meditation awakening kind of thing. And I was like, oh, my bad. I was attached to outcome, that whole shit, So maybe she just needs that. Maybe she doesn't need it. Who knows? But the point is that she's not ready. She's not where she should be. And that means it is what it is. She's not a horrible person. She's just not there yet. And you have the right as an audience member to not want to support someone who's not, quote, there yet. You're allowed to hold your content creators not personally accountable. You're not their friends, bros. Hello? She's a business. Do you like this business? No, don't go there. Right? Because at the end of the day, we don't want to be cruel to people. We just don't need to fight for her in the comments either. Chet says, as Twitch streamers are older adults, it's strange that their content is so juvenile. It's not, though. We're all neurodivergent for the most part. We're really got a lot of special interests in things that aren't, quote, typical jobs. We might be mature, but we exhibit what people will traditionally call childlike behavior. We are stunted because we're in show business. And it takes a lot of effort to not be. That's why I say, as I reach 40, I want to be the elder in the community a little bit, not like the pre-elder. I want to be the auntie, and you have to earn that. And you have to make a concerted effort to be that. And you don't just get it because you age. You have to be that person, which is a level of responsibility, by the way, most streamers don't want. Most streamers fantasize about being streamers so they don't ever have to grow up. Hear me say it again. Most streamers, most people fantasize about being YouTubers so they don't have to grow up. I'm trying to be Britt Hartley. I'm trying to be Dr. K. I'm trying to be Dr. Kirkonda. That's the bubble I want to be a part of. I do not want to stay in this bubble. I do not want to be in the bubble that dreams about being a YouTuber so I don't have to grow up. I want to be the adult who uses YouTube to reflect, well, philosophy and life and how you can grow and be a better person. So I already know who I'm aiming to be, what category of person. Who are they aiming to be? You know what I mean? I'm trying to be the grown up in the room. I don't think I'm there yet, but I think I'm going to be there soon. I think I'm going to be there by 40 for sure. And then it's going to feel different. It's going to feel different, you know? And it should. Yeah. I'm trying to do my best respectfully to separate myself from these people. You know, to make sure I am not ever associated with this group, because they're just not, they're too stagnant for me, you know? Yeah. Okay.
We're going to be mad and stay mad and
wait, what? I'm gonna rewind that.
I know a lot of people are going to be mad and stay mad, and that's okay. I understand. But I do believe this got to corners of the internet that I have never been a part of. I could never expect.
This is on 1.25, just for the record.
Strangers to know my intention. But I'll always stand for building bridges. I will always stand for that. That doesn't mean people need to use them, but I hope to be a good role model. It's all I've ever worked on, so I hope to continue doing that and continue being a positive influence.
Okay, I want to be a good role model. That's a really difficult responsibility. Okay, that's a good goal. I don't want to be a role model. I want to be an elder in the community, which I do think are different. I don't want to be a mentor. I'm okay with being viewed as a role model, but I don't think I really want to be one. I want to be an elder in the community, which is different. And I don't know if it's just culturally speaking, but the elders in my community, I didn't think of them as role models. Like, I didn't want to model my role after them. I wanted to gain wisdom from them, take what I can learn and go do my own life. I want to be the old lady in the village you come to and go, old lady, what should I do? And I go, and I give you some information and you build your life with that information. But I don't ever need to be your mentor, your role model, I don't ever need you to say my name again. Right? So when Cutie says, I want to be your role model, what does she mean? I want to be Zaniba from Hell's Moving Castle. I want to be a woman in the woods in a cabin who on occasion a little girl walks in and says, like, give me a magic potion. And I'm like, here you go, girl. And then she goes and helps her dragon friend. I already know who I want to be. Okay? Who do you want to be? So when she says role model, what does she mean? That's the question. Does she know what she means? I don't know. I think she means she wants to be a good representation of an ally, maybe?
Is all, but
Oh, chat says I'm a Cutie fan, still am 32, but also a Britney fan. And Cutie wants to be Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart's an interesting, very capitalistically driven. Just watch the doc series on Martha Stewart. Interesting. Yeah, Martha Stewart is a vicious businesswoman, let me tell you. But also got really fucked over when she went to prison, honestly. They really fucking did her dirty. But also, interesting. Yeah, she is, I'm telling you, she's a liberal. Dan,
I am trying to reach out, but I don't know if it's entirely productive at the moment because it's going a little fast.
She's really whispering, dude.
Again, there's more people mad about the blocking and the cease and desist and the deleted VODs. I covered that. Feel free to watch it back. No one will be blocked on Twitter anymore, so feel free to post whatever. Again, I'm showing you. I don't have the app. I go to it on my phone. It's restricted. We do block.
Okay,
have always.
It's your responsibility. If your mods blocked people, you blocked people. That's what that means. You can't say I didn't block you. My mods did. You paid them to block people. Yes, you block people on Twitter. Just own it. Own something you did. Own something you did. Own it. She's not getting it. Like, you keep trying to show your phone to us like I didn't do it. I'm not blaming her. I'm not some stupid man on the internet that hates Cutie Cinderella. I'm just a progressive girly that's like, yeah, you don't get it. Okay? Just own something. Just pick something and say, I did it 100%. That was me. That was all me. It wasn't your anxiety. It wasn't your, reading the room. It wasn't your social cues. It wasn't your mods. It was me. Just say it was me.
Ugh. Blocked people that were hateful. And I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that that's not fair. I'm really sorry that by blocking criticism, I was silencing voices and stories. That wasn't my intention. Okay, I don't know if there's any more of a productive conversation I can have right now. Because again, a lot of people in chat right now aren't necessarily a part of my community, and but just know that I hope you come back and visit and see that my community is a safe space for everybody. But if you don't feel that way, I totally respect it. I totally respect it. So I also know that there's been, TikTok posts and stuff like that on my TikTok. Again, I don't run my TikTok. I don't have it on my phone, but I've also asked my social media manager to stop posting TikToks for a while. And also social media is very bad.
Okay, so just for the record, are these people creatives or are they just celebrities? You don't even run your TikTok or your Twitter. Do you run anything? She started off this video with I barely know how to stream. Is Cutie not a creative? No wonder here I am out here 40 hours fucking editing a podcast. No offense. I know you're rich and you pay for people to do shit, but are you not doing anything? Is there anything she does? I feel like, who is this lady now? Do you do anything? I'm so confused. Huh. I'm popping a bubble right now. Damn. Interesting.
For me, I stay off of it. I have a lot of pieces in place of other people that manage those things, and I'll say it again, there is not one person that has been sent a cease and desist from me because I was talking about my music. I was talking about my unreleased music that a lot of people have worked on, and I was trying to protect that. You leaked it though? Yes, to 2,000 people watching live, which is something I've done many times. I didn't leak it. I didn't leak my music to upload it onto YouTube or for other people to make money off of it. That's not what I was doing. I sang it to my audience that I had. I would hope that no one would go against what I'm sharing.
Was it a private stream or was it a public stream?
Yeah, that.
So she's saying she streamed to her audience. I'm having such a bubble pop about Cutie. Why did I think so well of her? Is this her first day on the internet? Is this her first day on the internet? What is happening right now? Was it a regular stream? Or was it a private stream and someone went behind the paywall? What do you mean? I don't get it. What is she saying? Chad says this might be worse than the music apology. Well, this is the question. Do we expect more out of her because she claims to be progressive and an ally? Yeah, kind of, right? That's the thing. If you apologize like a liberal, I'm more disappointed because now I expected more from you. That's the problem. I didn't expect anything out of fucking Miranda Sings. Toxic gossip train. I didn't expect anything out of that. Right? Chess says she has autism and disassociates. Okay, well, I have autism. So you better start explaining. She also has been going through severe anxiety. Okay, but if I know I'm going through something, I don't stream. Does she know that yet? Guys, autist to autist, if you're having a bad day, don't go on the internet. That's what I'm saying. You and me, focus, lock in. Guys, the days I do not stream, it's because I'm having a bad day. I'm not about to get up here and stream on a bad day. That's what I'm saying. You, cutie, for your sake, for your audience's sake, do not stream when you're having a bad day. Period, ever. Okay? Chet says it's a secret stream, meaning it's public while ongoing, then the VOD is deleted. Well, okay, girl. I don't know what she expected there. Yeah, the singing stream, she can't. That's so stupid. I'm sorry. Like, I'm mad. That doesn't make any sense. I'm feeling an emotion that I would argue is frustration turned into absolute disappointment at the expectation I had of Cutie to be any fucking smarter than this. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean I secretly streamed and hoped nobody would be recording? Girl, I am a small ass streamer and people are always fucking recording my streams. At what point are we going to start trying to be responsible about the way we show up on the internet? Yeah. Am I embarrassed at some of the shit I've said on stream? 100 times, 1,000 times over. Okay. Do I know that it's the internet, so it's probably out there? Definitely. It is what it is. That's the part of growing up and taking responsibility. That shit came out of my mouth. That was my attitude that day. I made that joke. Insert thing here. You know what I mean? It's like, just own it, bro. So we can move on. See, now I can't move on because you didn't own it. So this is why I said, like, you know what I mean? Ugh. Yeah. You know, again, I think there are obviously like bigger issues in the world, but this is a big issue in this small bubble on the internet, and that matters too. If you are disappointed in Cutie, be disappointed, girls. I unsubscribed from Furiant weeks ago after the Taylor Swift, whenever that thing happened, and I was like, I'm over this. I'm over it. I'm over Cutie going so hard for Taylor Swift. I don't even understand. The other day, Cutie said on stream when talking about Emaru and actually getting facts incorrect, which was annoying to me, she said, my most problematic thing is I'm still a fan of Playboy. Guys, Playboy is deeply problematic, misogynistic, and absolutely is disgusting, and you can't be supporting it as a company. She can't even, for her to even get on stream, during a stream about sexual assault in Emaru, to say I still subscribe to Playboy, Hugh Hefner posted those pictures of multiple girls who didn't even want them publicized because he knew it would sell him, Marilyn Monroe being the first one. And I know because out of conservatism, out of religion, the first thing I did as a queer woman, a gay woman, sorry, I wasn't queer at the time, a gay woman was signed up for Playboy because I thought liberation was Playboy. Disgusting. I can't believe, I understand why I did that, but why is Cutie in the year of 2025 doing that? When did she leave religion? Maybe I'm just judging, but when did she leave religion? Was it 5 years ago, 10 years ago? I was 19 when I left religion. So by 31, I knew better. But like, she's 31 now. What is it? Yeah, this is just not a progressive lady. expecting progressive values out of Cutie is wrong. She's not progressive. That's the most important thing we learned from this, right? I think that's what we can take away from this.
Sucks. Even people right now saying
But she could be. I hope she becomes progressive one day. I hope she deconstructs. I hope she becomes queer-minded. I hope she learns about queer liberation. I hope she reads the books. I hope she pays attention to Black philosophers. Like, I hope, I hope all of the good things, right?
Focusing, or I'm faking my voice sucks, but this is all I can do. So, all right. Well, I appreciate you guys. For those of you that, all right, it's time to go, I think. But regardless, I am happy to have apologized to those who deserve an apology. You can take it. You don't have to take it. I understand. And thanks for watching, I suppose. I will see you guys another time. I don't know when, but I'll see you guys another time. But
yeah, interesting. Okay. Interesting, definitely. Okay, hold on. I got people in my chat who know Cutie better. You said she goes to therapy twice a week and is medicated up the wazoo. She has OCD too and has gone to the hospital many times because of her being yeah, I know she's afraid of flying and stuff like that. Listen, we are very pro mental health here, but we're also philosophically believe people should take accountability and responsibility for their life. Her OCD, all those things are valid, but if all of those things have nothing to do with her views this day, yes? Like, please understand what I'm saying. Her anxiety, her OCD, everything, that's great. I'm not criticizing that. None of those things make sense for why she said what she said on stream. Her opinions are opinions she formed through her introspection, extrospection, deconstruction. It's not where it should be for somebody who I thought was so progressive. It's where she would be as a liberal, but it has, again, I'm autistic, I'm BPD, I'm Me Too girl, all of us too girl, this whole audience too girl, we're all fucked up. But that's different than our introspection, extrospection. So Cutie, all the love about her OCD, all the love about her hypochondriac, all her love about all her everything. Why did she come to the conclusion she came to? Because, and I'll make a little chart. Let me make a little chart, girls. Hold on. Let me make a little chart. Hold on. Okay, so here's where I see Cutie. Let me make a different chart. So here's what's happening. So let's say life was linear, even though we know it's not. And this is the most awful, closed-minded, fucking racist conservative you could ever think of. And this is like liberation, whatever. This never ends, actually. You never really get to see the end of liberation, introspection, but let's pretend. Okay, then you've got like centrists. Centrists. This is so reductive, but just follow me, okay? Actually, technically, you'd have centrists here. Fun fact. You'd have centrists here, actually. And then you'd have progressives, and then you'd have the mystery land, okay? You'd have like Republicans here, the fucking devil over here, okay? Centrists, Republicans, progressives, okay? Because God knows progressivism is not our end goal, people. This is not the end goal. This is in reaction to the bullshit. So eventually we want to keep going past progressivism because progressivism is a political state of mind that has limitations. We want to move into philosophical enlightenment, which is a construct, but stay with me here. Okay, so Cutie has been presented, and as is Hassan and all the rest of them, which is why I say they're liberals pretending to be progressives. They are liberals, okay, pretending to be progressive because they sound crazy to these people. But for those of us who are kind of over here, we're waiting for these people to catch the fuck up, because the truth is like, this is the bare minimum. The requirement of a good society is bare minimally being progressive. The requirement of an enlightened society is to move past progressivism. Okay, they're here. I'm sorry. They're here. I'm telling you, they're here. They're liberals who are maybe even here. Maybe they're here. Maybe they're right in the middle of progressive and liberal. So they look crazy to these people. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. Do you remember when Jordan Peterson collabed with Destiny? And Destiny was talking to Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson's like, "Oh, you're not as liberal as I thought. You're not one of those crazy progressives." And Destiny's like, "Yeah, I'm just a cool guy. I'm just a cool guy, Jordan. I'm a cool guy." Okay? And I sat there and everyone's like, it's because progressive people can't have a conversation with Jordan Peterson. Truly embodied progressives aren't hanging out with Theo fucking Von Hassan. At the end of the day, progressives are not breathing the same air as MAGA sniffers. Peace and love. Unless they're your family and you're trying to help them deconstruct. But Hassan's whole dream of converting centrists into progressivism is liberal tactics. It's what liberals do. Cutie Cinderella loving her father into and out of bigotry. Out of bigotry is a liberal strategy. It's never going to work it's never going to actually work. Thank you. So what I recommend you do, hi, my name is Brady Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. Introspect, understand your relationship to yourself, extrospect, understand your relationship with yourself and everything outside of yourself. Extrospection, introspection, extrospection, introspection. Hassan literally just admitted recently he's never been to therapy. Cutie's probably doing too much therapy, fun fact. If you're not doing the right amount of therapy or the right kind of therapy, it's not going to help you, girls. The wrong therapy will not help you. No therapy, definitely not helping you. If you're not getting better and improving, it's not working. If you're going to the gym and lifting weights and you have no muscles, it's not working. So you have to ask yourself, what are my goals and are they working? And next step, how do I let go of the attachment to the outcome? How do I let go of the attachment that everything I work for might not come to fruition? Okay? Chet said, what's wrong with therapy? Nothing. I love therapy. But if you're getting the wrong therapy, it's not helping you. You got to get the right therapy. Some people think, I'm going to therapy though. Why isn't it working? Well, because it's probably not the right therapist or the right kind of therapy. Fun fact, neurodivergent people do better in CBT, DBT, IFS. They do better with therapy that is structured more than talk therapy. If you're in talk therapy and it's not working, think about doing something else. We think, oh, therapy is the answer. It's not just about the therapy, okay? Chad says introspection is good, but it's not good replacement for actual political mobilization. CBT is bad for autism often. Okay, speak for yourself. Introspection is good, but it's not good replacement for actual political mobilization. Okay, this is not a politics channel. Politics is where good people go to die. Politics is where evil goes to survive and thrive. You want real political mobilization? Make people better. Heal them. You think any healing is happening in politics? No. Politics is where good people go to die. We are not pro-politics here. We're pro-people. And we believe in working within political constructs to liberate people. But first and foremost, we want to liberate people through introspection, extrospection. Because it's literally what's missing in politics. What is missing for MAGA people? Empathy, introspection, extrospection. That's real liberation. Real liberation is actually examining the self and everything outside of the self. Okay? It's literally what is missing for MAGA. But sure, you stay in those political bubbles where you're obviously all doing so well. You know what I said today? God, those political people, they're so healthy and centered. You know what I said today? Man, political streamers, they're so grounded. Come on, girls. Lock in. You know, vote, volunteer, be an activist. But come on. You really think people feel good in politics? You really think politics is helping us? It's obviously killing all of us, and it's been killing us since day one. Okay? We got to get over it. We got to move. We got to mobilize and change the world with healing, not with political strategy. My life is not a political strategy. It's serious. Our life is on the line. And everyone's so worried about political strategy. Come on now. People are dying out here. You know? Chad says, you want to change? You want change? You need to engage in politics. You can do both, but politics is the result of philosophy. Okay? Politics comes out of philosophy. Okay? Chad says, politics isn't just about volunteering or streaming about politics. Hey, bro, why are you in my chat? Shouldn't you be doing politics? Is this your politics you're talking about? You're literally in a streamer's chat right now, girly. Come on now. Don't make me mirror. Mirror. Girl, why are you in my chat? Why are you out here arguing for politics in a chat where you just said politics is more than just streaming? Well, then why are you in my stream? Come on now. Come on now. Okay. Chet says, what if you can't get therapy? I'll be honest with you guys. I put my therapy on a credit card because it was either that or kill myself. So you make a decision how important therapy is for you. But if I never got therapy, I would have killed myself. So I put it on a credit card. $3,000. Boom. Boom. Worth it. Saved my life. I got better. And I'll be going back to therapy. My partner and I talk about it all the time. We're big therapy people. Okay? Chat said I'm off work right now. Well, great. I'm at work right now. So look at us hanging out. Thanks for coming to my job and working out with me. You know? Congratulations. Okay? Any last minute comments or questions about this? Cutie Cinderella, I wish you the absolute best. I wish you happiness and joy and alignment and introspection, extrospection. I wish you everything good in the world, as I wish everything good in the world for everybody. I wish everybody joy and peace and happiness. She is not progressive enough for me. I will not be watching her streams except for work. I wish her the best. But, you know, right? Chet says $3,000. Most people don't have $1,000 to buy stupid stuff. I know. Well, that's the thing is like, life is hard. The system sucks. And, you know, yeah, I didn't either. That's why she said credit card. I didn't have it either. I was doing I did it on credit card. You know, I put it on a credit card. I didn't have $3,000. You know, but I would say that it also, guys, remember, I had to email 70 different therapists. I had to go to the wrong I had the wrong therapist. I did talk therapy for 6 sessions and I was like, something is not going right. Right. And yeah, it is not easy, by the way. Guys, listen to me when I say this. I'm a life or death kind of girly. When you come to me and you say, I'm suffering, you have to understand that I was suicidal for 30 years. So I looked at myself and said, you either kill yourself or do something about it. And girl, nobody has time to kill themselves. And so don't do that. Do something about it, right? It is the hardest thing I ever did. And I would never fault or shame anybody for not being able to do it. But I am saying it is so hard. It is so fucking hard. And I'm just so lucky that I did it, past Brittany did it, that she had the ability to do it. But it was so hard, especially coming from a family that didn't believe in therapy. Okay, especially coming from a family that makes fun of therapy. It was really hard. So I understand that it's hard. Do not beat yourself up because it's hard. Okay, here, in the meantime, if you cannot get therapy, lock in. Here's what my therapist told me to do. You can do it right now. For the next however long you can keep it up, okay? Wake up. Grab a journal or a notebook and say, how did I feel today? Good, bad, indifferent. 1-word answers, don't overthink it. I don't want you to do a whole journal entry. That's too much work. I couldn't do it when I was keeping my journals. I was like, I can't do this. Don't do it. Wake up and say, I would do this. Brittany, how do you feel today? Fucking shitty. I hate myself. Bye. And then that was it. That's how I felt that day. The next day, I feel fucking shitty. Bye. Next day, I don't know. I feel kind of better, but fucking shitty. Bye. Next day, I don't know, bro. Still shitty, but like better, I guess. Whatever. Fuck you. Bye. I'd wake up the next day. I don't know, bro. Feeling kind of good, I guess. I don't know. Fuck you. Bye. And that was like how it was for weeks. And then finally I would start writing, hey, pretty good today. I don't know. Went to bed crying though. Fuck. And then the next day, I don't know. I didn't cry tonight. So that's pretty good. Literally, if you read my journal entries, they're just like that. And that's it. And then keep doing it until finally, like a few months in, I went back and looked at my journals and I saw the pattern. I saw my good days and my bad days. And I started to realize like, oh, I saw my pattern. I allowed myself to be angry on the page. I allowed myself to be honest. I fucking hated shit. Okay. And then I finally found like my pattern and I said, okay, we can do something about this now. And so start easy, start simple. Start with just making a note in your phone. Today sucked. What are you going to do? Hey, you know, Chad said, what's your sign, Brittany? Taurus. Taurus, baby. Okay. Do that. Start easy, start free. And then when you can, therapy. When you can, professional. Again, okay, lock in one more time. Therapy, You are looking for a mental health professional who is interested in helping you sort out your life / understand your brain in order to actually help you live a good life. You are not looking for a person who went to school to make money. You are not looking for a person who's just trying to get through their 9 to 5. You are not looking for a person with crazy fucking religious beliefs. You are looking for a person who is liberated, understood what needs to happen, and is actually interested in helping you. Fun fact, I interviewed my therapist. Do this, it's important. I messaged every therapist and I said, I am a queer, BDSM, polyamorous, whatever I was at the time. My 20s were fun. Okay. So I messaged them and I said, I need somebody who's aware of these communities, who's not going to judge me for my lifestyle, who's going to understand where I'm coming from. Okay. I needed somebody who wouldn't just be like, oh, you're BDSM, mental health. Oh, you're gay, ew, like conversion therapy. I interviewed my therapists. I also fired my first therapist. My second therapist, Angel though. Angel, doctor, Angel. She was a doctor. My first therapist was not a doctor. My second therapist was a doctor. Okay? So that's it. Like, give yourself the ability to look back at the data and review it like a scientist. Okay? You are the scientist of your life. Trial and error, look at the data, put it together, and do that. It's hard. It's not easy. Nothing I'm saying is easy. But girls, you already know life's not easy. You're suffering. So we aim to suffer wisely, not unwisely. The world is full of unwise suffering. My goal is just to give you tools to suffer wisely, because you'll always be suffering. The idea is just to suffer wisely. You know, maybe pick up Marsha Linehan's book, Building a Life Worth Living. She's the author of DBT and has BPD herself. Okay, maybe pick up some Tao Te Ching. Okay, just like pick a page and read it. Universality, number 49. Wise rulers have boundless hearts. For in the hearts of the people they find their own. Ooh, that's beautiful already. The wise ruler treats the good with goodness and treats the not so good with goodness too. Ooh, perfect for today's stream. For goodness is its own reward. Ooh. The wise ruler treats the faithful with good faith and treats the unfaithful with good faith too. For good faith is its own reward. Ooh. Wise rulers are universal. The people are their eyes and ears. Hey, we did it. Okay, there you go. There you go. Oh my God, I was so excited about that. I made myself eat a tissue a little bit. Oh, that really got me going, you know? Okay. So, man, wasn't that perfect for today's stream? Be good to everyone. Be kind to everyone. Be thoughtful to everyone. But make sure what you do for others, you're doing for yourself as well. We are so unkind to ourselves. We bully ourselves. We hate ourselves. We convince ourselves like we don't need love. You do. You have to start with yourself. Okay. Discord says, I also put my therapy, I also put most of my therapy on a credit card after I lost my main income. Have I paid it off? Well, that's another story. Hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do. Peer support groups are also great if you don't have therapy. True. And Chad said, Brittany's streaming long. Yeah, girls. And I still have to edit the pod. I got to go. Okay. I got to go. Chad says, it just seems impossible to be specific on the things she did wrong without coming off as fake and made up to appease. She wants to do it in a genuine way, which takes time, in my opinion. Maybe. I don't know, guys. I think there's a way to do it. I think I did it at the beginning of the stream. If you guys want to go back and watch it, part of my community is Black, and we're concerned that they saw anti-Blackness in my stream last week. I covered it today. I think I did a pretty good damn job. I'm pretty proud of myself. If I did anything wrong, let me know in the comments, of course. But I think that's proof you can get better at it. I used to, when I was defensive and a liberal, I would react like Cutie a little bit. I mean, different, because we're different people. But I could see myself in Cutie, and I said, she's not there yet. Okay, I don't want to be Hassan, who yells at his chat and goes, any more, wanna, you know? So again, we want to be able to say, hey, I think I may have got it wrong. And if you don't think you got it wrong, you better come with the data. Okay? Chad says that wasn't genuine for her. She was deflecting. Yeah, she was deflecting even though unknowingly. I agree. It was genuine in the sense that anyone's genuine when they're not being honest with themselves. Listen, the best liar is yourself. You are the best liar. Okay? Chess says, but she wanted to make it right to the people she hurt by at least genuinely apologizing. If that was my friend, I wouldn't accept that apology. I would say, hey girl, don't force an apology until you get it. When you get it, you can make an apology. I love you. If I was her friend, I wouldn't accept that apology. I would say, I love you so much. I see you're really going through it right now. You don't have to force an apology. Just think about it for a while. And when you're ready, come back. We'll talk about it. Okay? When you're ready, we'll talk about it. I love you. That's it. I love you. Come back we'll talk about it soon. Don't worry about it. We'll come back and think about it. You know, that's what I want. Think about it. Just think about it. You're too hurt. You're too defensive. And then you're going to put me in a position to do emotional labor for you when it's not fair. You know? Yeah. Because right now what she did is she made us all have to do emotional labor for her. She didn't do it for us. As a content creator and as a future elder in the community, I want to do appropriate emotional labor for you, not you do it for me. Because I'm in the position of being the streamer, of being the content creator. That's what the elder is. The elder does the emotional labor for the community. The elder recharges their spoons, not just like, yes, the community supports them, but we have a different way of getting that support. So maybe in a few years when I'm an elder, I'll be able to make that more clear. But, you know, yeah. Yeah, Cutie's not ready. She needs to sit down with herself and ask herself, who do I want to be in the story and what's my responsibility? Yeah, I don't know if she knows that answer. Okay, girls, I really got to go. This pod is not coming up tonight. Fuck. You're responsible, not me. You're the reason the pod always gets up a day late. This is not my fault. You know what? I have to, I'm a middle-class YouTuber. I do not have people to pay to help me do this, okay? I'm doing it myself. It's your fault, though. It's your fault. I'll have to tell the podcast channel, my bad. Stream took forever. Stream was too fun. Okay. Treat yourselves with kindness. I'll see you tomorrow. Be good to each other. Talk to you then. Okay. Hold on. Samantha Dragonati, links in the description. Bye-bye.